A chilling voice echoes, declaring itself undead. It speaks of those who, even after death, cannot truly perish. For these immortals, who have long escaped the cycle of life and death, dominating a single dimension was never a difficult feat. Obtaining the dimension known as Earth was merely a matter of time. Yet, a sudden, violent surge of energy erupts, leaving the entity to question, how? How could this be? The cloaked entity, once so confident, finds itself engulfed in a maelstrom of chaotic energy, its voice filled with disbelief. The inferno rages around it, leaving it to question the impossible. Its single glowing eye widens in shock, unable to comprehend how its opponent could still be alive. Engulfed in the destructive flames, it can only wonder at the source of such power. It struggles against the overwhelming force, dismissing the reality of its predicament as a mere dream. Its eyes burn with an intense, desperate glow amidst the swirling energies. A choked sound escapes its form, as if trying to utter a final word. Suddenly, a monstrous, red-skinned face with glowing eyes emerges from the chaos, declaring its superior resilience. The entity is then violently torn apart by streams of blue energy, as its attacker offers a final, chilling thanks. The immense power that had just erupted begins to dissipate, leaving behind a chaotic swirl of energy and debris. Fragments of what once was scatter across the void, fading into nothingness. The last remnants of the cataclysmic event vanish, leaving only silence. 2 years later, under a vast, star-dusted sky, a new chapter begins. The scene shifts to a quiet residential area, the mundane buildings a stark contrast to the cosmic battle that preceded them. Inside, a frustrated voice echoes from behind a closed door. As Kang Hyun stands in a modern living room, facing a young woman seated on a couch. "I'll let you live here because this is what you wanted," he states, but she quickly retorts, "But then you shouldn't have said you're just passing by." He turns to face her fully, listening as she threatens, "If you're going to be like this, I'll tell Mom and Dad's house." A young woman's voice cuts through the quiet of the apartment, accusing Kang Hyun of idleness, reminding him that she only let him stay because he claimed to be job hunting. But now, she fumes, he spends every waking hour drinking and playing games, while he, flustered, can only stammer a weak denial, knowing he can't rely on their parents at this age. Her voice rising in pitch, she demands to know if his younger sister is even okay, implying his neglect extends beyond himself. Kang Hyun tries to placate her, agreeing to discuss it tomorrow, but she insists he take a day off for once, her frustration evident. As he turns and walks away, her voice follows him, a lingering echo of her disappointment. Later, alone in his room, he lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of her words settling upon him. Lying in bed, staring at his phone, his mind drifts, lost in thought. Her cutting remarks echo in his memory, accusing him of doing nothing and questioning why he's always like this. Even the seemingly positive fact of his internship is twisted into a complaint, the only thing he's done since coming to Seoul. He muses to himself, thinking he should find a gig stacking boxes or something similar to earn some money. A soft sigh escapes him as he realizes he forgot to turn off the lights before he left the room earlier. His thoughts drift, wondering aloud how much better real life would be if it were just like a video game. If that were the case, he could probably land a pretty decent job as well. His mind conjures images of familiar game archetypes, warriors, wizards, swordsmen, the classic roles. Eventually, the weight of his thoughts and the late hour pull him into slumber, leaving him peacefully asleep in his bed. As he sleeps, a digital interface materializes, glowing with ethereal light, announcing that a regular dungeon has been entered. This message, promising a reward of 100,000 gold, floats above a sprawling, futuristic cityscape, its towering structures reaching into a bright, almost otherworldly sky. The vast urban expanse stretches endlessly, a testament to a world where digital systems and reality seem to intertwine. The system notification, a stark purple against the cosmic void, blazes into existence, announcing a regular dungeon entry and a staggering gold reward, 10 million. These impossible words hang in the vastness of space, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if projected directly onto the fabric of reality itself. The ethereal purple energy pulses, distorting the cosmic backdrop. A blinding flash of white light erupts, momentarily engulfing everything. He jolts awake, his eyes snapping open, wide with a terror that chills him to the bone. Disoriented, he pushes himself upright, surrounded by shimmering particles that drift like cosmic dust. A choked gasp escapes him as he stares, bewildered, at the impossible sight before his very eyes. The words from his dream, or perhaps his nightmare, are now undeniably real, floating in the air before him. A digital countdown continues to tick down, displaying the time until the complete connection with the Haken dimension. For years, 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes, with the seconds rapidly decreasing. As the timer reaches 25 seconds, a soft chime echoes through the space. Kang Hyun stares up at a new glowing notification, which reveals that the tutorial has a total of 8 stages, his mind reeling from the impossible information. The system reiterates the message, confirming the tutorial's 8-stage structure. He mutters the words aloud, the reality of a total of 8 stages sinking in with a heavy weight. Another notification appears, clarifying that death within the tutorial is not connected to reality, but also warning that one is unable to re-enter once they cannot try again. A sudden flash of light accompanies the system's continued display of the tutorial stages, leaving Kang Hyun in stunned silence, a gasp escaping him. His eyes wide with disbelief, he struggles to articulate his thoughts, a low groan escaping him as the implications of the system's messages become clear. Suddenly, a new figure appears within the notification window, a pink-haired woman, level 98, who greets him cheerfully, declaring this a real-time reverse game that will turn his dreams upside down. He stares, wide-eyed, as the system's words echo in his mind, the weight of his mother's sacrifice and his own past failures pressing down on him. A wave of despair washes over him, his face contorting in anguish. Yet, a flicker of hope ignites within him, a desperate thought that this might be his last chance, a final opportunity to play the one more game and change his fate. Suddenly, the system announces the tutorial's first stage is now commencing. He can only utter a confused sound, as the system reiterates its command. A question forms in his mind. What exactly is he supposed to save? Now standing on a stark, white platform, he faces a glowing system window detailing the first stage. The words Stage 1 flash prominently, underscoring the immediate challenge. Below, the clear condition is revealed. Reach the destination point at the end of the bridge, with failure meaning instant death. He stares, a single word echoing in his mind. Bridge? Suddenly, the very fabric of reality around him shatters, leaving him wide-eyed and aghast, as a searing orange glow ignites within his right eye. Before him, the digital platform gives way to a vast, crumbling chasm, a voice in his head whispering, "What?" Below, a river of molten lava churns, swallowing the forms of other participants who plummet into the fiery depths. What the hell is this? The lava bubbles and roars, a blinding flash erupting from its surface. Standing on the precipice, Kang Hyun can only utter a single, disbelieving word. Lava? He looks around, his mind reeling from the sudden, violent shift in reality, wondering what is happening. Then, his gaze falls upon other figures in the distance, and he questions who these people could possibly be. His confusion deepens as he tries to make sense of the chaotic scene unfolding around him. A chilling thought crosses his mind, a stark contrast to his current predicament. He was just in his own home. He tests the crumbling ground beneath his feet, feeling the intense heat rising from the chasm, muttering about this stupid dream and questioning if the burning sensation is real. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, calling out his name with a mixture of shock and recognition. Standing precariously on the same unstable platform, a young woman looks at him, her eyes wide with terror and surprise. He glances down at the fiery abyss, a wave of frustration washing over him as he curses the ridiculousness of this tutorial's first dream of instant death, realizing the grim reality of his situation. He continues to ponder the surreal environment, questioning if this perilous reality is truly just a dream. Meanwhile, a young woman observes him from above, her thoughts drifting to the sudden, bizarre talk of saving the earth. She calls out to him, addressing him by an unfamiliar name. He looks up, surprised, wondering if she's speaking to him, and if the name she used is even his own in this strange place. The young woman continues, challenging his dream theory by pointing out the undeniable heat of the lava below them. She presses further, questioning the possibility of natural regeneration within a dream, and suggesting that something is fundamentally wrong with their situation. Kang Hyun scoffs, acknowledging that while the brain can be deceived, the body's sensations always reveal the truth, making this dream a lie. The young woman explains that the information she received instructed her to believe it was a dream, but even within this supposed dream, death remains a very real possibility. With a decisive turn, Kang Hyun declares he's leaving. He strides forward on the ethereal path, a voice echoing his confusion, wondering what this place is and where it leads. The system's directive to reach the end of the bridge still hangs in the air, and he turns to the young woman, questioning her understanding of the task. She recoils, surprised by his directness, then dismisses the danger, reiterating her belief that this is merely a dream, a place where life holds no real consequence. He challenges her nonchalance, pointing out the precariousness of their situation. She scoffs, finding his concern absurd, convinced that the dream state negates any true peril. He finishes her thought, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. His gaze intensifies, a silent understanding passing between them. A broad, almost manic grin spreads across his face, his crimson eyes flaring with an intense, almost predatory glow. Within the depths of his glowing eye, the distant figure on the bridge is reflected, a tiny, solitary silhouette against the vast, shimmering expanse. A guttural roar echoes through the fiery chasm, the monstrous sound reverberating against the jagged rock formations. The air shimmers with intense heat, as the colossal, shadowy form of the creature looms, its glowing eyes fixed on the figures below. Its massive foot descends with crushing force, sending tremors through the unstable ground. Amidst the chaos, he stands unfazed, his crimson eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity as the young woman beside him recoils in terror. He looks across the fiery expanse at her, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he asks if she still believes this is merely a dream. Kang Hyun's gaze sharpens, his voice dripping with disdain as he suggests her limited perspective is why she clings to such a pitiful delusion. The young woman can only sigh in despair, her face etched with a mixture of fear and resignation. As the ground continues to rumble, Kang Hyun warns her not to do anything foolish, advising her to stay put if she can't move properly. Now standing over the young woman, who has collapsed onto the ground, he calmly states that she is probably safer there. The young woman, still disoriented and terrified, can only manage a weak, questioning sound. He looks down at her, his expression unreadable, and asks, "Are you still scared?" Around them, the chasm continues to glow with an intense, searing heat. The ground beneath them cracking and shifting with ominous sounds, as if the entire world is tearing itself apart. The air itself seems to hum with raw, destructive energy. Yet Kang Hyun remains unfazed, his gaze fixed on the trembling woman. He kneels before her, his voice calm despite the chaos. "Any ideas?" The woman, still clinging to the delusion, can only whisper, "It's just a very vivid nightmare." In a stark contrast to the fiery chasm, a domestic scene unfolds as a young woman admonishes Kang Hyun, reminding him that she allowed him to live there only because he claimed to be job hunting, yet he spends every waking hour drinking and playing games. Back in the present, her mind races, grappling with the impossible reality, convinced that there must be something truly unimaginable, that has transpired. Her face contorts in a mask of pure terror and disbelief. As she plunges further into the fiery abyss, still questioning if the searing heat means this is truly real. A cold, almost amused who escapes Kang Hyun's lips. As his sister collapses, trembling uncontrollably, desperately trying to justify her fear and confusion, pleading with him to stop bringing up the terrifying reality. Her body continues to shake violently, a testament to the overwhelming fear, as the narrative reflects on the plight of an unlucky older brother. With a soft poo, her last vestiges of strength give out, leaving her collapsed as Kang Hyun coldly states that this is merely a dream that continues, prompting her internal realization that he intends to keep going. His sister's voice echoes, a memory of a simpler time, reminding him, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, but then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." He wonders if this is still part of the dream, asking himself, "Maybe if I stay like this, I'll wake up on my own. There's still a possibility that this is a dream, right?" The thought trails off as the fiery chasm around them seems to respond, the ground beneath his sister's collapsed form beginning to shift. A set time has passed since the tutorial began, and with a deep, guttural rumble, the chasm floor begins to fracture, sending his sister into a fresh wave of panic. She cries out, what's happening now?" The ground beneath her glows with ominous purple energy as the cracks spread, her terror palpable. She can only manage a choked, "Ugh." Her fingers desperately claw at the crumbling earth, trying to find purchase as the chasm threatens to swallow them whole. Kang Hyun watches the chaos unfold, a faint blue aura flickering around him as the ground shatters with a sharp crack, his expression unreadable. The chasm continues its violent transformation, deepening and widening with a continuous, terrifying roar. He watches as the chasm continues its violent collapse, pulling his sister deeper into the fiery abyss. She struggles against the overwhelming force, her body being sucked into a swirling vortex of crumbling earth. A terrified scream escapes her lips as she plunges further, the fiery depths consuming her. But before she can vanish completely, Kang Hyun lunges forward, his hand shooting out to grab her, a desperate plea to run echoing in the chaos. He grips her arm tightly, trying to pull her back from the brink, even as she cries out in shock. With a firm hold, he tries to stabilize them, but the ground beneath them continues to crumble, threatening to drag them both down. Massive chunks of rock and earth break away, cascading into the inferno below. Despite his grip, the chasm's relentless destruction pulls them both, the very ground beneath their feet giving way. Together, they plunge into the fiery depths, swallowed by the collapsing world. The fiery chasm continues its violent collapse, the very walls tearing apart around him. Kang Hyun gasps, the intense heat and crushing pressure of the abyss pressing in. "It's okay," he reassures himself, his gaze fixed on the precarious, narrow bridge stretching before him. "If I don't trip, I'll reach the end," he thinks, pushing off into a desperate sprint. His path, though treacherous, is clear. The burning path stretches onward, the chasm roaring around him. He presses on, a lone figure against the inferno. His crimson eyes glow with fierce resolve, burning brighter than the flames themselves. "All right, nearly there," he exclaims, the end of the bridge finally coming into view. He pushes forward, a fierce resolve burning within him, declaring his unwavering commitment to the perilous task. His eyes blaze crimson as he sprints across the treacherous, fiery path. Every fiber of his being is concentrated on the goal ahead. But a sudden tremor shakes the very ground beneath him, and he glances back, his heart seizing as he spots a familiar figure plummeting into the abyss, calling out her name, Kang Ah-yun. The narrow bridge continues to fracture, glowing cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. Below, Kang Ah-yun looks up, a gasp of surprise escaping her lips as she tumbles further into the fiery depths. A guttural sound of determination escapes him, his jaw clenched tight. Above, massive chunks of flaming rock begin to rain down, threatening to crush everything in their path. With the chasm collapsing around them, he redoubles his efforts, racing against time to reach her. A blinding flash of white light erupts, momentarily obscuring everything. Despite the chaos, he maintains his desperate grip on his sister, as they continue their terrifying plummet through the fiery chasm. Around them, the chasm violently collapses, sending massive chunks of debris exploding into the inferno. Still falling, a grim determination settles on his face, his resolve unwavering even as the world crumbles around them. Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupts from the depths, sending a shockwave of fire and debris upwards. The chasm continues its violent destruction, a maelstrom of fire and collapsing rock. Then, as if by magic, the fiery chasm vanishes, replaced by the cool, crystalline glow of a cavern, where he finds himself sitting beside his sister, a holographic system window floating before them, announcing a level up and congratulations, you have cleared stage 1. A soft pwa escapes him, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden, impossible shift. Suspended amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, he struggles against the invisible bonds, his body unresponsive as the fiery chasm churns below. Then, abruptly, he finds himself lying on solid ground in a dimly lit cave, his sister leaning over him, a soft glow emanating from a system window nearby, as she asks if there's anything else he needs. He can only manage a grateful acknowledgement, realizing she was the one who saved his life. His attention, however, is drawn to the glowing interface, which flashes with an overwhelming series of notifications. Multiple level up messages cascade across the screen, culminating in a triumphant stage 1 cleared. He stares at the words, a mix of confusion and awe washing over him, still processing the sudden shift in his reality. A thought then sparks in his mind, a familiar phrase from a different life, wondering what truly is the number one thing a man wants to receive on his birthday. As he sits up, the system window shifts, now displaying a status window, and he realizes what he truly desires in this moment. He wants to see his status. The glowing text confirms his wish, presenting the status window clearly before him. His eyes widen with intense anticipation, eager to uncover the secrets of his newfound power. Instead of the expected system window, a different reality unfolds, as his sister, Kang Ah-yun, stands before him, her voice sharp with disapproval, reminding him that she allowed him to live there because he claimed to be job hunting, not spending every waking hour drinking and playing games. A sudden, sharp gasp escapes him, his body jolting with the force of the realization. He lies in bed, still gasping, his face etched with distress. The gasping continues, a small, unassuming box sitting beside his bed. Finally sitting up, Kang Hyun lets out a soft groan, his mind reeling as he slowly processes the abrupt shift in reality, a dawning realization that it was all just a dream. A collective thought seems to echo through the air, a shared question hanging heavy. Was it truly just a dream? The sentiment spreads, a vague sense of unease, as if many are grappling with the memory of a strange, unsettling dream. Over the sprawling cityscape, a single question mark seems to hang, reflecting the widespread bewilderment. The shared experience deepens, with some expressing similar dream encounters and others simply bewildered by the collective strangeness. A digital interface displays a post about successfully achieving a lucid dream, garnering thousands of views, likes, and comments. Further scrolling reveals a user profile with a massive balance of 200 million, suggesting a significant in-game or digital currency. The comments section buzzes with a collective query, as if everyone is experiencing the same phenomenon, asking, everyone lucid dreaming what happened? Another social media post features a powerful, muscular figure, announcing that Chainsaw is open to all who want to join, with comments urging, fight, fight, fight. The digital world fades, replaced by a breathtaking cosmic vista, with Earth and its moon suspended amidst a field of glowing particles. Overlaying this celestial display, a stark countdown appears, marking the time until the complete connection with the inner dimension at just over 9 days. The cosmic scene dissolves into an abstract swirl of vibrant purple and pink energy, pulsating with an unknown power. Above a serene, cloud-dotted sky, a flock of birds soared freely, as the distant, modern city hummed with life below. Suddenly, the quiet of an apartment was shattered as a door burst open with a sharp, echoing crack. From within, a voice called out, Ayan, followed by another, equally urgent, Hyun. Both Kang Hyun and Kang Ayan stood wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock, as he stammered about a terrifying dream of bridges over lava, a near-death experience that couldn't have been mere fantasy. He then questioned the sudden appearance of a status window, wondering if they had both experienced the same bizarre vision, only for her to snap back, demanding he simply shut up. Irritated, he pointed a finger, shouting, "Stop cutting me off." Eventually, the argument subsided, leaving him slumped on the floor, groaning softly, while she stood over him, a silent observer to his dejection. A low rumble echoes through the apartment, a physical manifestation of the tension between them. He remained silent, his expression a mix of confusion and deep concern, the weight of their shared, impossible dream pressing down on him. His sister, trying to break the heavy atmosphere, suggests they eat first, a mundane attempt to ground their reality. Outside their window, the city continues its indifferent rhythm, unaware of the strange new reality unfolding within its walls. Yet, the strange occurrences are not isolated, as a hand scrolls through a phone, revealing status window and shared dreams among the top trending topics, alongside the end of the world and apocalypse, suggesting a global awakening to the impossible. He sits across from his sister, a heavy silence hanging between them as he processes the implications of the shared dream. The truth settles in his mind. It truly wasn't just a dream. As he scrolls through his phone, the news confirms his fears. It wasn't just Korea. It seems the entire world experienced the same phenomenon. A profound sense of disbelief washes over him, wondering if this reality is truly unfolding. He shares the grim details with his sister, explaining that while the dreams don't directly affect reality, 3 out of every 10 people who experience them have died. A sigh escapes him, muttering that with how vivid the dream felt, the survival rate should have been even lower. He continues to read, noting that those who survive the dream seem to be suffering from PTSD. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he absorbs the full weight of the global crisis. His sister looks at him, her voice soft with concern, asking if it's truly all right for them to be eating so peacefully amidst such chaos. He stands by the window, observing the world outside, a world that seems to be spiraling into chaos. A quiet contemplation settles over him, his thoughts lost in the unsettling reality. His sister's voice breaks the silence, suggesting there's nothing they can do but simply eat. Seated at the table, he still ponders the implications, a silent, or maybe hanging in his mind. She looks at him, her concern evident, asking if he's truly going to give up on everything. His gaze drifts back to the window, the world outside still beckoning with its unsettling reality. Meanwhile, the streets are a maelstrom of desperation, people clawing at each other, each claiming what little they can. Hands grapple fiercely over a single item, a desperate cry of, "I had it first," echoing through the throng. Amidst the pandemonium, a lone figure preaches of divine retribution, declaring that the time of judgment has finally arrived. He stands amidst the wreckage, a silent command to destroy everything echoing in his mind. From the balcony, a quiet sigh escapes his sister. As he wonders aloud if he even needs to go to work today, she turns to him, her expression incredulous, asking if he's truly serious. Kang Hyun explains the danger of venturing outside, while Kang Ayan reminds him of the Haken dimension, the one he never properly examined when it first appeared. His phone, she notes, should have shown how much time they had left, but he had missed it. A curse escapes him as he realizes he missed the status window entirely, which now floats before them. The glowing blue interface clearly displays the countdown. The complete Haken dimension will appear in just over 4 weeks, not the 5 years they had assumed, leaving them with about 4 years left until the true end. Looking out at the chaotic streets, Ayan questions if they can truly prepare for such prolonged destruction. He considers the current chaos, believing that even if things are a mess now, they will calm down soon enough, and it would be better to just hide for the time being. His sister, Kang Ayan, looks at him, her expression unreadable. And he can't help but admit that somehow, her earlier, frustrated words are actually making sense to him. Aside from the morning's confusion, nothing else of note occurred, and by evening, most citizens had returned to their usual routines. South Korea had quieted down again in a single day, and so, the first day ended. Suddenly, a soft chime rings out, and his eyes glow with a crimson light as a new system message appears before him. It reads, "Welcome, player. Are you ready for the tutorial?" He slumps, a quiet realization escaping him, as if remembering something he had almost forgotten. He stares at the glowing system message, a new notification appearing before his eyes. It announces an unregistered skill, Resurrection, with all its details listed as unknown, prompting a thought that they need to understand what this skill truly is. A flicker of uncertainty crosses his face, wondering if this development is even a good thing. He ponders the implications, admitting to himself that he has no frame of reference to gauge its value. Yet, the unknown rank sparks a different kind of curiosity, making him question if it implies the ability to use any skill at all. A playful thought escapes him, focusing on the sheer coolness of the word itself. The skill's name, Resurrection, glows with an intense, almost overwhelming light. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Kang Hyun's face, realizing the immense power he might have just acquired. The system reiterates the skill's unknown properties, while a deeper, more ominous truth settles in. The world is about to change. As a brilliant, purple-blue rift tears open, its light spilling across the void, Kang Hyun marvels at the sheer impossibility of it all, a power so immense it feels like a cheat, ensuring he'll never again be a useless extra. In his mind's eye, he sees himself and Ayan, small figures standing on the precipice of this new reality, surrounded by shimmering particles as the world shifts around them. A surge of purple energy crackles around his clenched fist, a silent affirmation of his presence and power in this unfolding saga. His gaze sharpens with resolve, knowing that with this ability, the concept of leveling up is merely a formality, a continuous ascent without limit. A confident smile plays on his lips as he declares, "I am the amazing Resurrection Man. I can do anything." Up until this point, his new ability had filled him with an almost zealous fervor, but he couldn't even begin to imagine what lay ahead. The path forward would lead him to ancient, formidable fortresses, under skies marked by ominous, glowing symbols. He would face brutal, blood-soaked weapons, and the terrifying creatures wielding them. A monstrous, multi-eyed, goblin-like beast snarls, its fangs dripping with gore, a chilling preview of the challenges awaiting the Resurrection Man. He launches into a swift, powerful strike, a blade of blue energy extending from his arm, the attack slicing through the air with incredible speed. But his momentum is abruptly halted as a burst of red energy erupts around him, forcing him to recoil. The monstrous, green-skinned creature, its form glowing with malevolent red light, lunges forward, seizing the opportunity. It connects with a brutal blow, sending him reeling back with a cry of pain, blood splattering from the impact. Even amidst the agony, a thought flashes through his mind. The system had declared this Stage 2, a clear indication that he could now access his status. With a sudden, explosive counter, he strikes back, the force of his blow causing a violent spray of blood. A final, decisive burst of blue energy erupts, finishing the creature with a powerful impact. He lets out a heavy breath, standing over the defeated creature. Looking at his hand, he contemplates that his own strength alone might not have been enough, attributing the kill to the system's power. The monster lies still, its body mangled. A wave of nausea washes over him, the gruesome sight making him feel sick. He turns away, remembering a much larger, more terrifying creature he had encountered before, realizing the danger he had just narrowly avoided. The rough texture of a brick wall fills the view. Suddenly, a choked gasp escapes him, his eyes widening in alarm. A massive, reptilian eye with a vertical pupil stares back. He stares, frozen, at the monstrous form now fully revealed before him. A goblin snarls, its eyes burning with malice. Its weapon, a massive blade, glows with an ominous purple energy, poised to strike. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in shock, realizing there isn't just one, but two of these creatures. The system's classification flashes in his mind, a stark contradiction to the reality before him. Weren't goblins supposed to be low-level mobs for beginners? He observes the new threat, noting its immense size and the meter-long weapon it wields, far exceeding the previous goblin. With a guttural cry, the larger goblin brings its glowing purple blade down, a blur of deadly intent. Its monstrous face contorts in a snarl, red eyes fixed on its target. Before the blade can connect, Kang Hyun instinctively raises his forearm, a crimson aura flaring around it to meet the impact. The force of the blow reverberates, a loud clang echoing through the dungeon. He curses his luck, the paltry sum he earned for a full day's work still fresh in his mind. Suddenly, a brutal impact sends him reeling, a heavy thud echoing through the dungeon. The goblin snarls, its mouth crackling with an ominous blue energy. Lying helpless on the cold stone, he realizes the grim truth. He stands no chance against a goblin wielding a long sword. A swift, brutal slash tears through him, blood erupting in a violent spray. His hand, already glowing with a faint crimson aura, is now gushing blood from a deep wound. He lies amidst the gore and debris, the dungeon floor slick with his own blood, a crackling sound filling the air. More blood splatters violently across the scene. His face contorts in a silent scream of agony and despair. Gasping for air, his body racked with pain, he wonders how he can possibly survive this ordeal. His tattered clothes tear further as he is dragged or falls, the brutalization continuing. And a desperate cry escapes him as he questions why death won't claim him. Finally, his broken form lies still, a growing pool of crimson spreading beneath him. In the depths of his agony, a single thought echoes through his mind. When will this nightmare finally end? Desperate, he silently pleads. I don't care who, somebody, please save me. How much blood could a person's body truly hold? He didn't know how much he'd already expelled, but the system itself seemed to mock his suffering, driving him to the brink of madness. Only he had returned to the real world, barely clinging to life by a thread. A guttural cry escaped him, as a chilling message echoed. This is the only way out of your quandary. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Kang Ayan's eyes snapped open, wide with an unshakable terror. A loud, jarring noise pierced the silence, making her flinch and cry out in frustration, wondering why anyone would make such a racket among all the people. Her dark eyes darted nervously, reflecting the unseen source of her fear. Pulling the blanket tightly over her head, she whimpered a desperate plea, begging for it to stop. Having returned, Kang Hyun finds himself in a strange predicament, a voice questioning if he truly died from blood loss, to which he confirms, that is indeed what happened. His sister, Kang Ayan, cuts him off, exasperated, telling him to just stop, even though she admits she wasn't good at it either. Ayan, still reeling from the terrifying noise, groans in distress, the memory of her own screaming echoing in her mind. A flashback reveals an earlier confrontation, with Ayan angrily confronting her brother, reminding him she let him live there because he claimed to be job hunting, only for him to spend every waking hour drinking and playing games. Back in the present, Kang Hyun ponders the implications, asking if that means he doesn't need to go to the hospital, a question he repeats to himself. Hospital? Meanwhile, Ayan researches online, discovering that many people who returned from dungeons in the past had tragically jumped off cliffs, realizing she's not alone in her ordeal. She muses on the grim findings, then dismisses the severity, concluding that it's not that bad, and that she isn't the only one. Ayan then finds a glimmer of hope, discovering some good news. If you die, the tutorial. Having just reflected on his return, Kang Hyun looks down at his hands, a sense of relief washing over him as he acknowledges that he didn't break or anything. But his relief is short-lived as a sudden system message flashes before his eyes, announcing the activation of Stage 2 of the tutorial, plunging him in a second time. He stares wide-eyed, purple energy flaring around him, unable to believe the tutorial has already begun. A primal scream rips from his throat, his frustration boiling over as he curses the situation. The purple energy intensifies around him. He plunges downward, surrounded by the vibrant magical aura, utterly exasperated by his predicament. He lands with a sigh in a desolate, cave-like environment, a new system message appearing to inform him that as the tutorial is currently active, there will be no penalty for resurrections. He lets out a weary breath, resigned to his new reality. He had simply stared ahead, taken a nap, and then continued on for several more hours, his body feeling impossibly heavy. He had assumed the tutorial would eventually end, but seeing no sign of that happening, he wondered if he could just wait it out, even if it meant going hungry. His thoughts drifted to the mace he had picked up earlier. He had chosen it, believing it would be powerful and easy to use, but now, he wasn't so sure. Since this was a game, getting a new weapon should be simple enough, he mused, wondering if a sword might be a better choice, and deciding that he should be able to find something superior. A new resolve hardened his features. He would go and grab the strongest weapon he could find. His eyes, once weary, now gleamed with purpose. A brilliant flash of light erupted, hinting at a powerful new acquisition. The monstrous figure unleashes a powerful, glowing orange claw. It connects with brutal force, sending him reeling backward. He slams into the rocky wall, leaving a deep crater in the stone. Regaining his footing, Kang Hyun mutters, "A weapon that can't be used is just a weapon for nerds." With a fierce cry, he lunges forward, his new staff blazing with blue energy. The weapon strikes the monster, driving it back with a powerful impact. He presses the attack, his grip firm, confident that he has found his mark. The staff glows even brighter as he prepares for the final, decisive blow. His crimson eyes burn with intense focus, reflecting the weapon's light. He struggles, trying to dislodge the spear, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. His eye widens in a moment of panic, unable to free the weapon. The monstrous creature roars in agony and rage, its form racked with pain. But then, a surge of power courses through him, and he raises the glowing spear for a decisive blow. The weapon finds its mark, tearing through the monster's flesh. A violent crimson spray erupts from the impact. Suddenly, he jolts awake in his bed, a cold sweat beading on his forehead, the lingering terror of the memory still clinging to him. He had only just drifted off, the sounds of his restless sleep filling the quiet room. Clutching his chest, he mutters to himself, the realization dawning that he had only died briefly a short while ago, and now he understands. As his life story is recounted into a tutorial system, he stares at his phone, a wry smile playing on his lips as he considers the prompt. Save the world, is that right? For the current challenge, Tutorial, Stage 2, Round 3, he had opted for a shield and sword, and now, looking at his virtual avatar, he wonders aloud if his choice of weapon is surprising. No, he decides, holding up his phone to reveal the game's interface. Today it's a sword, a weapon he'd spent an entire day studying on YouTube. In the virtual arena, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes challenges him, ready for the fight to begin. With a surge of blue energy, Kang Hyun lunges forward, his newly chosen sword glowing as he shouts a defiant challenge to his opponents. A powerful impact echoes through the virtual space as his attack connects, but the shadowy figures surrounding him are more numerous than he anticipated. Overwhelmed, he recoils, a look of terror on his face, as the enemies close in, banging up on him from all sides. He gritted his teeth, the shadowy figures overwhelming him from all sides, their relentless attacks tearing at his defenses. He could only wonder if this was truly happening, or if he was still dreaming. But a fierce resolve ignited within him, and he vowed to eliminate every single one of them. His crimson eyes burned with defiance. Yet, the system's voice echoed, warning him that his current abilities were insufficient, and urging him to give up. Ignoring the warnings, he drew his sword, a flash of steel cutting through the oppressive darkness. But the shadowy figures were too fast, too numerous, and he was struck again, the system coldly informing him that his vitality had reached its limit. Despite the defeat, a notification chimed, revealing that through his efforts, his vitality had increased, a stat-up earned through sheer hard labor. He collapsed to the ground, defeated but not broken, his mind already calculating how many more hours it would take to reach the next level. The system displayed his current stats, level 1, with basic strength, agility, and vitality, along with a unique innate ability, resurrection. A system window displays his current attributes, vitality at 8, magic power at 14, and one additional skill point available. He ponders, realizing he must have acquired that point when he passed the previous stage. His mind races, processing the implications of his newfound abilities. He admits to himself that he was so consumed by the fight, he completely forgot about it, certainly not due to any lack of intelligence on his part. Deciding to invest the point, he chooses strength, preparing to face the shadowy opponent before him. He engages the monstrous shadow, contemplating the immense strength required to overcome it, knowing he needs more training. Overwhelmed by the shadowy figures, he screams in defiance, vowing to kill them despite the odds. Though the tutorial's second stage ends in failure, he acknowledges his current limits, finding satisfaction in the vitality he gained, knowing he can simply try again. Through relentless effort, he continues to train, his strength steadily increasing, fueled by the knowledge that resurrection allows him endless attempts. He found himself once again facing two goblins at the front of the horde, his shield raised defensively, but despite his growing familiarity with physical abilities and combat skill, it still wasn't enough to face off against the rest of the goblins. Defeated once more in tutorial stage 2, round 7, he lay on the ground, reflecting on his sword swings, knowing he had to push harder. So he swung his sword around, again and again, his eyes burning with fierce resolve as a powerful aura flared around him. A notification flashed, confirming his skill, sword mastery, had leveled up, and he let out a primal scream of exertion. But even with his improved skill, the relentless training took its toll, and he was defeated once more, collapsing amidst fading magical energy. Lying exhausted on the ground, a faint sting of pain lingered, but a new system message confirmed his perseverance had paid off. His sword mastery ability had finally reached its highest possible rank, EX. Lying on the cold ground, a wave of exhaustion washing over him, he can only stare up at the ceiling, a single thought echoing in his mind. He made it. A system message then flashes before his eyes, confirming his achievement. Congratulations! Your sword mastery skill has reached EX rank. You have achieved the highest rank possible for this skill. As a reward, you have acquired the skill Sword of the Victor. Overwhelmed, he repeats the words, a raw, disbelieving joy bubbling up from deep within him. I made it. Rising to his feet, he faces a glowing archway, a profound sense of gratitude washing over him as he bows deeply. Thank you. Thank you. His hand instinctively finds the hilt of his sword, a cold resolve hardening his gaze as he addresses his unseen tormentors. You goblin bastards. A manic grin spreading across his face, his eyes glowing with fierce crimson energy. You're all dying today. His grip tightens on the sword, its blade glinting, ready for the slaughter. In the second stage of the tutorial, 5 goblins stood in his path, 2 in the castle, 3 in the forest. The first 2 were simple enough. He easily dispatched one head-on and ambushed the other with his shadow, finishing it with a swift sword strike. Leaping through the air, he closed the distance to the next foe. But the final goblin, the last one in the forest, proved to be a far greater challenge. He engaged it in a fierce struggle, his movements blurring with speed as blue energy flared around him. The creature reeled back, its face contorted in shock from the impact. Then, with a final, decisive blow, he delivered a powerful punch, purple energy erupting from his fist. The attack's path, a shimmering arc of blue energy, cuts through the air with a sharp whoosh. As Kang Hyun, surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, unleashes a powerful aerial slash, feeling his vitality drain with every surge of power. The rapid, energy-infused sword strike continues its deadly trajectory, a focused effort to overcome his foe. And with a final, swift motion, he lands the attack, embedding the effect of his lowest-grade mastery directly into the opponent's body. The goblin lets out a guttural cry as the blade pierces its head, its monstrous face contorting in agony. Kang Hyun stands, his blue aura fading, the exhaustion evident on his face, realizing he had already expended so much vitality fighting the previous 4 creatures. With a determined grip, his hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, a faint blue glow still emanating from the blade. Then, with a resounding clang, a powerful, explosive burst of red and orange energy erupts, shattering the air around him. As the dust settles, his sword remains embedded in the ground, a stark reminder that the difference in vitality between him and his foe was simply too great. Kang Hyun continues his relentless assault, his sword flashing with a vibrant blue energy as he strikes. The monster snarls, lunging forward with its claws, but he meets its ferocity with another powerful swing. Despite the searing pain coursing through his body, he knows he cannot yield here, not now. With a sudden shift in momentum, he delivers a swift, precise kick, declaring the monster's predictable movements too obvious. Following through with the momentum, his blade slices through the air, finding its mark once more. The goblin-like creature lets out a guttural roar of agony, its face contorted in pain. Bracing himself, he presses his hand firmly against the ground, gathering every last ounce of his remaining strength. With a final, resolute declaration, he unleashes a devastating attack that shatters the very earth beneath him. The monster lets out a final, desperate shriek, its defeat echoing through the dungeon. He delivers a powerful, mid-air kick, sending the monstrous creature reeling back with a sickening crunch. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he follows up with another swift strike to its neck, a silent declaration of his unwavering resolve. With a guttural cry, he brings his sword down in a final, powerful arc, aiming to end the brutal encounter. The monster's eye flares with a dying light as the blade connects, its massive form collapsing under the force of the blow. Blood splatters across the ground as the creature finally falls, its reign of terror brought to an abrupt end. Exhausted, he kneels beside the fallen foe, the words of a past life echoing in his mind. I've never felt so bad about my own life, your level. A deep cut mars his cheek as he clutches his neck, gasping for breath, a wry thought crossing his mind that the fight was so tedious, he almost wished for death. Suddenly, a holographic message materializes before him, announcing his success. Congratulations, you have cleared stage 2. 2 more notifications appear, detailing his rewards. You obtained a random stat AS the clear reward, and you may choose a weapon AS the clear reward. Following his hard-won victory, the system confirms his success, announcing that stage 2 is now clear, and the quality of his rewards has been greatly increased. A wave of triumph washes over him as he realizes he has won, and with it, a level up. This is the kind of power he has always craved, a power that will allow him to crush those subhuman goblin bastards. A wild, unrestrained laugh erupts from his chest, echoing his sheer elation. Time passes, and the world outside continues its rhythm, unaware of the battles fought within. Back in the quiet of an apartment, a female voice breaks the silence, suggesting she's feeling hungry and sleepy. Kang Hyun, engrossed in his phone, lets out a thoughtful hum, realizing that 12 hours have already passed since his last ordeal. He takes a sip from his cup, a weary sigh escaping him. He recoils, a sudden shock rippling through him, while the young woman beside him echoes his alarm, wondering aloud what just happened. Then, a system notification appears, declaring the tutorial officially over, announcing that its functions are now freely accessible outside the training environment. Ayan can only utter a bewildered what? As they both stand in their kitchen, still processing the implications of the announcement. Before they can fully comprehend, a new, ominous notification appears, proclaiming that dungeons have been activated. The two stare, wide-eyed, at the unfolding digital reality, the weight of the announcement settling heavily upon them. A deep purple glow emanates from Kang Hyun's eye, mirroring the strange energy now pulsing from a nearby houseplant. The phenomenon isn't isolated. The same vibrant, ethereal purple light now bathes a distant city building, casting an otherworldly pallor over the urban landscape. On the streets below, a lone figure walks towards the glowing structure, as others in the background pause, captivated by the sudden, dramatic change. Back in their apartment, Kang Hyun and Ayan exchange a look of dawning comprehension, the young woman finally voicing the terrifying question, a dungeon? A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as a stark system message flashes across the sky, declaring that what just happened is now officially a dungeon. Across the globe, the system's declaration rings true, as dungeons activate and become operational, even transforming iconic landmarks like the Taj Mahal into glowing, purple-hued structures. From the pyramids to the Eiffel Tower, the world's most recognizable sites are engulfed in the same ethereal glow, accompanied by a chilling warning. Failure to clear a dungeon within a set time frame will cause its gate to fully open, unleashing whatever lies within. This purple energy spreads like a virus, a visual representation of the system's decree that each dungeon will remain active until its core is completely destroyed, a new, terrifying reality settling over the planet. As the dungeons activated, the world plunged into an even greater chaos than the first day of the system's arrival, a grim truth reflected in the eyes of Kang Hyun and Kang Ayan as they watched the unfolding events on their screen. He and his sister remained indoors, diligently searching for any information they could find about the sudden global phenomenon. It quickly became clear that this was no mere coincidence, as the system messages confirmed the world had fundamentally changed, even stating that those who had registered their birthdays could now participate in the dungeons. The situation was completely irreversible. He scrolled through the endless stream of online chatter, dismissing the rampant misinformation about dungeons in the media, and noted that those who had already cleared the tutorial, the so-called talents, were being recruited left and right, while others were simply left behind. Clicking away from the news, he decided it wasn't his concern, at least not yet. Suddenly, a system message popped up, revealing a status window that seemed incredibly cool, allowing him to open and close it repeatedly, wondering if this was truly real life. The most important thing was that these windows could be used. With a surge of excitement, he reached out, willing his own to appear, commanding it to come out. And just like that, his own status window materialized before him, a clear display of his current state. He absorbed the information, processing the implications of this new reality, understanding how it all worked. A thought struck him. Since the tutorial consisted of 8 stages, and he had only repeated stage 1, someone else must have already passed through it entirely. He continues to scroll through the information, learning that only a few people have cleared the tutorial, and even fewer have shared their experiences. A sigh escapes him, as he realizes the scarcity of reliable data, but a new resolve hardens his expression. He clenches his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind. He won't suffer the same fate as before, and he will clear stage 3 cleanly. That night, under the glow of a full moon, the world prepares for the next challenge. Tutorial Stage 3. From the depths, a monstrous entity with a tribal mask and multiple eyes begins to form, its presence radiating an ominous power. Elsewhere, a man with wild, dark hair and glowing yellow eyes declares with fierce determination that he will kill the monster soon. Kang Hyun finds himself clad in a ghillie suit, a camouflage garment designed for stealth, a situation that brings with it misgivings about infiltration and assassination. His new mission is clear. He must defeat the Orca chief, a task he approaches with the confidence of knowing he's among the best. As he moves through the dense forest, a status window appears before him, revealing his current level and base stats, all set at a uniform 10. He can hear his targets now, and with a sense of satisfaction, he realizes this is how a proper status window should look, filled with potential. Yet, a question lingers in his mind. Why hasn't he used shield or healing magic here? He admits he's still getting used to his new abilities, unsure if he can even access them yet. Kang Hyun, still clad in his ghillie suit, considers his options, deciding to allocate his points to the skills he needs most right now, strength and vitality. He ponders if there's anything else he should be checking. Suddenly, a new system prompt appears before him, asking if he wishes to examine his inventory. With a soft, ethereal glow, the inventory window materializes, displaying a grid of empty slots. His hand reaches out, tapping the ethereal interface. A new message flashes across the screen, catching his attention. A wide grin spreads across his face as he exclaims his excitement, finding this system to be the coolest thing he's encountered so far. Satisfied, he confirms that he's finished checking everything. Now fully prepared, he sets off into the dense forest, ready to find those orcas, or whatever they're called. Deep within the overgrown ruins, he moves with cautious determination, knowing he's almost reached his target, with 2 more creatures still to find. Spotting a hulking orca with its primitive tusks and fur, he wonders if he'll have to force his way through. Hiding amidst the dense foliage, a wave of primal fear washes over him, leaving him utterly paralyzed and soaked in his own terror. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites in his crimson eyes, and he shouts a defiant stop. The orca, caught off guard by the sudden challenge, turns with a surprised grunt. Before it can react further, a shimmering, golden liquid erupts from Kang Hyun, beginning his assault. He stares ahead, a grimace of fear and determination twisting his features. He knows he must endure this trial. The system notification confirming his path, a testament to his perseverance and strength. His spear ignites with a golden glow, and Kang Hyun charges, a fierce battle cry escaping his lips, driving the glowing weapon straight into the orca's head. Blue energy erupts around him as he follows through, the monster recoiling from the devastating blow, before collapsing to the ground, defeated. He plunges his weapon into the monstrous creature, its guttural roar echoing through the cavern. But the sheer number of smaller foes overwhelms him, sending him crashing down amidst their ranks. Under the cold gaze of the full moon, a circle of flickering torches illuminates the makeshift arena. As he desperately tries to escape across a rickety wooden platform, only to find himself completely surrounded, trapped in the center of their menacing formation. A wry smile touches his lips as he realizes the futility of escape, deciding instead to embrace the fight he's always craved. With a roar of defiance, he challenges his tormentors, his eyes flaring crimson as a system notification confirms the activation of Berserker's Rage. He lunges forward, a crimson blur, tearing through the first wave of enemies as Stage 1, Round 2 begins. With his eyes burning crimson, he unleashes a primal roar, challenging the horde before him as the system confirms his Berserker's Rage is active for 10 minutes, boosting all his stats by 50%, though at the cost of continuously draining his health. Having crawled through the dungeon for 10 grueling hours, he leaps into the fray, a whirlwind of fury against the Gorka warriors, vowing to eliminate every single one. These creatures, known to hunt only during the day, recoil from his relentless assault, their masks unable to hide their shock. The cave, their nest during daylight hours, becomes a chaotic battleground as he carves a path through their ranks. The sounds of combat echo through their crude shelters, a cacophony of blows and desperate cries. He swings his blade with savage precision, each strike fueled by the raw power coursing through him. Despite the blood streaking his face, he stands firm, declaring his presence with unwavering resolve. His crimson eyes burn brighter, the purple aura of his rage intensifying around him. A sudden, sharp system alert flashes into existence, a gun-like interface materializing with a surprised exclamation. Awakening abruptly to a guttural, grinding sound, he bolts upright in bed, his eyes wide with confusion. As a powerful purple aura erupts around him, he rises, the energy flaring with a distinct sound. A status window appears before him, revealing a new skill, Raging Line Roar, which reduces incoming damage by half and transfers all debuffs to the enemy. He stares at the text, bewildered by the sudden change to his body and the nature of this unexpected ability. The window further details the skill's duration of 10 minutes and a 1-hour cooldown, leaving him in utter disbelief at its sheer power. A sharp grunt escapes him, his jaw clenching in a mix of shock and resolve. With his purple aura now radiating intensely, he takes a ready stance, the energy crackling around him. The gun-like interface reappears, emitting a curious, questioning sound. He firmly grips something, his hand ready for whatever comes next. He stands victorious, the last monster falling before him, blue energy still crackling around his form. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he muses, everyone has a plan, until they get punched in the mouth. He adds, almost as an afterthought, just kidding. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupts, coalescing into a book-like form. The light intensifies, bursting with a powerful, resonant sound. A system window materializes before him, proclaiming, congratulations, you have cleared Stage 3. The message shifts, revealing the rewards. Stage 3 clear rewards. Skill, Raging Lion Roar, LV.1. Skill, Instant Recovery, LV.1. Stat points, 10. Gold, 100,000. Details of the new abilities appear. Skill, Raging Lion Roar, LV.1. Reduces incoming damage by 50% and transfers all debuffs to the enemy, lasting 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Skill, Instant Recovery, LV.1. Recovers 10% of max HP with a 1-minute cooldown. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he considers, I broke through Stage 3 in just one day. Considering it took me a week to clear Stage 2, this is a huge improvement. Reflecting on his rapid growth, he arrives at a single, undeniable conclusion. With a surprised expression, his face smudged with dirt and blood, he stands amidst a fading purple aura, a testament to his recent battle. He muses, wondering if his progress is merely average, or if he's still months behind some unseen benchmark, even as a full month has already passed since that thought first crossed his mind. 25 days have now passed since he cleared Stage 3, and the speed of his growth feels unbelievable, propelling him already to Stage 4. All his challenges have been cleared in record time, never once facing defeat or delay, leaving him to ponder, the endurance? Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the apartment, causing his sister to flinch back, her hand flying up in alarm. Clutching her head, she groans, ugh, my head is spinning around. What's going on? You know, I've had a complaint about you, right? He casually replies, huh? Why did you get hit in the head with an arrow or something today? I cleared it. As they sit together, eating, she finally understands, remarking, oh, I was wondering why you threw such a fit. I guess I wouldn't do it anymore. As his sister attempts to congratulate him, a sudden realization or shock causes him to flinch back, his expression twisting in surprise. Noticing his sudden change, she asks if something happened to his dream, or why his face looks so strange. A voice questions why Kang Hyun always appears so terrible, and his crimson eyes flash with irritation at the thought of these fools bothering him again. At a table, a companion urges him to lighten up, reminding him he's supposed to be job hunting, but Hyun's attention is caught by something else. He reads a message on a small device, a blunt rejection stating his project is pointless and will not proceed. Later, in a dimly lit dungeon, he and his companions discuss the rejection, which cited a lack of party members and a low dungeon score, as they stand near the entrance where parties typically begin their descent. They recall the previous group's concerns about retreating due to insufficient rations to take the party into the dungeon. Hyun's eyes glow crimson once more as he muses that perhaps he was rejected because he was simply too good for the dungeon. He had roved every dungeon and scaled every tower, his past a testament to relentless effort and overwhelming power. Yet, a younger version of himself once wondered, isn't this too much pain? What was the reason for me to fail? Now, the system's cold, hard truth echoed those old doubts. Insufficient skill, failed to meet minimum requirements for the rank, repeated multiple times, leaving him to ponder the word, failure. I failed. Meanwhile, in a different, darker memory, Ayun's eyes glowed with a fierce, crimson light, a guttural sound escaping her lips as dark particles swirled around her. Her face contorted with the intensity of the moment, the glowing red in her eyes burning brighter. She roared, a primal scream echoing the days spent in sacred dungeons amidst monstrous roars, a fierce resolve hardening her expression. Swallow everything and become the predator, Ayun. Back in the present, a faint smirk played on Kang Hyun's lips, a soft chuckle escaping him as he looked at a screen. Across from him, Ayun recounted her own struggles, insisting, no, really, I'm not even kidding. I used to be a total noob. I had to use my body to take hits. He stares down, a question forming in his mind, then a soft tap echoes. A memory of pure, unadulterated rage washes over him, the thought of returning to that hell, of his brother, his family, and everything else, making him sick. In a desperate dungeon, his companions plead for a core, fearing their impending demise. But Kang Hyun has heard enough, his eyes flaring crimson as a potent, red aura erupts from his hand. The force of his attack sends one figure reeling, while another, already on the ground, cries out his name in shock. He continues his assault, his blade cutting through the air with a sharp, decisive motion. With a fierce resolve, he declares that from this moment, his words are absolute, and refusal means death. A terrified young man can only stammer, questioning the sheer madness of the situation unfolding around him. Then, a sickening impact echoes through the space, followed by the brutal spray of blood. One of the shadowy figures, its eyes glowing crimson, issues a chilling, final warning, its voice laced with menace. The young man and his companion recoil, groaning in pain and fear from the brutal assault. Bloodied but resolute, Kang Hyun steps forward, a faint blue aura beginning to emanate from him, his voice firm as he declares that they must simply follow his lead, for he knows the way. The system itself seems to echo his absolute authority, warning of deadly consequences for any who might defy him. He moves with sudden, explosive speed, his weapon a blur of blue energy as he strikes a skeletal foe. His grip tightens, knuckles white, on the heavy blunt weapon. With a powerful, arcing swing, he smashes the skeletal monster, blue energy exploding on impact. His blue-tinged fist connects with the skeletal monster's skull, shattering it with a sharp crack. As the last of the immediate threats fall, one of his companions confirms the area is clear, having dispatched the final shadowy creature. Another companion, wide-eyed, can only stammer, barely believing they've truly killed them all. But the respite is short-lived, as an overhead view reveals a vast number of shadowy figures, their glowing eyes fixed on the group, indicating the true scale of the dungeon's inhabitants. Undeterred, Kang Hyun focuses on a massive, pulsating red orb, identifying it as the dungeon's core. A shadowy voice echoes, suggesting they only need to break its support to defeat it. Kang Hyun, gripping his glowing staff, agrees with a confident declaration that it's simple enough. With a powerful surge of blue energy, he unleashes a devastating attack, striking the core's support and instantly receiving system notifications. The dungeon boss has been defeated, and he has obtained both the core of the dungeon and the dungeon key. A system notification flashes, announcing a level increase. Reflecting on the recent dungeon clear, he considers his gains from stage 4 to be quite satisfactory. There was no need to elaborate on his rapidly improving statistics, as his status window clearly displayed his name, title, level, and significantly boosted attributes like strength, agility, and vitality, along with his unique resurrection ability. He could also review the various items dropped by the monsters, though he still wasn't sure what two of the more unusual ones were for. Among them, a shadow shard and a mana core stood out, which he instinctively felt would be useful for something if he kept them. Beyond the items, he had also acquired the skill Cleave, E, which promised to increase the lethality of his blade and could be used as both a regular attack and a skill, though it was highly reliant on mana. And as a final clear reward, he received the accessory, Ring of Strengthened Will, its icon glowing with a fiery aura. However, despite all these gains, his biggest acquisition was something far more personal. As he pushed against a wall, a soft thud echoing in the quiet room. Sweat dripping from his brow, he continued his rigorous training, pushing his body through countless repetitions, each grunt and exhale a testament to his unwavering determination. His sister's voice cuts through the quiet apartment, accusing him of wasting his time, having let him stay there only because he promised to look for work. A soft vibration from his phone on the floor catches his attention, pulling him from his thoughts. He picks it up, wondering if it's just another advertisement. But the screen displays a stark emergency alert, a dungeon break confirmed in the city center, demanding immediate evacuation. Suddenly, the city erupts in chaos, monsters tearing through buildings as desperate cries for help echo through the streets. Goblins swarm the urban landscape, their guttural cackles mixing with the sounds of destruction. A bloody hand lies discarded, a grim testament to the brutal invasion. More goblins surge forward, their crude weapons glinting amidst the chaos. One strikes with a vicious blow, splattering blood across the ruined street. An emergency alert blares from his phone, announcing a level 3 dungeon break in the city center, demanding immediate evacuation, and he wonders if this is truly happening today, frustrated that his previous request to clear the area had been ignored. With a fierce resolve hardening his expression, he bursts into a run, vowing to win, knowing that Ayan is in grave danger, and curses the unfolding situation. As he pushes forward, his thoughts race, realizing he desperately needs something to use as a weapon. He curses the inconvenient location, frustrated that there isn't even a proper dungeon nearby. His eyes narrow with intense focus, and he snatches a kitchen knife from the counter, a makeshift solution for the impending fight. Above the chaos, the sky remains a serene, indifferent blue. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion tearing through the environment. Every second feels like an eternity as he pushes himself harder, questioning if he can truly help, lamenting how long it's been since he last fought. Meanwhile, the city streets are overrun, grotesque goblins tearing through buildings and causing widespread chaos. He crouches low, his expression grim, ready to face the onslaught. From the debris-strewn street, a horde of goblins charges forward, their crude weapons glinting. As more of the monstrous creatures surge from the shadows, Kang Hyun clenches his fist, a frustrated exclamation escaping him, knowing he can't afford to hold back. He acknowledges the difficulty, admitting to himself that he still can't properly hear the monsters, but resolves to fight regardless. With a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance, his fist connecting with brutal force against a goblin's face. A streak of blue energy trailing behind him as he moves with impossible swiftness, striking another. But even with his speed, a glancing blow lands, leaving a cut on his cheek. Yet he stands firm, his kitchen knife now plunged into the chest of a fallen foe, his gaze unwavering. High above the bustling city, a modern skyscraper gleams under the midday sun. Inside, a sudden, violent tremor rips through the office, sending a jarring con-connect sound echoing through the space, as two men brace themselves against the unexpected force. A woman nearby recoils in alarm, her eyes wide with fear as the disturbance intensifies. Amidst the growing panic, a thought surfaces, questioning the nature of the unfolding disaster, while a phone screen displays mundane chat messages, oblivious to the immediate danger. But Kang Hyun's crimson eyes blaze with intense focus, a powerful KH sound accompanying the surge of his abilities, as he prepares to confront the unseen threat. The woman flees in terror, her movements a blur against the continuing Kang connect of the building's distress, as others scramble for safety. Then, with a deafening quang, a concentrated burst of energy erupts, shattering its target into a cloud of glowing particles and debris. Kang Hyun's foot lands with a soft TK amidst the wreckage, a splatter of blood marking the spot where the object once stood. Looking at the devastation, he offers a casual, almost apologetic remark. "Oops, I accidentally broke it." His face streaked with blood, eyes burning crimson, Kang Hyun unleashes a primal scream, a desperate declaration of presence. The sheer force of his power rips through the surroundings, shattering the very air with concussive blasts and sending debris flying in every direction. Amidst the wreckage of a shattered barrier, a group of bewildered personnel stares at the bloodied Kang Hyun, who stands as the epicenter of the destruction. A young woman, her eyes wide with shock, gasps, wondering aloud who could have caused such devastation, before recognizing the figure as Miss Ah Yun's older brother. Another colleague, equally stunned, can only stammer out a question about the impossible setup, while Ah Yun herself looks on with a mix of concern and disbelief. Kang Hyun, his face streaked with blood and a bewildered expression, seems to be grappling with the situation himself. He finally speaks, his voice tinged with confusion, demanding to know who they are and how they could have destroyed the barrier so completely. From the back, the department chief, his face contorted in anger, shouts about the encroaching monsters, his concern for the facility overriding his shock. Kang Hyun, looking down in apparent remorse, offers a quiet apology, admitting his inability to fully control his immense strength. As the full scope of the destruction becomes clear, with Kang Hyun standing atop a pile of rubble, another voice calmly suggests that perhaps he doesn't need to be too sorry, leaving the others in stunned silence. A young man stares into a reflective surface, his thoughts consumed by the sheer number of monsters he's encountered, wondering if anyone could face such a horde alone. Meanwhile, deep within a perilous dungeon, Kang Hyun, bloodied and resolute, confronts a menacing Goblin King and its minions, urging himself to hold on just a little longer. Back in the control room, the department chief expresses his frustration, concerned that Kang Hyun's reckless actions could lead to his demise, while Ah Yun watches with a worried expression. As he turns to leave, the chief demands to know where he's going, accusing him of being everywhere while he was gone, having cleared an impossible 100 floors. With crimson eyes burning with resolve, Kang Hyun simply states that if he doesn't continue, he won't be able to sleep or eat. Later, in a quiet moment, water pours from a bottle, a simple act of sustenance. Ah Yun questions the casual waste, reminding him that they don't know how long they'll be stuck, so they should conserve their resources. As she tends to his bandaged chest, Kang Hyun curtly tells her to be quiet, acknowledging that treating his wounds is their only option. He sits, head bowed, as his sister's voice rings with frustration, reminding him that she allowed him to stay only because he claimed to be job hunting. Yet, she continues, every waking hour is now spent drinking and playing games, while he simply observes the rapid regeneration of his arm, a process that feels almost too fast, too perfect. He wonders if his regeneration skill is truly working as intended, or if it's merely a temporary effect. He acknowledges the incredible speed of his recovery, even as she berates him for his recklessness, for getting beaten up by mere monsters, despite his formidable power. She insists that even if he clears 100 floors, he shouldn't be so careless. He simply shrugs off her concern, a scoff escaping him as he admits it was indeed cool to get beaten up, a sentiment that only fuels her exasperation. She retorts that he deserved the beating. Later, bandaged and resting, he muses that while everyone else might think his actions are foolish, he sees things differently. Now in a more formal setting, dressed in a suit, he recalls how his senior had been trying to set him up with someone. He turns to his sister, a mischievous glint in his eye, asking if she's interested in the prospect. Outside at night, she blushes furiously, chastising him for speaking so loudly about such things, while he, feigning ignorance, asks what she's saying. The city lights twinkle around them, a silent witness to their playful banter. He stares at the glowing screen before him, a sudden realization dawning on his face. A soft sigh escapes him, as he mutters about having been too out of it to remember such a thing. The system then presents a new message, its implications hanging in the air, a simple "yeah, so," appearing on the display. A figure within the system's interface then speaks, her voice seemingly challenging, asking what he has to say, before suggesting they all talk it over. As a group of women appear on the screen, the system questions the nature of this situation. The system continues to display information, detailing a succubus blind date scenario, where the goal is to capture the hearts of the succubi and clear the 100th floor. One of the succubi is highlighted, described as absorbing energy, though the speaker notes they don't look particularly gorgeous. Two more elegant figures appear, prompting a question about whether all the gorgeous women are here, and if they are all going to have a blind date. As the system's bizarre display concludes, Kang Ah-yun turns to her brother, asking for his thoughts, to which he can only respond with a bewildered, "What?" His sister, Ah-yun, presses him, asking, "The succubus. Who do you think the best girl is?" She adds, "Wow, she's even prettier up close." He manages a slight smile, still processing the bizarre question. "I'm still not." He muses, his expression shifting to confusion. His sister, now enveloped in a soft purple glow, reveals her true nature. "I thought she was just a regular girl, but..." A system window materializes, detailing a mythical ring of strengthened immunity, capable of warding off demonic aura and enhancing effectiveness, a relic supplied to the demonic knights of the 100th floor. Later, by a crackling campfire, his sister lets out a thoughtful humph, while he sits silently, watching the flames flicker. The system continues to unfold, describing the first stage as a circus of hellfire, followed by a weak-looking goblin battle with goblins in stage 2. He had needed a monster for his research, but now, an opportunity to realize that goal had presented itself. In a month, he would begin his research project, and until then, he would simply be biding his time, curious about what he would be able to achieve with them, taking it as a good sign for his plan. He quickly masked his expression, remembering that the system had clearly stated he would become a target if he learned her identity. Even if he knew her identity, it wasn't over yet, and he wasn't entirely sure if she was a succubus or a human, especially if she had transformed into a human. This was another act of basing himself on the other side, and since the night was already under his control, he would have to approach the 100th floor as soon as possible. He decided he should sleep on it, the sound of crackling fire echoing in his mind. As he drifted off to sleep, a soft snore escaped him. Waking up, he noticed the unfamiliar ceiling, his hand resting on the bed. He quickly sat up, realizing he was at Ah-yun's company, facing her, the department chief, and another man. He stirs, his eyes fluttering open to find Ah-yun standing over him, her voice sharp with accusation. She reminds him that she allowed him to stay because he claimed to be job hunting. But then a vivid, terrifying memory flashes through his mind, a dark-haired woman with glowing red eyes choking him, her hand radiating a sinister crimson energy. Ah-yun's voice cuts through the vision, wondering if that girl had killed him in his sleep. Shaken, he can only manage a confused, "What did you say?" Outside, the city is in chaos, a military vehicle tearing through the streets, kicking up dust and debris, its heavy tires crushing everything in its path. Soldiers move with practiced precision, their rifles spitting fire as they engage unseen threats. One of them taking careful aim before unleashing a burst of gunfire. The bullets find their mark, tearing into grotesque, green-skinned monsters, one of them screaming as it takes a direct hit. While back inside, he stares out the window, a silent witness to the unfolding battle. The monster's the problem with his soul, he thinks, believing it's all over now. A sharp gasp escapes him, his eyes wide with a reflection of the chaos unfolding outside. He's certain he felt something dangerous, as the street below erupts in a fierce battle between soldiers and green-skinned creatures. Almost like a palpable threat, the fight rages on, a monstrous claw reaching out amidst the gunfire, causing him to let out another startled gasp. On the ground, a soldier swiftly reloads his rifle, joining his comrades who are already unleashing a barrage of fire, one of them taunting another about their speed. "You idiot, you're slower than me." He curses under his breath, the chaos unfolding before him feeling like a nightmare he can't escape. The sounds of gunfire echo through the ruined streets as soldiers desperately engage the monstrous green-skinned creatures, their weapons spitting fire. One soldier lunges forward, his blade carving a bloody path through a creature's flesh. Yet, despite the direct hits, the monster barely flinches, its thick hide deflecting the bullets as if they were pebbles. The soldiers watch in stunned disbelief, their faces contorted in shock as their attacks prove futile. One of them shouts, wondering aloud how their bullets could have no effect. The monster stands its ground, bullets sparking harmlessly off its armored hide. Its form remains unyielding, a testament to its terrifying durability. With a guttural roar, the creature unleashes a wave of raw power, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy as the bullets continue to fail. The monstrous green-skinned creature, eyes blazing crimson, launches itself into the air with a guttural roar, crashing down with enough force to shatter the very ground beneath it. Soldiers open fire, their bullets impacting the beast as one of them screams, "What is that thing?" A commander shouts, "Driver, hit the gas," and a military vehicle surges forward, ramming into the creature while its mounted guns unleash a barrage. But the bullets merely ping off its skin, leaving not a scratch. Enraged, the monster glows with a malevolent purple aura, leaping high above the vehicle, as the soldiers below can only gasp in terror, before a violent impact sends blood spraying across the scene. The colossal green monster continues its devastating assault, a powerful shockwave erupting from its form, tearing through the surrounding environment. Military vehicles and personnel are tossed aside like toys, the sheer force of the creature's power rendering all resistance futile. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun clutches his arm, his crimson eyes widening in disbelief at the scale of destruction. He surveys the devastation, the ruined city and scattered bodies painting a grim picture of the monster's wrath. The green monster stands triumphant over the wreckage, a silent testament to its overwhelming might. But Kang Hyun's shock quickly gives way to fierce resolve, his eyes glowing with an intense, determined light. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he lunges forward, his weapon arcing towards the monster. His attack connects with immense force, a vibrant red and purple aura flaring around the monster as it recoils. The intense magical energy continues to surge, engulfing the monstrous form in a brilliant, destructive glow. A low, guttural rumble echoes through the urban landscape, where military vehicles stand poised amidst the ruins. Suddenly, a soldier, clad in camouflage and a tactical mask, reacts with a sharp intake of breath, muttering, "Ugh, what is it?" His gaze shifts, a chilling thought forming in his mind. No way did they break through the barrier. Clutching his head as if in pain, he reports his location, demanding, "Red Dog, report current location. Damn it, what the hell came out?" His eyes widen in horror as a monstrous green form looms into view, its eerie red glow reflecting on his face as he gasps, "Ugh, this is..." A wave of recognition washes over him. Damn it, that's what Kang Hyun said. His gaze then snaps to something else, his expression shifting to utter disbelief. A civilian? As Kang Hyun plummets from above, directly towards the monstrous threat, the soldier shouts in exasperation, You're really crazy." A soldier, rifle raised, shouts defiance at the monstrous threat before him, determined to hold the line. But with a sickening click, his weapon jams, leaving him wide-eyed and vulnerable. As the monster's green aura intensifies, the soldier realizes his desperate situation, his only defense now useless. The creature strikes, sending the soldier flying through the air with brutal force. He plummets downward, his face contorted in sheer terror as the monster looms above. Suddenly, a blur of motion descends from above, a rapidly falling figure cutting through the air. Kang Hyun, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, plummets directly towards the monster, which looks up in surprise. With a devastating impact, he buries a powerful fist into the monster's face, sending blood and shockwaves through the air. As the battle ignites, a military vehicle speeds away from the chaos, leaving the fight to the newly arrived hero. The raw power of the impact still hung heavy in the air, a pink and red burst of energy dissipating into a swirling cloud of dust. From inside a nearby vehicle, a soldier could only stare, his mind struggling to process what had just transpired. Another soldier, rifle clutched tight, called out with concern, wondering if his comrade was all right amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun's crimson eyes glowed with manic delight, a wide grin spreading across his face as he realized he was finally free to unleash his full power. His exhilaration was palpable, a dangerous joy radiating from him. The soldier could only watch, his face contorted in sheer terror, overwhelmed by the spectacle. As Kang Hyun launched himself forward, wreathed in a vibrant green aura, the soldier cried out, mistaking the powerful human for another monstrous threat. But another voice cut through the panic, correcting the terrified man, insisting that the figure was undeniably human, despite his incredible power. The soldier could only gaze down, his mind reeling from the sheer, unbelievable power on display. He looks up, a slight surprise on his face, as a soldier apologizes for being caught off guard. The soldier expresses gratitude for his help. Meanwhile, the green monster begins to stir, its massive hand pushing against the ground. Its grotesque face is visible, and a soldier remarks on the creature's persistent nature. Another soldier adds that it was inevitable for the monster to reach Ayan's company after the army's defeat. One of the soldiers, preparing for a desperate fight, declares it better to die with honor than to fight with baggage. He then asks a comrade if they have any tear gas or pepper spray, his comrade confirming they have supplies that can be used. The first soldier, seeing an opportunity, orders the use of the gas, startling his subordinate. He then questions if his comrade wants to take charge of the dungeon, a suggestion the other soldier quickly refutes. Kang Hyun issues a stern command, tell the others not to shoot in this direction. While a nearby soldier voices his concern, we'll all die if things go wrong. Kang Hyun confirms the order with a sharp nod. Yes, understood. As the soldier's voice echoes, relaying the command, all rangers and hunters, stay alert. He then clarifies the critical condition for entry. Only those who can handle the monster's attacks can enter the dungeon. Moments later, a voice announces, all right, the field is ready, as a shimmering red energy barrier encapsulates the area. Meanwhile, the green monster, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, seethes with an internal declaration. Sorry, but I have a pretty serious grudge for you guys. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Hyun activates a device in his hand, a soft green glow emanating from its core. He swiftly deploys a large, cylindrical canister onto the ground, blue energy lines spreading rapidly from its base. The green monster thrashes violently, its guttural roars echoing as the incapacitating gas takes hold. Even so, Kang Hyun struggles, coughing through the thick, noxious fumes that fill the air. He observes the monster's frantic movements, noting that it's just swinging wildly, like a panicked goblin. One of its desperate blows slams into the ground, sending a shockwave of debris outward. A wry smile touches his lips as he considers the creature's tenacity, knowing that pain is no stranger to him either. He moves with a blur of speed, ready to prove that he's far more accustomed to enduring agony. With a surge of blue energy, he launches himself forward, a glowing fist aimed directly at the struggling beast. The impact is swift and decisive, disarming the monster of its crude weapon with a metallic clang. Before it can react, another powerful blow connects, sending shockwaves through its monstrous form. He strikes with blinding speed, his blade tearing through the monster's gas mask, sending fragments scattering. The creature recoils, but he presses the attack, a relentless assault that leaves no room for defense. Disoriented and struggling, the monster can only question the impossible speed of its opponent. With another precise movement, he disarms the creature, sending its weapon spinning away. A flash of memory, or perhaps a moment of intense focus, reveals a bandaged face, eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. The monster is then violently thrown, impacting the ground with a heavy thud. Defeated, it lies motionless. As Kang Hyun stands over it, the battle concluded. Even in defeat, the monster's eyes burn with disbelief and rage, while Kang Hyun's own crimson gaze glows with fierce resolve. Even as the monster's mana reserves dwindle, it unleashes a desperate, powerful attack. But he meets it head-on, acknowledging his own struggle even as he pushes forward. With a sharp, almost dismissive retort, he closes the distance, delivering a devastating blow that erupts in a blinding flash of energy. His resolve remains unshaken, eyes fixed on his target. The monster is sent hurtling backward, its armored form recoiling violently from the impact, a pained cry escaping its lips. He stands over the defeated creature, looking down with a calm, unwavering gaze. From its prone position, the monster lets out a furious roar, its thoughts a jumble of disbelief and anger at the unexpected power of its opponent, comparing the brutal assault to a mere dance. He dismisses its taunt, acknowledging its talent but asserting that its mana, no matter how potent, is still merely that of a low-rank dungeon creature. He quickly deduces that despite its formidable defenses, the creature must possess a hidden vulnerability. An armored figure, fighting alongside him, expresses surprise at the dungeon's low rank, yet acknowledges the hunter's skill, declaring his readiness to assist. The armored figure presses him for an alternative strategy, as their initial attacks seem to be ineffective. Kang Hyun, his fist glowing with raw power, unleashes a devastating strike, then follows up with a swift sword attack. But the monster remains unfazed, prompting a frustrated cry from the department chief that their efforts are futile. A sharp crack echoes through the chamber as his blade shatters, leaving him momentarily disarmed and exasperated. He glances down at a broken arrow, realizing his arsenal is dwindling. With his weapons gone, he plunges into the fray barehanded, his fists glowing as he confronts a new wave of creatures. He moves with incredible speed, his strikes swift but lacking raw power, a fact he acknowledges as he focuses on the monster's weak points. Even as he presses the attack, he can't help but voice his strategy aloud. A powerful blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air, but the creature's resilience is baffling, its weak point proving harder to exploit than anticipated. The monster recoils, its body glowing with residual energy, and he wonders where else he can possibly strike. Frustration mounts as he realizes the monster's weak point is probably its eye, but the thought of aiming for such a small, moving target fills him with dread. With a desperate surge of power, he lands another devastating blow, sending a spray of dark blood across the ruined ground. The monster's face contorts in pain, its glowing red eyes narrowing as it reels from the impact. He watches, his own aura flaring, ready to press his advantage. As the battle rages on in the ruined city, the department chief arrives, observing the intense confrontation from a distance. His eyes wide with a mix of frustration and despair, Kang Hyun lets out a small, choked sound, before finally uttering, "Sorry about that." As he confronts the monstrous green creature, a single, philosophical question rushes through his mind. He considers the creature's rear, wondering if it might be a weak point. His eyes glow with fierce determination. Knowing he won't find out unless he tries, the decision made instantly. His body moving automatically, without any conscious actions. He closes the distance, delivering a swift, powerful strike. The monster roars in agony, as the impact sends shockwaves through its body. The green monster's flesh tears violently, shredded by an unseen force. Kang Hyun moves with blinding speed, delivering a flurry of powerful blows that leave purple trails in their wake. A determined expression on his face, he knows the monster's internal defenses won't hold against him. The monster screams in agony, its mouth wide open as the final impact approaches. With a final, explosive strike, the creature's head bursts apart in a shower of blood. Looking down at the vanquished foe, Kang Hyun lets out a quiet sigh of relief. From a distant rooftop, a figure in a gas mask observes the aftermath of the battle. A quiet thought escapes the observer, acknowledging the immense strength displayed. He then wonders about Kang Hyun's affiliation, questioning if he operates as an independent. Bearing a fresh band-aid on his cheek, a testament to the recent struggle, he gazes at the grotesque head of the defeated monster, its form still faintly glowing, prompting a silent question. A system notification then confirms his victory, announcing the acquisition of the green monster's core. Examining the strange, damaged object, Kang Hyun muses that it must be a monster's core, albeit a dud. Just then, a figure in a gas mask approaches from behind, his voice echoing with a curious inquiry. The masked man then suggests that sharing item drops is the general rule, his gaze fixed on the core. Kang Hyun internally debates, reminding himself that the other man only intervened mid-fight, and he was the one who actually delivered the killing blow. Before he can respond, the gas-masked figure abruptly declares his busy schedule, wishing him luck with his fight, and bids him farewell as he dashes away. Kang Hyun calls out in surprise, but the figure is already gone, leaving him to simply accept the situation with a wry smile. The mysterious figure, gas mask obscuring his face, stands silently, a chain weapon held loosely in his hand. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, his hand instinctively going to his neck. Sweat beads on his brow, a lingering phantom sensation of the encounter. He looks up, a question echoing in his mind. Who the hell was that guy? His steps carry him forward, the memory still fresh. A few hours later, the sun begins to set over the city, the immediate aftermath of the goblin hunt finally settling. Walking through the bustling hunter streets, which feel like a scene from a movie, he moves alongside a young woman. Only after darkness has fully enveloped the city do they finally return home. He walks through the city streets, his sister by his side, the sounds of their footsteps echoing softly. Suddenly, a voice calls out, drawing his attention. He glances down, acknowledging the call with a simple, yeah. Back at their apartment, his sister stands in the doorway, questioning him about his day. Did you not go to the Hunters Guild on the way out? A sigh escapes her as he confirms her suspicions, and she laments, I was the idiot for thinking you'd matured. As he walks further into the apartment, she instructs him to clean up before dinner, adding, I don't even know if there's any left. Here's your dinner. Make it, then we'll eat. Soon, a pot of stew bubbles gently on the stove, filling the kitchen with a warm aroma. Later, they sit across from each other at the dining table, quietly enjoying the meal, the sounds of eating filling the comfortable silence. However, his attention is quickly drawn away by his phone, leaving him to ponder, that's crazy. He stares at his phone, a question mark hanging in the air, his gaze fixed on the screen. A trending video titled Gunwudong Goblin Slayer plays, surrounded by a flurry of comments. Lying in bed, he trembles slightly, exclaiming how cool it is, a man who has never seen a dungeon before. A sudden realization dawns on him. As he scrolls through comments questioning the video's authenticity, debating goblin strength, and asking about tears. A wide smile spreads across his face, a tingling sensation of satisfaction washing over him. Later, while eating with his sister, he remains engrossed in his phone. Who, annoyed, asks if he's still looking at it, prompting a quick denial before she tells him to stop talking nonsense. The online comments continue to pour in, with users expressing disbelief at the Goblin Slayer video, questioning the protagonist's appearance and the sheer scale of the monster. Meanwhile, a voice from the video asks, is it really that bad? As the narrator confirms, that's what has been saying. Back in his apartment, Kang Hyun's sister, Ah-yeon, snaps at him, demanding to know what he's watching, her patience clearly worn thin. She continues to berate him, accusing him of wasting his time on games and drinking instead of job hunting, while he simply offers a quiet, yeah. Later, alone, Kang Hyun reflects on his exhaustion, acknowledging that he's only been sleeping for 2 hours a day, a fact he knows isn't right. He sits up in bed, the weight of his fatigue evident, as a narration box confirms his current state. The online comments resurface, with users discussing the Goblin Slayer's confidence and the perceived failure flags in his approach. Kang Hyun, still awake, responds to the unseen comments, muttering, really you? As if addressing the online critics directly. He lies back down, unable to find rest, his thoughts consumed by the day's events. Still unable to sleep, Kang Hyun lies in the darkness, his mind racing. He replays a powerful encounter, pondering the strength of his opponent and lamenting a missed chance to join them. The room remains empty, save for the rhythmic clicking of keys. Dismissing his regrets, he resolves to eventually clear the challenges and grow stronger. His thoughts swirl with abstract, glowing energy. He watches a screen, captivated by a dramatic moment in the game, a female character with glowing pink eyes highlighted. The glowing energy around him intensifies. Now, immersed in a virtual forest, he feels a thrill, appreciating the scenery even during the tutorial. His gaze falls upon a green monster, his heart pounding with anticipation. A memory flashes, Kang Hyun's sister, Ah-yeon, her voice sharp with disappointment, echoes in his mind, reminding him that she let him stay only because he claimed to be job hunting, but instead, he spends every waking hour drinking and playing games. Snapping back to the present, a powerful blue aura erupts around him, and he delivers a devastating punch, connecting squarely with the monster. Yet, the impact sends him reeling, and he crashes to the ground, defeated. The green-skinned creature snarls above him, its glowing red eyes fixed on its prey. He stares in disbelief, realizing this isn't just one monster, but an entire goblin army. A purple glow emanates from the dense forest, and his expression shifts to one of profound shock. A system message appears, outlining the clear condition to defeat the cave goblin horde and clear the dungeon, with death as the failure condition, and a crucial tip. Cave goblins have dim sight, but excellent hearing, suggesting a way to divert their attention. He processes the information, observing the goblins around him, and a thought forms. They aren't reacting to sound, and they aren't seeing him. With a guttural roar, he prepares to face the horde, his determination reignited. Suddenly, the familiar tutorial environment distorts, leaving Kang Hyun disoriented as he questions, "Why did it change? Why did it change?" A sharp, agonizing cry escapes him, as a voice demands silence amidst the chaos. For a fleeting moment, a mundane cityscape flashes before his eyes. Then a familiar street sign for a PC room. The disorientation culminates in a brutal impact, his face contorting in a scream as blood erupts from the blow. He collapses to the ground, bloodied and broken, an assailant standing over him, while another figure lies motionless nearby. A pained groan escapes his lips, his body racked with agony. As consciousness flickers, he weakly utters a name, Hyun. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a gas mask observes the scene from afar, a chilling realization echoing. Hyun is a guy who hasn't joined the tutorial yet. He grapples with the brutal reality of his situation, a question forming in his mind. Could he truly be stronger than those considered talented? Walking away from the familiar cityscape, he reflects on a profound change within himself, dismissing the notion that mere strength matters if one lacks the will to fight. Despite his bloodied face, a chilling smile spreads across his lips, a strange relief washing over him at the prospect of encountering truly interesting and formidable opponents. Having successfully cleared Tutorial Stage 3, Rounds 4 and 5, earning 1,000 gold for each, Kang Hyun now faces a new challenge, a monster that feeds on humans every night. He wonders if they want him to find and eliminate its doppelganger. He observes a group of other hunters, their expressions unreadable as they stand in a circle, seemingly discussing their next move. The monster before him, a hulking green mass with glowing red eyes, seems to be the focus of their attention, its presence radiating an ominous energy. Later, standing beside another man in athletic wear, Kang Hyun listens intently as the man speaks of wisdom, a concept he seems to be pondering deeply. He knows he needs to make a breakthrough, his gaze fixed upwards, determined to overcome his current limitations. With a surge of inner power, vibrant purple energy begins to swirl around him, his body enveloped in a dynamic, glowing aura as he prepares for the next stage. Armored figures stand poised, their gazes fixed upwards as faint blue energy shimmers around them. From behind, they face a dark, foreboding expanse, one of them clutching a glowing orb as if preparing for an unseen threat. A flicker of memory, perhaps, as Kang Hyun presses a hand to his mouth, a single, fragmented thought echoing in his mind. Art. His eyes glow crimson, a purple aura flaring around him as he recalls a past conviction. Every bastard that moves is the culprit, starting now. Still lost in thought, he realizes a critical oversight. I'd forgotten something back then. Outside, the city stretches under a clear sky, a distant cry echoing through the air. Back in his room, Kang Hyun sits on his bed, phone in hand, reflecting on the rules of engagement. In a game of Mafia, the one with the biggest mouth dies first. A dazed expression crosses his face as he considers his own experience. Come to think of it, I've never even played Mafia before, have I? Later, as he sleeps, the lingering thought of his oversight persists, and I couldn't see it coming. I should have. Kang Hyun reflects on a past oversight, admitting he would repeat the same error for over a month and a half. A voice calls out to him, asking how he is, as a pair of sunglasses rests on a surface. The department chief, holding a book, remarks that his brother is born again. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in a sudden realization, a wave of distress washing over him. The department chief questions how he could have known about escaping the dungeon. He emphasizes the passage of time, repeating that it's the 53rd day. Holding a device, the department chief declares his repeated failure on the 53rd round, asserting that he must do something different this time. Kang Hyun hunches over, still grappling with the implications, wondering if this is what they call a mafia game, and feeling as though he needs an organ transplant. As his thoughts linger on past frustrations, a memory of the department chief's exasperation surfaces, his voice echoing with disbelief. Whoa my ass, you crazy lunatic. Suddenly, a jarring system message flashes, warning to soundproof your walls, and that history is proof that money is a gift, before adding, our neighbor below has installed a subwoofer. He lets out a startled gasp, finding himself standing on a glowing platform in an unfamiliar space. Before him, a holographic display materializes, announcing Stage 5. Another message appears, challenging him to prove your wisdom to defeat obstacles. He looks around, taking in the cavernous surroundings, a cave-like dungeon stretching before him. His crimson eyes narrow as he ponders, wondering what kind of dungeon he's been thrown into this time. Another holographic panel appears, displaying the words, clear condition. As the information registers, a spark of understanding ignites in his eyes, and a triumphant eureka escapes his lips, his body glowing faintly with renewed determination. Deep within the dungeon's oppressive darkness, the flickering light of ancient torches barely illuminates the path, as a low, guttural growl echoes through the cavern. Before him, a monstrous spider-like creature emerges, its multiple red eyes glowing ominously, while a system message flashes, reminding him of the clear condition and the subwoofer that must be found to make even a legendary figure like Aristotle somersault. The creature lets out a piercing shriek. Without hesitation, Kang Hyun unleashes a torrent of vibrant purple energy, the raw power surging from his form. A new system message appears, confirming his understanding. He has found a solution good enough to make Aristotle's somersault, and his hand glows with focused intent. The purple energy slams into the monstrous spider, sending it recoiling with a violent impact. As the creature struggles, its form wreathed in the lingering purple aura, Kang Hyun wonders if it's a poisoning spider. His eyes narrow, a crimson glow intensifying as he observes the monster's reaction, a sudden realization dawning on him. He quickly confirms his suspicion, a determined expression on his face, realizing the true nature of his opponent. Having processed the situation, a frustrated sigh escapes him, but his resolve hardens. The massive spider-like creature responds with a guttural, echoing shriek, its glowing eyes fixed on him. Without hesitation, he launches himself forward, a powerful kick connecting with the creature's armored leg, forcing it to recoil. He continues his relentless assault, though a slight grunt of effort escapes him, acknowledging the monster's surprising resilience. Suddenly, a system message flashes before his eyes, revealing a critical piece of information. The key to defeating the spitting tarantula lies hidden within the incubator. Despite the new intel, he decides to press on with his current strategy, choosing to jump in head first. A final, powerful strike lands squarely on the monster's leg, shattering its defenses. The creature collapses, dissolving into particles as a glowing orb appears in its place, confirming his victory. Standing over the remnants of his foe, he considers the system's hint, musing, whether it's a weak spot or a weakness, he intends to find it first. Having bypassed the obstacle by breaking its handle rather than seeking a key, he successfully clears Stage 3. A system notification confirms his achievement, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, Instant Kill. His crimson eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he wonders if there are any more stages left to conquer. The system reiterates the acquisition of the Instant Kill skill, its power manifesting as a subtle glow around a pen he holds. The full details of Instant Kill appear, an active skill consuming 10 mana, with a 10-second cooldown, capable of instantly eliminating targets weaker than himself. Back in the mundane world, a voice from behind a door calls out, playfully warning Kang Hyun that he's about to get a free punch. Slumped at a desk, his face etched with exhaustion, he dismisses the playful threat, muttering that he's already dead tired from the tutorial. As his sister, Ayun, approaches, surprised to find him there, she asks about his experience in Stage 7, to which he replies that it wasn't like the others, lost in thought. He stands in the living room, a heavy sigh escaping him as he considers the problem. His gaze then falls upon his phone, a new piece of information catching his attention. He mutters to himself, the words barely audible, as he processes the implications of what he's reading. The information continues to unfold, revealing a deeper, more unsettling truth about the stages. His expression hardens, a grim realization dawning on him as he reads the details of Stage 6, a stage where being cold-blooded is paramount, even towards allies. He clenches his jaw, the injustice of the situation fueling a growing anger within him. A furious roar escapes him, his eyes glowing with intense, crimson light as veins bulge on his forehead, the words, "You fuckers," echoing in his mind. The words on the screen seem to burn into his mind, a betrayal that cuts deep. "I gave you the tip of your life." He stands silently as his sister, Ayun, confronts him, her voice sharp with frustration, demanding to know what he's screaming about. He tries to interject, insisting, "No, hear me out." But she's not having it, her expression stern as she retorts, "Then you shouldn't have gone out of your way." He continues to explain his situation, mentioning his rank and the need to release the bastards who won't give up, and that he'll be on the lookout for unlimited dungeon passes or present challenges from the God of Skill. Ayun listens, her thoughts drifting to the dangers of the dungeon, how it's not just about monsters, but also the betrayal of allies, especially in Stage 6, where even the God of Skill might be a threat. A subtle frown creases her lips, a silent acknowledgement of the grim reality. She gazes out the window at the fading light, contemplating the nature of the dungeon, the God of Skill, and the true meaning of Stage 6. Outside, the sky burns with the vibrant hues of sunset, slowly giving way to the tranquil expanse of the night sky, dotted with countless stars. A holographic interface materializes, welcoming Kang Hyun to the tutorial and confirming his completion of the initial stages. The system then presents a crucial choice, asking if he wishes to proceed into the final Stage 3. The system interface reveals the rewards for clearing Stage 6, a rare weapon, ominously named Bee's Kin, glowing with an ethereal light. Following this, the rewards for Stage 7 are displayed, showcasing Ronald's armor, a formidable suit of glowing plate. The armor's description details its impressive durability of 500/500 and reveals its unique ability, self-restoration, allowing it to repair itself even after constant damage. Looking at the potential gains, Kang Hyun muses that if he can clear Stage 8, he'll finally be able to live his life with the money he's accumulated. Yet, a deeper, more desperate thought surfaces, a plea to an unseen force. He doesn't care about the money, he's already rich. He just wants it to stop trying to take over his body, asserting that he is the true owner. His gaze then falls upon a glowing purple object, and he questions its nature, asking, "What is your principle?" He repeats the word, a profound question hanging in the air, principle. His crimson eyes narrow with fierce determination, a silent resolve hardening his features. Suddenly, a blinding blue energy erupts with a deafening crash, catching him completely off guard. He stumbles back, his eyes wide with shock, as the force washes over him. The very walls around him begin to fracture and splinter, leaving him to wonder what monstrous power could cause such destruction. The floor beneath him gives way with a grinding roar, sending him crashing to his knees amidst the debris. A searing light engulfs him, forcing a desperate cry from his lips, as the pressure becomes unbearable. He is violently pulled downwards, his form blurring, as if being dragged into an abyss. A maelstrom of vibrant red and purple energy swirls around him, his cries lost in the chaotic surge. Then, with a final, echoing crash, the blue energy lines converge and vanish. Silence falls, leaving only the aftermath of the mysterious event. After the violent upheaval, a flash of awareness ignites within him, and Kang Hyun finds himself back in the familiar, bustling rhythm of the city. The murmuring crowds and the mundane sounds of urban life surround him, a stark contrast to the destructive energy that had just consumed his world. As he walks, a young woman with blonde hair approaches him, her expression one of mild annoyance. She complains that she let him live there because he claimed to be job hunting, but all he does is drink and play games. Watching her walk away, he wonders if he's formless right now, a strange thought given his recent ordeal. He then questions if this is the principle he was seeking, the mysterious force he had encountered. But a moment later, he dismisses the idea, his attention drawn to something else entirely. Observing two figures from behind, he realizes with a chilling certainty that they are not human. A woman's voice echoes through an apartment, filled with exasperation, reminding someone, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, but then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." Meanwhile, the city hums with activity, its streets bustling with countless figures moving through the urban sprawl. Amidst the crowd, Kang Hyun observes his surroundings with a thoughtful gaze. A sudden realization dawning on him as he wonders if he can truly be seen, concluding, "He won't be looking at me." Still, the question lingers as he spots a monstrous, glowing yellow eye, pondering, "Can he see me?" His eyes widen in understanding, the answer becoming clear, no. The massive, winged creature looms in the distance, its attention fixed elsewhere, confirming his suspicion. "I'm not the one he's looking at." He stands unnoticed amidst a throng of grotesque, humanoid monsters, their forms blending seamlessly into the urban landscape. The city, once familiar, now reveals its true nature, a cacophony of unseen horrors moving through the unaware populace, their presence marked only by faint, unsettling sounds. Amidst the chaos of the monster-ridden city, Kang Hyun observes the creatures, recognizing some of them from previous encounters, but also noting the unsettling presence of entirely new species. He confirms the familiar, a hulking, horned beast among the throng, a stark reminder of the dangers he'd faced before. Yet, his gaze sweeps over the landscape, confirming the emergence of these fresh, unknown threats. A grotesque, tentacled creature rides into view, followed by a reptilian monstrosity with glowing eyes, making him realize how incomprehensibly different this dungeon has become in just 2 months. The sheer variety and overwhelming numbers of the creatures make him feel as if he is witnessing the literal end of the world. Suddenly, a digital interface materializes before him, displaying a chilling countdown. For years, 218 days, 23 hours, 32 minutes, and 24 seconds until the complete connection to the Hakan dimension. The realization hits him with a jolt. Is this truly what awaits Earth in just 4 years? He stands amidst the rubble of a city street, the air thick with an ominous rumble. His face contorts in a grimace of despair, the weight of the impending catastrophe pressing down on him. As his eyes ignite with a fierce crimson glow, a monstrous green creature with glowing red eyes and a pulsating purple aura lunges from the shadows, forcing him to brace himself as a shimmering violet energy begins to coalesce around his form. The creature closes the distance in an instant, its attack swift and brutal. As a chorus of similar beasts emerges, their guttural roars echoing the command to kill him. But Kang Hyun is ready, his hands rising to meet the onslaught, a powerful purple barrier manifesting before him. The barrier shimmers, deflecting the furious blows of the monsters, holding them at bay with crackling energy. Exhausted but resolute, he stands his ground, the violet energy around him slowly fading. A sharp, resonant sound echoes through the space. As he plummets through an ethereal void, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden shift in reality. A voice, disembodied yet clear, questions his recent struggle, leaving him startled and confused. Still falling, he remains suspended in the shimmering expanse. When a colossal, glowing figure materializes above him, its ethereal form radiating immense power, prompting a single, awestruck thought. The entity's intricate, luminous patterns pulse with an otherworldly energy, as a soft, triumphant hum resonates through the void, signaling a successful manifestation. Then, the voice corrects his assumption, clarifying its identity as the system administrator, simplifying its complex nature for his comprehension. Kang Hyun, still reeling from the encounter, can only echo the title in disbelief, his expression a mix of confusion and dawning realization. He finds himself in a personal space, an ethereal void where the colossal system administrator hovers, inviting him to ask any new questions he might have. Overwhelmed by the recent events, he can only stare, his mind reeling from what he has just witnessed. A vision of a devastated city flashes before his eyes, prompting him to wonder if such destruction is destined for Earth as well. The administrator responds calmly, explaining that the outcome depends entirely on the role humanity chooses to play. Frustration building, Kang Hyun questions why such a powerful entity can't simply prevent these catastrophes itself. The administrator reiterates its position, stating clearly that it is an administrator, not a volunteer, bound by its own rules. Its purpose, it explains, is simply to maintain the delicate balance of existence. The most it can offer are the strategies and tutorials it has already provided. With a slight pause, the administrator then asks if it may pose a question to him as well, to which he hesitantly agrees. He presses the ethereal entity for more clarity, asking what kind of role is truly needed for humanity to avoid destruction and under what specific conditions such a role might be fulfilled. He finds the question profound, wondering aloud why the administrator would even ask such a thing. The administrator responds, explaining that observing humans has simply piqued its interest, noting that while all forms of life are fascinating, humans possess a unique quality. Kang Hyun, however, finds the administrator's detached interest unsettling, feeling it borders on a hidden agenda. A moment of silence hangs in the void, as he reflects that no one he knows lives with such grand thoughts of saving the world. Most people, he muses, are simply trying to survive as best they can, born into a harsh reality where even a little happiness is a luxury. He questions the very idea of a role to protect the world, admitting his own inability to even protect his parents. The administrator's voice cuts through his thoughts, posing a direct and unexpected question. Does he have any thoughts on becoming a hero? The word hero echoes in the vast emptiness, and he dismisses the notion, stating that after being a hunter for so long, he's already found his place, suggesting such grand titles are for real heroes. He finds himself back in a familiar, painful memory, a woman's voice echoing his past failures, reminding him that she let him stay only because he claimed to be job hunting. But the system administrator's voice cuts through the haze, revealing a surprising personal interest, stating, "But personally, I am a fan of yours, Kang Hyun." The administrator continues, explaining that humans don't truly understand how much effort it takes, watching him learn the tutorials. Kang Hyun, taken aback, wonders if the administrator is truly a guardian figure for Earth, or if there's something else at play. He asks for clarification, wanting to know if the entity truly knows him, and if it has been watching him every time. The ethereal form of the system administrator glows brightly, as a system message announces the successful clearing of Stage 1, leaving Kang Hyun stunned, wondering what this new development means. The administrator then clarifies that the tutorial was nothing more than a guide, and Kang Hyun reacts with a surprised, questioning expression. The ethereal entity delivers its final warning. There will be many more ordeals from now on. He hears the administrator's voice, firm and unwavering, assuring him that he will succeed, whether he likes it or not. But as a blinding light engulfs him, Kang Hyun cries out, reaching desperately, trying to ask one last question as the administrator congratulates him on clearing the tutorial. His face contorts in frustration, a single, exasperated curse escaping his lips. A sudden, sharp burst of energy propels him away. He tumbles through the ethereal space, his form dissolving into glowing particles as he is forcibly ejected. As the last vestiges of his presence vanish, the administrator's ethereal form lingers, a glowing ring of light, its voice echoing with a final, almost playful remark. "I will be looking forward to seeing you." A system message then confirms his achievement. He is the first person to graduate from the tutorial and has acquired the title Tutorial Graduate. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, before a sharp, frustrated cry cuts through it. Kang Hyun doubles over, a violent retch escaping him, his body convulsing as he empties his stomach. The sickness continues to rack him, forcing out every last bit. As he finally catches his breath, a woman stands over him, her voice sharp with accusation. He can barely register her words, still reeling from the ordeal. She reminds him, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting. But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." She then asks, "How long do you think it's going to take this time?" His eyes, now clear of sickness, harden with a fierce resolve, a dangerous glint appearing in their crimson depths. A hand reaches out, a faint crackle of energy accompanying its approach to a shimmering, ethereal window. Suddenly, he sits bolt upright in bed, his eyes wide with surprise as the glowing interface materializes before him. "You greedy bastard. Do you think you're the only one who's tired?" A woman's voice cuts through the air, her laughter echoing mockingly. "I'm a taxpayer too now." She continues her tirade. "This is why you don't have a girlfriend. You should at least go out and get some air." A pained sound escapes him, his cheek now bearing the distinct mark of a handprint, as he internally protests. "This is not what I meant by get some air." Later, the quiet of the apartment is broken only by the drip of water in a kitchen sink, piled high with dishes. The woman prepares to leave, calling out, "Back in a bit," as he sits on the couch, engrossed in a laptop. He ponders the situation, a thoughtful escaping his lips. A system message appears on his screen, detailing the title he acquired from clearing Stage 8, Resurrection Man, with the effect to revive once, a power he finds isn't actually all that amazing. Still processing the system's revelations, he notes the restriction. You cannot use more than one title at a time, as the Resurrection Man title is displayed at level 1. He acknowledges the obvious, a feint of course escaping him as the system details the title's effects: Strength +2, Agility +2, Stamina +2, and Mana +2, along with a special effect, Revive Once. Considering his next move, he muses that he should naturally use the tutorial, which promises to reveal his true strength, along with a list of other potential titles like Beginner Hunter and Beginner Mage. With a soft chuckle, he sits down and begins to open a cardboard box, hinting at something else he's been holding on to. A click echoes as the box opens, revealing a dusty, ancient-looking skill book within, a treasure he'd been anticipating. He pulls the item out, recognizing it as something the system had been carrying for him. As the skill book begins to glow with a soft, purple light, he prepares to check his true strength. The book's title, Skill Book, is clearly visible, and his eyes begin to glow with an intense crimson as the magic activates. A wave of energy washes over him, eliciting a surprised cry as the skill book's power takes hold. A surge of energy courses through him, the system confirming his acquisition of a new ability, Magic Explosion E. He stares at the glowing text, a wry smile forming as he mutters, "Of course." A sarcastic sigh escapes him, the irony not lost as he considers the skill's name. Great. It's not like I'm looked into all classes. Despite his initial reaction, a determined glint enters his eyes as he clenches his fist. All right, should we try this out now? His thoughts turn to a specific destination, to the Talented Education School. The scene shifts to a modern educational institution, its facade gleaming under the clear sky. As a young woman in a school uniform walks alongside him, introducing herself. "My name is Myung." As a new civil servant, and Myung's first workplace was the Talented Education School, a crucial part of the country's education system where those who had just finished their system certification exams would gather. It was one of the first systems to be established, likely because a similar one had existed before, hours ago. She muses, thinking about the newcomers, how they would gain future knowledge, and if watching their development wouldn't be a worthwhile endeavor. But as a buzzing crowd of students fills the school grounds, her initial optimistic thoughts are abruptly cut short. A sudden wave of nausea washes over her, forcing her to hunch over, a gurgling sound escaping her lips. Tears well up in her eyes as she struggles to compose herself, a soft hiccup betraying her distress. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun stares intently at a document, the words, "You have to take action too," hinting at an urgent situation. He reaches out, a sudden, unsettling feeling washing over him as he questions the situation before him. A young woman recoils, a paper clutched in her hand, her face a mask of shock and distress, a choked gasp escaping her lips. He confronts her directly, demanding to know why she is acting this way, while she can only plead, "Why are you doing this to me?" His confusion deepens, the situation spiraling beyond his understanding, as he retorts that he is even more bewildered by her behavior. His eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him as he repeats his question, a silent, "What is it?" echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, two other men observe the unfolding drama from a distance, one speculating, is he trying to blackmail her? The young woman desperately denies any wrongdoing, her voice cracking, as the observers continue to watch, one of them finally stepping forward to ask, "Excuse me, what's the issue?" Kang Hyun glances back, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, as the distressed woman collapses to the ground. Instructor Joppels Hyun arrives on the scene, his presence commanding attention, as he calmly inquires about the unfolding situation. He stands before a man with glasses, who questions his presence, reminding him that he was allowed to stay only because he claimed to be job hunting. A scoff escaping him as the man with glasses continues, accusing him of spending every waking hour drinking and playing games. The man with glasses, still skeptical, asks if he's seen a body like his before, while Kang Hyun begins to glow faintly with a soft, blue aura. He then holds up a document, asking for a moment of his time, before pointing to a picture on it and directly addressing him. "Kang Hyun, don't you look a lot like your picture?" Kang Hyun, exasperated, insists, "No, it's because of my skills that my appearance changed. I keep trying to tell you, it's me. I'm frustrated." The man with glasses continues to scrutinize the document, a thoughtful escaping him. As he reads a system message indicating level 12 and wonders if Kang Hyun has illegally acquired any skills. Suddenly, the man with glasses looks down at another man in a suit, who lies on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, having written less than half of something, yet it's still too much. The man with glasses, still scrutinizing the situation, acknowledges the temporary nature of a primary skill, a sound of frustration escaping him. He then thanks his subject for their time, preparing to ask one final, crucial question, though he internally warns against any further inquiries. He explains the system's mechanics, detailing how talents acquire skills at stage 4 as accessories, and how a new skill is rewarded after stage 5. Turning his attention fully to Kang Hyun, he demands a full demonstration. Kang Hyun, with a confident stance, begins to reveal his abilities, stating that the first skill he acquired from clearing stage 3 is about to be shown. His hand clenches into a tight fist, veins visibly bulging as power surges through him. The man with glasses gasps, his eyes widening in shock at the sudden display. With a powerful, swift motion, Kang Hyun delivers a devastating punch, sending the man in the suit flying. The impact is brutal, the man's face contorting from the force as his body crumples. He observes the aftermath of the demonstration, a slight frown creasing his brow as he considers the implications of such power. Kang Hyun, however, remains calm, explaining that he acquired this particular skill for stage 4, a new ability he's ready to activate. He clarifies that it's a skill specifically designed to incapacitate enemies, then asks if it's acceptable to use it here. After a moment of consideration, the man with glasses grants his permission, allowing the demonstration to proceed. In the training area, a group gathers, including the man with glasses, Kang Hyun, and a new individual with spiky blonde hair and an eyebrow piercing, who seems to be the chosen target. The spiky-haired man watches Kang Hyun with a dismissive, almost arrogant expression, unaware of the power he's about to face. Kang Hyun fixes his gaze on the challenger, who simply mutters, "That guy." Before the words fully leave his lips, Kang Hyun moves with blinding speed, delivering a devastating blow that sends the spiky-haired man reeling, the impact echoing through the training hall. The force of the attack contorts the man's face in agony and shock, his body twisting midair from the sheer power. Still reeling from the impact, the blonde-haired man coughs weakly, held firmly by Kang Hyun. Then, with a final surge of blue energy, he is violently thrown to the ground, the force echoing through the room as onlookers watch. Clutching his head, the man groans in agony, barely able to comprehend what has just happened. He continues to cough uncontrollably, as the man with glasses observes his suffering with a critical eye. Adjusting his spectacles, the man with glasses finally speaks, his tone measured. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun smiles, a small, glowing blue orb of energy forming in his palm, a clear sign of his skill's success. The man with glasses nods slowly, declaring the demonstration sufficient, a pronouncement that causes Kang Hyun's body to tremble under his intense gaze. A faint smirk plays on the man's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the blond man on the ground screams in pure agony, his face contorted as he cries out his own name, Baek CC. Previously, a confident smile played on his lips as he held a single rose, his thoughts consumed by his own striking appearance. He recalled the near rejection he faced due to his ID photo, only to overcome it by unleashing his powerful lion's roar. But back in the present, whispers rippled through the classroom as students pointed, confirming his identity. Holding the rose, he felt a sense of unease, wondering if he had miscalculated and if the situation had taken a turn for the worse. As the students continued to stare, a silent frustration settled over him. He finally stood before them, offering a polite, if somewhat strained, thank you for their patience. Introducing himself as Kang Hyun, a transfer student from the Junction branch of the Hunter Academy, he expressed his pleasure in meeting everyone. Returning to his seat, he simply observed the reactions of his new classmates. The instructor's voice echoes through the classroom, laying out the expectations for the transfer students, reminding them that all their grades would reflect in their midterm and final exams, and urging them to study safely and earn good marks. The man in glasses, addressing the class, reminds them that it has only been half a year since the world changed. New dungeons and monsters continue to emerge, he explains, constantly re-evaluating the very essence of a hunter's strength and capabilities. Survival was the Academy's core lesson, a stark reality that made Kang Hyun internally question his own presence in such a place. The instructor continues, acknowledging that some might become unwilling to fight, and promises to teach only the bare minimum necessary for survival. He concludes with a polite, if somewhat detached, welcome, stating his anticipation of working with them for the next 10 days. His hand, holding a pen, remains steady. With that, the man in glasses dismisses the class, signaling the end of the first period. As the instructor concludes the first period, a quiet descends upon the classroom. He finds himself utterly bored, the lecture having been so unengaging that he considers simply taking a nap. Suddenly, a shadow falls over his desk, and he looks up to see a figure approaching. A large, muscular hand extends towards him, belonging to a man who introduces himself as Gwak Suil. He offers a firm handshake, leaving Kang Hyun momentarily surprised by the unexpected gesture. He wonders about this unusually muscular individual. Before returning the grip and stating his own name, Kang Hyun, Gwak Suil extends his hand, a challenge in his gaze, as he declares his eagerness to work together. The grip tightens, a silent test of strength. But Kang Hyun endures it without flinching, surprising Gwak Suil, who smirks, already planning to take him down a peg. Meanwhile, another student, Baek CC, watches with simmering resentment, recalling a past slight. Suddenly, a sharp pain forces Kang Hyun to his knees. But his eyes narrow with fierce resolve, questioning how he's enduring this assault. More strength, he demands internally, and a system message confirms, regeneration has activated. A vibrant purple-blue aura erupts around him, his strength surging by 500%. With a swift, brutal motion, he brings his foot down, crushing Beck CC's hand beneath his heel. The excruciating pain from his crushed hand courses through Beck CC, a searing agony that makes him question if he can even move. Meanwhile, from a distance, Guak Suil, the unnamed man with glasses, and Mayong watch the unfolding brutality, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. Beck CC's face contorts in a silent scream, his teeth gritted against the overwhelming torment. Before he can even recover, a crimson-tinged fist, radiating raw power, slams into him. The impact distorts Beck CC's features, sending a spray of blood across the air as his head snaps back. His eyes widen in disbelief and agony, the force of the blow leaving him stunned and bleeding. But then, Kang Hyun himself pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he questions what just happened. The observers remain frozen, Guak Suil's gaze particularly intense, trying to decipher the unexpected turn of events. A stark reminder of the brutal exchange, fresh blood splatters across the floor. A powerful, crimson aura still pulses around the building, the air crackling with residual energy, as a low groan of disbelief escapes him. Meanwhile, the wail of an ambulance siren pierces the aftermath, its flashing lights closing in on the scene. His eyes wide with utter disbelief, he can only stammer, "Wrong." The reality of the situation is laid bare as he holds the mangled remains of the other man's arm, which had violently exploded from the impact. From a distant observation room, the man with glasses watches the monitors, his voice laced with disbelief. "You want me to believe that? I'm going to go insane." Back at the scene, Kang Hyun stares at the ruined limb, a grim realization dawning on him. If it wasn't for his extreme strength, I could have gotten rid of him easily. Be right, manly strength. Later, the man with glasses, now in a more formal setting, addresses him calmly. "If you don't believe me, then take a look at the CCTV footage." Kang Hyun looks down, still processing the event, as the man with glasses reiterates, "Didn't you say that his ability was manly strength?" "Be right, manly strength." Still on the floor, he listens as the man with glasses admits to a miscalculation, having gotten the numbers wrong. A weary sigh escapes the man. As Mayong instructs him to return to the classroom, prompting a quiet sigh from him. Now seated at a desk, he looks up as a new student greets him, asking if he might sit beside him. He simply allows it, internally noting the newcomer's muscular build and delinquent-like demeanor. The new student introduces himself, then asks if he can address him as senior. A slight gulp escapes him, as he hears the blunt assessment that he's the type who never thinks twice. His blonde-haired companion then asks how he managed to do that earlier, leaving him with a confused "huh." The blonde-haired man, with a triumphant grin, explains that his own ability was simply a skill that went pop. It was a skill. Back in a classroom, he insists he didn't do it, blaming that muscular guy before the teacher announces that the period is about to begin. At the front of the room, and Mayong instructs everyone to take their seats. A hand holds a remote, as the speaker explains that due to the class being delayed, they will only cover the main points. Kang Hyun watches the screen, which displays information about ordinary dungeons, the most common type, typically disappearing within 2 weeks of their creation. The man in glasses lectures, emphasizing that one should always aim for experience, and defining a dungeon break as when monsters pour out from a dungeon. He continues, explaining that regular dungeons have an unpredictable cycle, appearing 4 weeks earlier or later, and thus require extreme caution. The lecturer continues, explaining that to stop a dungeon break, there are 2 primary methods. One involves destroying the dungeon's central core, while the other requires eliminating all monsters before the break occurs. However, he warns, one must also be cautious of the specific order in which the core is attacked, a detail that causes him to sigh in exasperation. He reiterates the importance of caution, specifically mentioning a macho man named Guak Suil as a potential problem, his gaze fixed on a student in the class. Guak Suil, a muscular student, bristles at the lecturer's words, while Kang Hyun sits nearby, looking utterly bored. The lecturer warns Guak Suil that if he causes any more trouble, he'll be expelled, but the student simply dismisses the threat. Then, with a stern command, the lecturer orders the trainee to come forward, prompting a surprised Guak Suil to rise from his seat. As Guak Suil stands before the class, the lecturer reminds him that he was told to calm down. A defiant smirk spreads across Guak Suil's face as he retorts, "So you do have pride." Kang Hyun issues a stern challenge to the muscular man before him, declaring that he is now ready to face death, with only a minute remaining before the test begins. He clarifies the terms of engagement, stating that his opponent will only be allowed to evade and deflect his attacks. Holding up his phone, he warns that even the slightest offensive move will result in immediate expulsion. His gaze sharpens as he reiterates the consequence, then challenges the man to accept the terms. Meanwhile, Guak Suil and the man with glasses observe the unfolding scene, with Guak Suil clearly annoyed by the muscular man's cocky demeanor. Both observers share a knowing smirk, anticipating the outcome of the challenge. Kang Hyun sets the terms of a daunting challenge, declaring he will block all attacks for 1 minute, and warning that failure to strike him with sufficient power will result in immediate expulsion. The blonde-haired man, Beck CC, listens intently, though the weight of the challenge settling on him as the finality of expulsion is reiterated. He questions the severity of the terms, asking if his opponent truly believes in such a harsh consequence. Suddenly, a vibrant purple barrier shimmers into existence, emanating from Kang Hyun, its ethereal glow filling the space. Now enveloped in a faint purple aura of his own, Baek CC declares their fight is a matter of life and death, urging his opponent to come. Kang Hyun, calm and collected, dismisses his concern. Baek CC's face contorts in a snarl of fierce determination, his resolve hardening. With a powerful surge, he launches himself forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at the shimmering barrier. He lunges forward, a powerful, purple-tinged punch aimed directly at the shimmering barrier. The impact erupts in a blinding flash of yellow and orange energy, sending him recoiling violently backward. From a distance, the observer notes that there was no actual attack, only a collision with the barrier, and wonders if the movements are too slow. Still, the barrier's counterforce continues to push him back, his body contorting under the immense pressure. The man with glasses reiterates that the opponent's movements are too obvious, and that a true adversary would not wait for such predictable actions. Baek CC's face strains with effort, red marks appearing as he grinds his teeth, struggling against the invisible wall. He is violently flung through the air, his body twisting as he's thrown backward, the observer commenting that his sword swings are useless. The observer continues, emphasizing that one must understand how the opponent moves, not just attack blindly. With a final, painful impact, Baek CC crashes into the ground, leaving a small crater in his wake. Still reeling from the previous impact, he is violently repelled once more by a surge of blue energy, sent flying backward. From a distance, the man in glasses observes, his thoughts sharp and critical. Attacking without thinking is never the answer. Your movements are too simple and predictable. Find your own way to win, Baek CC. Before he can recover, a shadowy hand lashes out, striking him with a dull thud. The shadowy figure delivers another powerful blow, sending him reeling from the impact. Disarmed by the assault, his sword clatters to the ground. The man in glasses continues his analysis, showing a video on his phone to Gwak Suil, explaining, "Whose punches are you going to watch this time?" A video of a pro boxer avoiding an ordinary person's punches just by weaving. As the observers watch, a digital display confirms that 1 minute has passed, leaving in Myung and Gwak Suil in silent contemplation. He recalls a video he once saw, a demonstration of impossible agility, but to replicate such a feat in real life seems beyond reach. Yet, the intensity in his eyes suggests otherwise. The sheer ability and reaction speed he displays are astonishing, making even a seasoned observer, who has significantly boosted his own stats, feel a pang of struggle. The thought crosses his mind. If he were to face this man one-on-one, the outcome would be uncertain. Meanwhile, the other students watch with a mix of awe and competitive spirit, one wondering aloud who would emerge victorious, while the other declares a fervent desire to challenge him. Even Baek CC, still reeling from the encounter, can't help but notice the intense expression on his opponent's face, wondering what could provoke such a look. The man with glasses, observing the scene, feels a blush creep up his neck, questioning if the intensity he sees is that of a psycho. His fellow students, however, quickly distance themselves from the man with glasses, regretting their proximity and not wanting to be associated with his peculiar reaction. The curriculum for the talented education class begins with morning theory, followed by practical training in the afternoon. As the afternoon session commences, the instructor announces that today's focus will be practical training with weapons, instructing everyone to come forward one by one and choose their equipment. He further explains that they will train in their own way initially, before instructors arrive to guide them, adding a quick note that due to time constraints, no detailed explanations will be provided. Inspecting a chosen blade, Kang Hyun frowns, noting its dull edge. As he walks away, clearly unimpressed, Gwak Suil remarks that he probably doesn't even know how to practice sword fighting, a sentiment and Myung seems to echo. Meanwhile, a stern reminder echoes across the training grounds. Fighting is strictly prohibited until the 6th day. Ignoring the warning, his crimson eyes ignite with an intense glow, a sharp gasp escaping him as he focuses. Then, with a sudden burst of speed and glowing particles, he moves, sending multiple students recoiling from his path. Baek CC stumbles back, his face already marked by the impact, as the force of the sudden movement dissipates. He wasn't expecting much from the training, but even so, the average level of his peers seemed higher than he had anticipated. He didn't expect them to practice, but deciding to do a little himself, he would treat it as a hobby. With a dull clang, his hand gripped the practice sword. Then, a sudden, powerful surge of blue energy erupted around him, as he moved with impossible speed. The instructor, watching from a distance, could only offer a silent, stunned reaction, as the student's movements defied expectation. He finished his demonstration in a low, dynamic stance, the blue energy swirling around him slowly dissipating. An unseen voice cut through the silence, admonishing him for acting out during training. The instructor, now closer, conceded that while it might seem like showing off, such skill would undoubtedly prove useful in real combat. Kang Hyun's expression shifted to one of slight annoyance at the instructor's assessment. He casually dismisses the person on the other end of the line, assuring them that everything is all right. A moment later, his expression shifts slightly as he asks, "Are you the guy good at fighting?" He then concludes the call with a playful warning, "I'll let you go for now. Don't get too handsome." Later, outside, the instructor with glasses calls out to a man in a cap, "Wait a second, Assistant Kim Sung-won." The instructor holds his phone, a subtle frown on his face, a clear sign of his displeasure. Addressing a group of trainees, including Kang Hyun and Gwak Soo-il, the instructor announces, "Everyone, please pay attention. This trainee assessment will do a fighting demonstration for us now." Kang Hyun glances at Assistant Kim Sung-won, a question in his eyes, wondering about the sudden change of plans. The instructor continues, singling out two individuals, and trainee Gwak Soo-il, "You will both be fighting each other. No one needs to lend you a hand." With training swords in hand, Kang Hyun and Gwak Soo-il face each other, ready to begin their demonstration. The instructor, his expression stern, gives the command to begin the demonstration. As he counts down, Kang Hyun and Gwak Soo-il prepare for their clash, the assistant watching intently beside the instructor. Without hesitation, Gwak Soo-il lunges forward, his training sword arcing down in a swift, powerful strike. But Kang Hyun is faster, meeting the attack with his own blade, the impact echoing through the training hall. Before Gwak Soo-il can even react, Kang Hyun unleashes a blinding counterattack, his sword glowing with a vibrant blue energy as it connects, sending Gwak Soo-il's weapon spinning away. He holds his glowing blade steady, the blue aura pulsating around him. Then, with a final, decisive thrust, he sends Gwak Soo-il flying across the room, the impact kicking up dust. Gwak Soo-il tumbles backward, his body twisting in midair from the sheer force of the blow. Meanwhile, his training sword continues to spin through the air, a silent testament to the swift and decisive victory. He stands alone in a quiet hallway, the echoes of his recent display still lingering in the air. Soon after, he finds himself on a bustling beach, surrounded by onlookers, as the implications of his strength begin to settle. An observer with glasses explains that the weapon he is to prepare for combat is his own body, and that the training is designed to enable an immediate response to any combat situation. As Kang Hyun demonstrates, the most crucial element is the ability to react instantaneously, the man emphasizes, his words carrying weight. He cautions against confusing the lessons with absolute truths, then calls for a round of applause for both participants, acknowledging their efforts. Kang Hyun, however, remains utterly bewildered by the praise, while another student observes him, thinking to himself that this guy truly knows his stuff, despite Kang Hyun's apparent confusion. The man in glasses apologizes for any embarrassment caused, but the assistant reassures him that it's fine. As they walk away, the assistant admits he was a little shocked too, and the man in glasses tells him there's no need to be ashamed. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired student and his defeated opponent walk away, leaving Kang Hyun to ponder the events. The man in glasses adjusts his spectacles, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he quietly confirms to himself that he just needed to verify something. The man with glasses observes Kang Hyun, remarking on the difficulty of training some individuals, yet acknowledging the potential for a good story. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun continues his rigorous sword practice, marking the second day of his intense regimen. As the man with glasses keeps his secrets, Kang Hyun pushes through his training, feeling the exhaustion creep in, convinced he's on the verge of collapse. It is now the third day. The man with glasses probes Kang Hyun about his tutorial progress, a question met with a familiar, evasive answer. The relentless training continues into its fourth day. The man with glasses reflects on his own past, recalling how isolated he felt after the tutorial. Kang Hyun, however, remains focused on his sword, now on the fifth day of his arduous practice. The man with glasses hears Kang Hyun's familiar lament of impending death, but this time, the young man has collapsed into a deep sleep, utterly spent from 6 days of continuous training. The man with glasses looks down at the prone figure, questioning his current activity. Kang Hyun, lying flat on his back with his sword beside him, claims to be meditating. A sigh escapes him as he admits to his own boredom. He sits in the classroom, a fellow student reminding him that they should stay out of trouble and quiet to graduate. The student then asks if he's forgotten the problem he caused, adding, "You say awful things without batting an eye." Kang Hyun simply replies, "I think I'm just bored." Meanwhile, the man with glasses observes, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muses, "Something interesting is about to happen. My senses are telling me so." The scene shifts to the afternoon of day 6, where sparring practice is underway. A powerful punch connects, sending his opponent reeling back with a pained grunt. The force lifts him off his feet, and he crashes to the ground. Kang Hyun stands victorious over the fallen figure. As the announcement rings out, trainee Kang Hyun wins. Next group. He stands over his defeated opponent, the sound of impact still echoing in the arena. As the other students discuss his fighting style, one remarks on his unreasonable power, while the defeated opponent admits he noticed it last time too, finding his current opponent less skilled. A slight scoff escapes him, wondering why they've suddenly become so humble. For him, the sparring feels like child's play, the overall skill level simply not high enough to challenge him. He muses that while he knows nothing of talent, perhaps regular people simply cannot cross certain levels of power. With a sudden, explosive movement, he executes another swift strike. The blow lands with undeniable force, leaving the surrounding observers stunned by his display of power. But a grimace of discomfort or pain crosses his face, his jaw clenching tightly. He takes a deep breath, a faint blue aura shimmering around his hand as he prepares for the next strike. The impact is swift and brutal, a flurry of blows landing on his opponent. From the sidelines, the man with glasses declares the match over. The announcement confirms it. Team Wu is victorious, with Kang Hyun standing over the defeated Baek CC, who lies bruised on the ground. Dismissing his opponent with a casual wave, he turns to walk away. "I'll be back," he states to the onlookers, including assistant Kim Sung-won, who simply nod in acknowledgement. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of satisfaction, or perhaps something more complex. But the smirk quickly fades, his eyes glowing faintly with an intense, almost pained expression. He walks away from the arena, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoing as the audience watches him depart. A smirk plays across Baek CC's lips, a glint in his eye as he considers the unfolding situation. "I think something interesting is going to happen," he muses. Meanwhile, a flicker of concern crosses Kang Hyun's face, his brow furrowed. "I'm a bit worried," he admits, a subtle hum of unease emanating from him. The group watches intently, with An Myung and Guak Su-il standing beside him. Baek CC, still with a confident air, questions the rules. "This is both a distance advantage and a close advantage. Do you have any problem with this?" The unnamed man in glasses simply replies, "No, I don't." A heavy, spiked mace materializes in Baek CC's hand with a soft thud, its brutal form a stark contrast to his casual demeanor. "I remember your weapon of choice being a mace," he states, a hint of challenge in his tone. He grins, hefting the weapon. "There's no rule that says I can only use one weapon, right?" The unnamed man in glasses turns his gaze towards Kang Hyun, a silent question in his eyes, before responding, "That is fine." The arena floor lies empty, awaiting the combatants. The audience murmurs with anticipation as the unnamed man in glasses stands between the two fighters, his voice cutting through the tension. The match starts on the count of 3. He stares ahead, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as the match begins. Across from him, Baek CC offers a confident, almost mocking smirk, his thoughts echoing with a challenge. As purple energy erupts around him, Kang Hyun focuses, mentally counting down or perhaps recalling a critical moment. His gaze drops, following the shimmering trails of magic as if targeting an unseen point. Meanwhile, Baek CC's spiked mace glows with a malevolent purple light, swinging with a powerful impact. Both combatants are now fully enveloped in vibrant purple auras, energy crackling around them as Baek CC lets out a triumphant cry. He maintains his confident smirk, a clear sign of his disdain. Kang Hyun's thoughts drift, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. This is his first true magical confrontation outside of training. He recalls a past observation, wondering if others were also trained in secret, separate from the main curriculum. "Cut," he mutters, his staff glowing with an intense purple light as he channels his power. A powerful surge of purple energy erupts from him, expanding rapidly across the training ground, pushing back the observing man in glasses. The force of the blast impacts Baek CC, causing a sharp, painful glow in his eye as the swirling purple energy envelopes his form, striking his leg with a distinct crack. He watches the effect of his attack, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. The man in glasses watches the unfolding chaos, a worried expression etched across his face. Meanwhile, the vibrant purple energy unleashed by Kang Hyun continues to swirl, trapping Baek CC within its furious vortex, his form contorting under the immense pressure. The attack slams into him with full force, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Kang Hyun stands his ground, a faint purple aura still clinging to him, observing the trajectory of his opponent. Baek CC's body twists violently in midair, the purple energy still clinging to him as he's propelled further back. He crashes into a nearby wall with a sickening thud, leaving a deep indentation in the solid surface. The man in glasses flinches, his concern deepening as he witnesses the sheer force of the blow, a gasp escaping his lips. Kang Hyun approaches the fallen Baek CC, who lies motionless on the ground, his gaze unwavering. Baek CC's face is marred with red marks, a testament to the impact, and his right eye glows with an ominous crimson light. A searing purple energy rips through the air, violently impacting Baek CC, who lets out a guttural scream as the force slams into him. Watching the brutal display, the unnamed man in glasses can only stare, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun watches the outcome of his attack with an unwavering, intense gaze. Baek CC lies broken amidst the shattered debris, his body tattered and his strength seemingly spent. Standing over the fallen man, Kang Hyun holds a small, dark orb of energy, his expression unreadable as he surveys his work. Yet, despite the overwhelming damage, Baek CC's face contorts into a disturbing, almost gleeful grin, acknowledging the unexpected power of his opponent. An urgent call echoes through a facility, demanding instructor Kim Sung-han and the first aid kit immediately, while another voice urgently instructs someone to call instructor Lee Min-hyuk. Meanwhile, the man with glasses, his face etched with concern, relays critical information over the phone, confirming a right-hand open fracture. Assistant Kim Sung-won, looking down with a pained expression, responds with a strained, "NJHH. Yes, yes." Please come quickly, his voice conveying the gravity of the situation. The blonde-haired man's face is visible, marred by fresh red marks, a clear sign of the recent injury. Kang Hyun, his crimson eyes narrowed, confronts the scene, demanding to know what trainer Ah Yu-sung means by this. The man with glasses stands nearby, his expression shifting to one of utter shock, a silent gasp escaping him. As the blonde-haired man lies injured on the ground, a voice attempts to dismiss the incident, claiming, "It was an accident," but Kang Hyun retorts, "Are you hearing yourself right now?" The injured man groans in pain, his face bloodied and one eye swollen shut. The man with glasses turns, a look of shock or realization crossing his features as he processes the scene. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation settling upon him. A voice announces a short break, the tension in the air palpable. As others are instructed to return to their seats, a figure in a suit directs Kang Hyun to follow him. The man with glasses, looking weary, acknowledges the instruction. Kang Hyun's hand grips a distinctive, glowing dagger. He stands ready, clad in tactical gear and a gas mask, the glowing blade a stark contrast to the hazy surroundings. Despite the previous incident, the training continued, though the memory of the intense combat, like the clash of steel, lingered in the air. The process unfolded as normal for a few more days, and in the end, no one expected anything further to happen. But the one who had been waiting for a new stimulation of interest, the one who had kept a close eye on him since the Beck CC incident, knew that even though he had been through a lot, he hadn't shown anything else yet. They even put Guak Suil on standby, and thanks to that, the fourth day passed peacefully. However, the man with glasses knew that was not the full truth. Actually, it was yet to pass. A sign for the instructor's office hung on a door, hinting at the next phase. With the training coming to an end, it was time for a match with real hunters. The man with glasses observed the monitors, his thoughts already on the impending confrontation. He sighs, observing the young man before him. The current training, though short, has been intense, and the results are clear. He hums thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. The young man covers his face, a silent struggle playing out within him. He can tell, he remarks, that the young man is itching for a fight. The young man's crimson eyes flare with a dangerous light, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge, as the man with glasses notes that reading paperwork doesn't suit him, nor does being a good person. Still, he keeps his face hidden, wrestling with the intensity of his own power. A moment of quiet passes as he regains control. Later, the training facility stands quiet under the evening sky, a testament to the rigorous sessions held within. The man with glasses extends his hand to Assistant Kim Sung-won, offering his thanks, for they were able to prevent additional casualties. The man with glasses dismisses the previous incident, stating it was nothing, and expresses a hope that the individual didn't simply abandon the task to search for an item. Turning his attention to Kang Hyun, he then asks if he had indeed reached stage 5, as claimed. As a gleaming sword comes into view, the man remarks on its quality, questioning if the reward for clearing stage 5 wasn't a new weapon, and sarcastically adds that he simply found one on the ground along the way. His expression hardening, he dismisses Kang Hyun's implied explanation as nothing more than a lazy excuse. A purple aura begins to flare around Kang Hyun as he responds, calmly stating that it's fine, and that the man doesn't seem to mind his honest answers. With a surge of power, he declares his intent to demonstrate what someone who truly cleared the path can achieve. His attack slams into the ground, shattering the reinforced floor and sending debris flying. Leaving a trail of vibrant green energy, Kang Hyun moves with impossible speed, a blur across the training grounds. His crimson eyes glow with fierce determination, reflecting the raw power he has just unleashed. He launches himself into the air, a vibrant blue aura crackling around him, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. The unnamed man with glasses watches, a thought forming in his mind, wondering if he had misjudged the young man's capabilities. Kang Hyun moves with impossible speed, a blur of indigo and crimson, leaving a shimmering trail of blue energy in his wake. Landing with a powerful impact, he declares his intent, a massive, glowing blue blade manifesting from his hand, ready to unleash its full force. The energy blade expands, growing in size and intensity, a beacon of raw power. Then, with a deafening roar, he unleashes the attack, a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy that engulfs everything in its path. As the brilliant light fades, he stands resolute, his form unwavering amidst the dissipating power. The unnamed man with glasses is left speechless, a ghostly afterimage of Kang Hyun's power burned into his vision, utterly overwhelmed by such ridiculous physicality. Kang Hyun, still radiating power, offers a confident smirk, his display a clear answer to any lingering doubts. He unleashes a devastating blue energy blade, its ethereal glow cutting through the air with impossible speed, leaving his opponent no time to react. The blade slices through the air, closing the distance in an instant. His crimson eyes burn with fierce intensity, the glowing edge of his weapon making contact, then tearing through flesh. Blood erupts from the wound, painting the air. As his opponent struggles in vain against the overwhelming force, the blade pierces completely through the arm, a clean, brutal strike. His opponent is thrown backward, the force of the impact sending him reeling. His face contorted in a silent scream of agony. The impact of the previous blow leaves Beck CC reeling, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. He collapses into the shallow water, defeated, as Kang Hyun stands calmly over him. With eyes closed in resignation, he acknowledges the truth: he has lost. Later, an ice pack rests on a wooden surface, a silent testament to the spar's intensity. As Kang Hyun casually opens a soda can. Sitting together, Beck CC admits that trainer Kang Hyun is incredibly strong, to which Kang Hyun replies that his opponent is also quite capable. Taking a drink, Kang Hyun then confesses that skills are usually prohibited in spars, but he kinda ended up using mine, prompting a surprised "is that so?" from Beck CC. Kang Hyun then offers to go easy on him next time, which Beck CC protests as unfair, arguing that passive abilities don't help. Despite the banter, Beck CC expresses his gratitude, adding that he will hold Kang Hyun to his word about going easy, but with a condition. A memory flashes, a familiar voice echoing the frustration of a past conversation. "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting," she had said, her words sharp with concern. "But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." He had cringed then, hearing her remind him. "You have a practice tomorrow, right? Head to practice. What's sleep?" Now, a stark contrast to that domestic scene. A towering, fortified building looms under a dark sky, its perimeter secured by barbed wire and a chilling warning. Trespassers will be shot on sight. Undeterred, a cloaked figure approaches the formidable structure. His crimson eyes, sharp and focused, betraying the hidden intensity beneath the hood. He scans his surroundings, taking in every detail of the building's facade. His gaze lingering on the entrance. A soft click echoes as he reaches the ornate, heavy doors, and a faint rattling sound follows, as the handles begin to turn, hinting at a path forward. The massive, ornate doors of the mysterious building begin to groan open, revealing the heavy, metallic sound of their slow movement. As they finally part, a breathtaking view of the sprawling city at night unfolds, a vast expanse of lights stretching into the distance. A towering structure dominates the cityscape, a dungeon now repurposed as a training ground for the talented education program. Outside, a large group of students gathers before the entrance to the F-rank dungeon, known as Kika's Forest. Even with its low rank, the man with glasses explains to Kang Hyun, this particular location was chosen for the tutorial for two specific reasons. First, he clarifies, it's a field-type dungeon, meaning there are no hidden traps or environmental hazards to worry about. Secondly, the creatures within, known as kaikas, don't need to be fought individually, allowing for group combat practice. He assures the gathered students that further details will be explained once they are inside the dungeon itself. Kang Hyun's gaze hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the reality before him. This would be the very first dungeon he truly enters. He reflects on his past, realizing that even during the tutorial, he had only entered a simulated dungeon, never experiencing a true one until now. As he passed through the doorway, a strange floating sensation enveloped him. Opening his eyes, he felt the distinct presence of mana, a sensation he had only experienced in simulations until now. The group found themselves in a dense, misty forest, the air thick with an unfamiliar energy. This was indeed a dungeon, a vast, natural expanse stretching before them. Turning to a fellow student, he questioned the nature of their location, only to be reminded that the details had been covered in class. He expressed surprise at the mention of kaikas, confirming they were to be used as examples for their training. Afterward, the instructors directed them to form groups of 5, preparing to lure the kaikas back for combat. The instructors, standing firm, continued to outline the plan. They explained that to lure a kika, they would move to an open space suitable for combat, promising to repeat the explanation about the creatures as they moved. As the students, including Kang Hyun, Wak Suil, Beck CC, and In Myung, follow assistant Kim Sungwon deeper into the dungeon, he explains that kaikas are docile creatures, but their hides are incredibly tough. He elaborates that they can grow up to 2 meters tall, and their only weakness is their eyes. Therefore, the students are instructed to aim for the eyes, as their mana is too low to penetrate the thick hide elsewhere. He continues, explaining that the textbook strategy involves multiple people working together to immobilize a kika before striking its vulnerable eyes. Meanwhile, the man with glasses observes the unfolding events from a remote location, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a system message flashes across the screen. The main core has been destroyed. Another message immediately follows, declaring, the portal leading outside was opened. As Kang Hyun looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. He stares intently at the glowing notification, processing the unexpected development. A sharp, cracking sound echoes through the dungeon, as if the very air is fracturing. Amidst the growing panic, a voice cuts through the din, urging everyone to remain calm and leave through the portal one at a time. As students jostle and push, one cries out, while an instructor insists they must first secure the dungeon core before it collapses completely. Another instructor attempts to restore order, reminding the crowd that there is plenty of time to leave in an orderly fashion. But the cracking intensifies, and the distant portal is now a scene of utter pandemonium, with students pushing and asking what happened. The man in glasses, observing the scene, mutters to himself about 2 guys, wondering if everyone got out. Nearby, another instructor, his face etched with concern, questions who scared the dungeon, prompting a student to exclaim, "Instructor!" The dungeon core itself begins to violently collapse, dark energy swirling and crackling, as the instructor can only gasp, "The dungeon!" The man in glasses watches the destruction with wide, worried eyes, a single thought forming in his mind. Don't tell me. Amidst the chaos of the collapsing dungeon, an instructor urgently directs his colleagues to headquarters, while also shouting for Daniel to evacuate the dangerous area. Violent purple energy erupts from the dungeon's core, confirming the terrifying reality. It's a dungeon break. Nearby, the man in glasses observes the unfolding disaster, questioning the situation and noting Kang Hyun's presence. He confirms the dungeon break to Kang Hyun, then instructs him to assist on the front line, leaving the young man to ponder the gravity of the situation. The main core of the dungeon violently shatters, unleashing boss monsters and initiating a full collapse that threatens to flood the portal with creatures. Kang Hyun's face contorts in shock, the reality of the dungeon break sinking in as he wonders why no one fought back. The man in glasses then reveals his previous statement was merely a test, a way to gauge Kang Hyun's awareness. Acknowledging Kang Hyun's growth, he apologizes for the distraction, emphasizing the dungeon's imminent collapse. As his crimson eyes begin to glow and a vibrant purple aura flares around him, Kang Hyun prepares to follow the instructions, ready to face the impending threat. A man in glasses clenches his jaw, a frustrated sigh escaping him as the chaos of the dungeon break unfolds. Meanwhile, a voice calls out to Kang Hyun, questioning his presence, asking if he wasn't supposed to be restrained. He ignores the question, his gaze fixed on the distant figures struggling against unseen threats, as a voice shouts orders to gather in groups of 3, warning that failure means death. The air crackles with malevolent energy, purple particles swirling around grotesque, dismembered monster parts, a clear sign of the overwhelming power now unleashed. Kang Hyun realizes the gravity of the situation, knowing he must handle this himself. With a defiant curse, his crimson eyes ignite with power, and a vibrant purple aura flares around him, as he charges forward, ready to face whatever comes. Suddenly, Guak Suil appears behind him, his own eyes glowing with a similar purple energy, insisting on joining the fight. Kang Hyun's weapon, a formidable spiked club, pulses with the same dark, crackling energy, ready to deliver devastating blows. He brings it down with immense force, purple energy erupting on impact, striking a monstrous creature with a powerful, decisive blow. A monstrous entity reels back, its form blurring from the sheer force of a blow. The impact tears at its flesh, sending a sickening puff of energy and gore into the air. Kang Hyun, his crimson eyes glowing with fierce resolve, continues his relentless assault, his purple aura flaring as he strikes another creature, while Guak Suil joins the fray, his own power surging. The monster is violently thrown back, its form contorting from the sheer force of the blow. Nearby, Baek Cc watches the escalating chaos, his face etched with terror and regret, realizing the grave mistake of chasing them into this nightmare. Kang Hyun's expression remains grim, his focus unwavering amidst the brutal fight. As they fight side by side, Guak Suil playfully chides his companion, declaring that he shouldn't be having all the fun by himself. Kang Hyun prepares for another strike, his weapon crackling with purple energy, acknowledging the grim reality of their situation. He unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, his purple aura flaring intensely as he considers the reliability of having a psycho on their side. Kang Hyun unleashes a devastating blue energy slash, carving a wide arc through the unseen enemies before him. The attack connects with brutal force, shredding through multiple monstrous forms in a single, fluid motion. As a crimson aura flares around his head, he shouts a warning to Yu Sung, urging him to cover his ears. A system notification confirms the activation of a powerful ability, the Raging Lion's Roar. The monsters recoil in agony, their forms distorting from the unseen impact, one of them crying out in confusion, "Bro-brained bastards." Nearby, Guak Suil reacts with a start, his eyes widening at the sudden, overwhelming force. As the two continue to battle the horde, the monsters question the unexpected strength of their opponents, wondering if these trainees truly possess the power of a Beranker, and recognizing the distinct sound of Kang Hyun's skill. Guak Suil delivers a powerful kick to a monster, calling out for support as he continues his relentless assault. One of the monsters, its eyes glowing with a predatory light, remarks that they might be able to clean up this situation more easily than expected, misjudging the true power of their adversaries. Of course, the problem is that a mana explosion erupts from Kang Hyun, his eyes glowing crimson as raw power surges forth. The force slams into a monstrous figure, eliciting a piercing shriek of pain, leaving the creature reeling and questioning the nature of such a devastating skill. Nearby, Guak Suil stares in awe at the aftermath, asking his senior if what he just witnessed was magic. Suddenly, Guak Suil's expression shifts, and he urges his companion to look elsewhere. The ground ahead stretches out, barren and rocky, as their boots continue to move forward across the desolate terrain. A massive, spiky monster, its form wreathed in dark energy, reels from a powerful impact. Purple energy crackles violently around its head, the force of the modern crush attack visibly distorting its monstrous features. This formidable creature, a true boss monster, stands as a testament to the immense power unleashed. With a steely gaze, Kang Hyun's resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing in his mind. He will make them pay for what they did. He stands alone against a surging tide of monsters, his allies watching from a distance as he prepares for the onslaught. Behind him, Guak Suil watches, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief, muttering in stunned admiration at the sheer power on display. As Kang Hyun unleashes a flurry of attacks, tearing through the monstrous ranks, Guak Suil can only exclaim, "Let the poor guy have a chance," before quickly adding, "Don't bullshit me. I'm taking your side." An unnamed man, his expression serious, confirms that someone indeed broke into the practice dungeon, causing a major incident. He continues, explaining that the incident occurred just yesterday, and the students who were supposed to be there for today's dungeon training have been evacuated. A woman with long, dark hair listens intently, her thoughts turning to the assumption that the dungeon terrorism was supposed to happen next month. The man then asks if any students were left behind, to which he receives the answer that about 2 were. The scene shifts to the gruesome aftermath, revealing the defeated form of the dungeon boss, a grotesque Kika mutant, its dark, multi-limbed body sprawled amidst the rubble. The woman, now observing the fallen creature, lets out a soft gasp, her eyes wide at the sight of the students who managed to defeat such a formidable foe. The narration highlights the exceptional strength required to overcome such a monster, a power that seems to defy the very nature of a human. Yet, above all, the most astonishing trait of the injured student, Beck CC, is his incredible healing ability, evident even with the red marks still visible on his face. An elite hunter is aggressive and unafraid of injury, possessing incredible stamina. Her unpredictable combat style is particularly troubling for opponents, leaving other hunters invisibly tied up, a true genius who will prove to be a formidable foe. Her quick decision-making skills mark her as an elite hunter, but she's clearly more of a problem than a simple adversary. In a quiet office, the man with glasses observes that Kang Hyun is getting older by the day, then asks if a recruitment offer has been sent. He reminds his assistant that scouting a student in training is illegal, acknowledging that his assistant is, as always, well-informed. The man with glasses then asserts that it's only natural for a subordinate to respect their boss. Kang Hyun listens intently. Meanwhile, Damgun Guild's Hunter Hamsian walks by. It's good to see her out and about. As night falls over the city, an unseen voice expresses a bad feeling about the recent accident, to which another responds with understanding. At the podium, Kim Lee-hyun addresses the assembled crowd, concluding his speech with a final wish for everyone. His words mark the end of the completion ceremony, bringing the formal proceedings to a close. From the audience, Kang Hyun watches the man depart, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he wonders if that was the principal, recalling how often he'd seen Kim Lee-hyun and mistakenly thought he was a more prominent figure. Outside, Kim Lee-hyun's assistant opens the car door for him, informing him that his ride has arrived. Kang Hyun watches the scene unfold, a look of utter astonishment spreading across his features. A gleaming, luxurious white car pulls up, its polished surface sparkling under the light, and a voice remarks on the immense wealth of its owner, Yu Sung. Yu Sung offers Kang Hyun a lift, inviting him to hop in, which he gratefully accepts. He lets out a soft sigh, a hint of weariness in his expression as he stands beside another man, thinking to himself, "Who knew I'd be riding a cab like this?" His gaze drifts, his thoughts momentarily lost in the quiet of the moment. Then his attention is caught by 2 figures in the distance, and he recognizes one of them, muttering, "Kim Lee-hyun?" A slight frown creases his brow as he recalls the previous encounter, wondering if he had misjudged the man's identity before, and a voice in his head confirms that it was indeed Kim Lee-hyun, the one he had previously thought was a different person. He had been told that he was job hunting, but instead, he spent every waking hour drinking and playing games. Meanwhile, a sleek limousine pulls up to the curb, and a message is conveyed. "We'll reach out to you soon. Keep that in mind. Sincerely, Yu Sung." Kang Hyun watches the luxurious vehicle, a hint of surprise on his face as he wonders, "Wait, is that Yu Sung?" Yu Sung steps out, accompanied by assistant Kim, and offers a casual greeting. "Ah, at least give us some words of praise." Kang Hyun's eyes widen slightly in recognition, a new understanding dawning on him as he realizes, "You're strong, Kang Hyun." He listens intently as the man in glasses explains that he's now considered a talent, and that the responsibility for his actions will soon fall entirely on him. A sudden, sharp sound echoes as a screen displays a message about a talent awakening and a hunter license being issued. A faint thump accompanies the revelation, and Kang Hyun's expression hardens, a mix of determination and unease settling on his face. Later, back in his own space, he hears a voice, presumably his sister's, commenting on his brother's potential, to which he offers a non-committal yeah. He stares at a screen, a message declaring, "You're good, great," followed by a stark reminder. "Today's the last day you can be like that." With a determined gesture, he declares that starting tomorrow, he'll be going around dungeons. A moment of thought, and he wonders how to find them, questioning if they show up on Google Maps. He then recalls a site called Radar, noting that most of the information about dungeons comes from there. He expresses surprise, realizing he didn't know that, and wonders if he's supposed to be an expert, before concluding that he can find it on any social media platform. He had at least played games and been online before, but now, as he delved into the world of hunters, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting even dumber. Searching for information, he found a wealth of data on dungeon maps, monster details, and even recruitment posts for party members. He mused over the details of an F-rank dungeon in the Kika forest, considering his options. A thought sparked in his mind. Could he clear it by himself? He believed he could. The lowest-ranked dungeon offered a clear reward of $20,000, a sum that certainly caught his attention. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man in glasses observed that new energy sources like mana stones were gaining significant attention, along with the valuable items dropped by monsters, providing substantial extra income. Back in his room, Kang Hyun realized his urgent need for money, recalling that he had received $10,000 just last month. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw a new message. Another $10,000 had been sent to him today for pocket money. He scrolled through his phone, noting that the sender had also apparently bought a used car last week. He sits alone, the words of his sister echoing in his mind. I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, she had said. She had continued. But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games. A faint memory of a door opening and closing, a soft thud, accompanies his thoughts. He recalls her exasperated sigh. It's better than a full-grown jobless man. The weight of her disappointment still lingers. He remembers her final, cutting remark. Apparently, you're not even capable of doing anything, are you? The memory fades, replaced by a sudden, visceral shift in his surroundings. From a dark, rocky chasm, a monstrous, shadowy figure begins to coalesce, its glowing red eyes and fiery hands signaling an immediate threat. With terrifying speed, the creature's arm extends, transforming into a sharp, blade-like appendage crackling with raw purple energy. The monstrous blade slashes forward, leaving vivid trails of purple energy in its devastating arc. It connects with brutal force, sending a spray of blood across the jagged rock. Despite the fresh wound and the blood streaming down his face, Kang Hyun stands defiant, his hand glowing with intense blue energy as he declares, Haha, this is nothing. Come. With a fierce laugh, Kang Hyun unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, tearing through the shadowy form of the monstrous entity before him. Far from the dungeon vicinity, a sleek black car, known as Burntley, sits parked outside a towering building, as a phone vibrates with an incoming message. The screen glows with a notification, emitting a soft, persistent hum. Elsewhere, the unnamed man with glasses speaks into his phone, confirming that he isn't picking up, while a woman on the other end suggests he's probably asleep. She continues, her voice carrying over the phone, mentioning she'll be back after playing games and asking to book the room. The man with glasses then instructs her to call him tomorrow and mention just one specific thing. The woman responds, her tone hinting at a shared secret, asking if he means the thing that appeared in the news. Superman. As blue energy crackles around the building, the man wonders what he would do about that, and the woman confidently asserts that the government will surely handle it. As blue lightning crackles violently around a dark, metallic structure, a voice questions how long they are expected to wait for him and his party, dismissing the idea of calling them as senseless. The raw energy intensifies, filling the air with an almost palpable tension. Below, a faint blue glow spreads across the sandy ground, hinting at a powerful presence about to emerge. Meanwhile, a group of figures stands on a platform, their attention fixed on several glowing purple screens below them. The screens clearly display the words ORC and ORC Hunter, revealing the nature of the threat they are monitoring. Back in the volatile zone, a barefoot steps onto the sandy ground, surrounded by the same eerie blue energy. Suddenly, a violent, explosive sound rips through the air, signaling a powerful impact. Blood splatters across a gloved hand, confirming a brutal injury has just occurred. He emerges from the dungeon, a sigh escaping his lips, relieved to have finished the task in a single day. Stretching out the kinks from his body, he wonders if another dungeon awaits, or if that's too much to hope for. As he walks away from a parked car, a thought crosses his mind about his resurrection manga, still unfinished in his real life. Suddenly, his phone clicks open in his hand, drawing his attention. His eyes widen in surprise as he sees the screen, displaying a shocking 36 missed messages from Ian. A wave of confusion washes over him, wondering what could have possibly happened to warrant such a barrage of calls. On the phone, he hears the urgent news, realizing they are in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, his mom and dad stand by a car, their presence adding to the growing sense of urgency. The situation is clearly dire, as he processes the gravity of the unfolding events. A moment of stunned silence falls over him as he processes the alarming news. The weight of the situation crushes down, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dread, a faint blue energy beginning to emanate from him. As news spreads of a large-scale dungeon break in Hongor County, prompting the Ministry of National Defense to blockade the area with civilian and talent organizations to prevent further casualties, and with growing concerns for the isolated residents, Kang Hyun meticulously ties the laces of his boots, preparing to step out into a world fraught with new dangers. His mother watches him, a worried expression on her face, as he finishes his preparations, a soft sigh escaping her lips. He looks up, offering a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. A moment of quiet contemplation passes over his features, his gaze distant. His mother's voice, filled with concern, reminds him to be careful, urging him not to get carried away. Just go inside and rest. A voice urges him, as a low hum fills the air. He drives away, reassuring them. I'll be going back soon, the engine humming softly. His gaze remains fixed and resolute. Further down the road, his car is halted by a military roadblock, a guard stating, "You cannot go any further from here." He questions the restriction, "I'm a talent. Can I go in?" After a brief exchange, the guard relays a message, "Let him through. All talents are allowed in." The guard adds a final warning. "However, we won't be responsible for anything that happens to you afterward." With that, he drives past the checkpoint, the guard offering a polite, if somewhat ominous, "Have a nice day." He continued his drive, the road ahead stretching into the restricted Hangul County. Above, the sky remained a serene blue, a stark contrast to the growing tension within the vehicle. The car sped through the verdant landscape, the trees a blur on either side. Inside, Kang Hyun's thoughts raced, mulling over the grim reports. There are 5 confirmed dungeon breaks. The sheer scale of the threat was daunting, especially with the mention of even S-rank dungeons mixed in. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he wondered, will I make it in time? He calculated his chances, so long as I don't encounter any monster along the way. I can make it within 2 hours. But his hopeful thought was instantly shattered as a monstrous, rocky creature with glowing red eyes lunged from the dense forest, slamming into the front of his car with brutal force. The impact sent a shockwave through the vehicle, shattering the driver's side window and showering him with shards of glass. The impact shatters the car window, a massive, dark form tearing through the vehicle's exterior with a sickening crunch. A monstrous boar, its eyes glowing crimson, fully reveals itself, letting out a guttural growl. Inside the ruined car, Kang Hyun's hand glows with a faint purple energy as he prepares for battle, his resolve hardening. The creature snarls, its red eyes fixed on him. And he observes its immense size. "Oh, you're kind of big," he remarks. Just before a brutal strike sends blood splattering from his face. The monstrous boar then moves away, its heavy steps echoing down the road. A cacophony of guttural cries erupts as a horde of goblins swarms forward, their small, green forms blurring into a menacing wave. Kang Hyun stares at the onslaught, a frustrated sigh escaping him, wondering if he's somehow burned through another life or if all these creatures have appeared at once. With a swift, decisive strike, he dispatches one of the creatures, reminding himself that while a single goblin is no problem, he only has 2 hours to complete his task. Before he can fully recover, a monstrous boar, its eyes glowing crimson, charges from the side, slamming into him with immense force and sending him reeling back, as he wonders if a goblin boss monster was supposed to be here. Despite the impact, Kang Hyun pushes through the pain, shouting a defiant never as he prepares to face the beast. The monstrous boar lets out a deafening roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows streaks through the air, aimed directly at him. Distracted by the incoming projectiles, Kang Hyun finds himself caught between the charging boar and the unexpected ranged attack. The goblin's attack, perfectly timed with the boar's assault, creates a perilous pincer movement. A cacophony of squeals and guttural cries echoes through the dense forest, signaling the presence of unseen threats. Kang Hyun, his expression grim, confronts the encroaching danger, declaring that if they insist on a fight, they should turn on each other instead. But with no time to spare, he turns and sprints through the undergrowth, a blur of motion against the dark trees. His escape is urgent, as 2 glowing blue figures emerge from the darkness, their ethereal forms giving chase through the moonlit woods. He glances at his phone, a map displaying his distant destination and a rapidly dwindling 2-hour timer, realizing that reaching it on foot is proving far more difficult than anticipated, with the destination itself still out of sight. A memory flashes through his mind, a moment of quiet reflection while looking at his phone, wondering how his sister, Ayun, always navigated the city streets with such ease, a skill he now desperately needs. The thought is broken by another chilling monster cry, a haunting sound that echoes through the forest. With renewed determination, he pushes harder, his figure a determined streak against the dark, endless trees. Kang Hyun continues his desperate flight through the dense forest, a blue aura of speed trailing behind him. Suddenly, a sharp impact sends blood splattering across his face, a cry of pain escaping him. He immediately retaliates, his sword arcing with brilliant blue energy, striking a monstrous, wolf-like creature. Another beast, its eyes glowing crimson, charges like a living missile from the undergrowth. But Kang Hyun is faster, his blade already connecting with the second monster, sending it reeling. A chilling thought strikes him. Some of these creatures can turn invisible. A grim determination settles on his face, a small cut now visible on his cheek, as he acknowledges that any hope for an easy journey has vanished. Leaves rustle violently around him, the blue trails of his speed still visible as he pushes onward. He glances back over his shoulder, the relentless pursuit continuing through the dark woods. Kang Hyun continues his desperate fight, his blade a blur of green light as he carves through the relentless wolf-like monsters. With a fierce cry, he prepares for another devastating strike, his weapon glowing with an intense blue energy. The monsters snarl and lunge, but he meets their charge head-on, his blade flashing through their ranks. Blood sprays as he continues to cut down his foes, leaving a trail of destruction. Finally, the immediate threat is neutralized, and the forest floor is littered with the lifeless bodies of his attackers. He takes a moment to assess his condition, a fresh cut bleeding on his cheek, a grim reminder of the invisible foe. His crimson eyes glow with renewed resolve as he mutters, "That's what you've got, you bitches." As the first rays of dawn break over the mountains, the forest begins to awaken, signaling the passage of a long, arduous night. Yet, the battle is far from over, as more fallen monsters lie scattered across the sunlit ground, evidence of Kang Hyun's continued struggle. Still caught in the aftermath of his relentless battle, the dense foliage around him seems to press in. A pained grunt escapes him, his body pushed to its absolute limits. He sighs, the exhaustion palpable, wondering when he last experienced a full night's sleep, feeling an overwhelming weariness. His face, marred by fresh scratches and dried blood, bears testament to the brutal struggle he endured. As the sun climbs high, casting a brilliant glare across the sky, the scene shifts to a quiet, ordinary building, far removed from the night's horrors. Later, a phone screen glows with unanswered messages, a silent testament to the passage of time and perhaps growing concern. Back home, his mother sits opposite him, both on the floor, as she quietly shushes him, a shared tension hanging in the air. She voices her concern, asking if it's truly all right for him to be there, while he wonders aloud why someone isn't picking up, adding that where there's a problem, there's a solution. The word towers echoes, hinting at a new, formidable challenge or location. He recalls a past conversation, a moment of self-doubt, thinking, I said something like, okay, but now that I think about it, it wasn't okay at all. His mind conjures the image of a hulking beast, a challenge he once believed he could face alone. I thought I could handle it myself, but they said I can't handle it alone. A wry smile touches his lips as he considers the implications. However, his expression hardens, resolve etched onto his features. The narrative itself poses a question, echoing his internal struggle. Can Hyun defeat the monster that just appeared? The answer is revealed in a flash of blue energy, the beast vanquished, but another question lingers. And wiped out all the orcs? Battered and bleeding, he stares up at the sky, a desperate thought escaping him. Where in the world did such a monster come from? Despite his wounds, a defiant smirk crosses his face, a boastful thought for his parents. Kiki, orcs are just warm-ups. Mom, Dad, your cute little boy has arrived. He stands silently, head bowed, as a familiar voice admonishes him. I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, she begins, her tone sharp. But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games. Standing amidst the bloodied, defeated forms of 15 orcs, Kang Hyun knows that such a feat is merely a warm-up. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of movement reaches his ears, and he prepares for the next wave. Indeed, more of the monstrous creatures emerge from the shadows, their numbers seemingly endless. His crimson eyes glow with an intense, focused energy, ready to meet the renewed challenge. A system notification flashes, confirming the presence of multiple orc warriors, each a formidable foe. But then, a truly massive figure steps forward, an orc leader, clearly a boss monster, and not just one, but 3 of them are present. The sudden appearance of such powerful foes makes him question the dungeon's true nature, wondering if this is an E-rank dungeon, or something far more dangerous. He screams for his father, pleading with him to rescue his mother, a desperate cry echoing the trauma of a past he refuses to let repeat. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, startling 2 figures who stand frozen in surprise. One of them, a man, utters Kang Hyun's name in disbelief, his eyes wide as he struggles to comprehend the sight before him. Both companions stare, gasping at the profound change in him, wondering what could have transpired in the mere months since they last saw him. Without a word, he charges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. A monstrous orc bellows a challenge. Bloodied but resolute, Kang Hyun meets the charge, his expression grim. He slams into the horde of orcs, his attack sending one reeling with a powerful impact. Another orc, its eyes blazing with feral light, lunges forward, ready to strike. Covered in dust and grime, his eyes now burning with an intense blue light, Kang Hyun braces himself for the onslaught. An orc, its own eyes glowing a malevolent yellow, lunges forward. He unleashes a focused blast, tearing through another orc. Moving like a whirlwind, he becomes a blur amidst the horde, orcs falling around him as he presses his relentless assault. With a determined expression, he closes the distance to his next target, delivering a powerful, blue-tinged kick that sends an orc flying. Another monster crumples under the force of his glowing blue fist, the energy crackling intensely around his hand. A pained grunt escapes him, the blue aura around him momentarily flickering as the strain of battle begins to show. Kang Hyun unleashes a focused burst of brilliant blue energy, striking an orc with devastating force. He shouts in exertion, his body pushing past its limits as he delivers another powerful blow. With a swift motion, he swings his weapon, infused with the same vibrant blue energy, to strike down another monstrous orc. His assault is relentless, a blur of motion and glowing power as he continues to carve a path through the horde. One orc reels back, its pained cry echoing as it struggles against the overwhelming force. Another falls to his relentless attacks, but the continuous exertion begins to show on his face, sweat beading on his brow as he looks down, visibly weary. Suddenly, the blue energy around him intensifies, pulsing with immense power, ready to erupt in an explosion. A massive wave of azure power erupts from his form, engulfing everything in its path. As the dust settles, dark blood splatters across the ground, a grim testament to the devastating impact of his final attack. As the dust settles from his last devastating attack, a spray of blood splatters across the ground. The massive, armored general of the orcs lies broken and bleeding, its form utterly decimated by the force of the blow. Another smaller figure, likely a minion, is also dispatched, its body crumpled amidst the debris. Yet, the battle is far from over. A glowing blue potion hints at a moment of respite, even as a new wave of grotesque, red-eyed creatures swarms forward. Their sheer numbers trigger overloaded warnings in the air, a testament to the relentless pressure they exert. With a powerful, resounding kong, a heavy boot slams down, scattering the encroaching horde. Kong Hyun, his face streaked with blood but his crimson eyes burning with resolve, stands firm, ready to face the renewed onslaught. From the depths of the horde, a truly massive, muscular creature emerges, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, surrounded by its smaller, equally menacing kin. With a terrifying, drawn-out shriek, the monstrous leader lets out a guttural roar, challenging him directly. Kong Hyun stands his ground against the encroaching armored figures, a sneer twisting his lips as he dismisses them. Even as a colossal, muscular monster, a titan, emerges from the ranks, he remains defiant, his crimson eyes glowing with fierce resolve. The titan's sheer physical power is evident in its bulging, veiny musculature, a testament to the raw strength it possesses. A system notification flashes, confirming the reactivation of his leader's aura ability, a surge of power coursing through him. With a guttural roar, Kong Hyun unleashes his fury, his eyes burning with an infernal glow as he challenges the entire horde. An invisible force erupts from him, rippling through the air with devastating impact. The armored leader of the enemy forces reels back, blood erupting from his nose and mouth, as the impact shatters his composure. Kong Hyun follows up with a brutal, mid-air strike, sending the leader crashing down. The armored leader lies defeated on the ground, his subordinates looking on in stunned silence. He reels, a guttural cry escaping him as the armored figures close in, their blows landing with sickening thuds. Towering over the chaos, the massive titan watches, surrounded by its relentless bastards. One of them connects, a brutal, green-tinged punch slamming into his face, making him feel as though they are deliberately toying with him. But then, with a surge of emerald energy, Kong Hyun retaliates, his fist exploding into an enemy's helmet, sending the armored figure flying back with a pained grunt. He finds himself on the ground, his body refusing to move, a realization dawning that he's lost a significant amount of mana. Nearby, the armored leader lies motionless, a stark reminder that the rules of this world might not align with the real one. Yet, even as his hand glows faintly on the debris-strewn ground, a single thought ignites his resolve. Lying broken and bloodied on the ground, his body battered and mana depleted, he struggles to move amidst the wreckage. Yet, a fierce resolve ignites within him, as he screams his refusal to abandon his family. With a guttural cry, he challenges his tormentors to bring it on. From a distance, the colossal titan watches, its immense form rumbling with an unknown energy. Ignoring his wounds, he charges forward, plowing through the armored enemies with a renewed, desperate fury. Amidst the brutal fight, a fleeting image of his mother flashes through his mind, causing him to gasp her name. Her words echo in his memory, a gentle reminder not to give up, even as the world around him burns. His bloodied face contorts in defiance, rejecting the comfort of the past for the harsh reality of the present. With eyes blazing, he unleashes another furious roar, ready to face whatever comes next. Despite his wounds, Kong Hyun charges forward, a fierce determination etched across his face. But before he can land a blow, a massive, green-skinned monster intercepts him, slamming him violently into the ground. He coughs up blood as the impact sends him flying, his body twisting grotesquely in the air. Another brutal strike connects, driving him further down, his face contorted in a mask of pain and defiance. He crashes to the ground, surrounded by the monstrous horde, their towering forms casting long shadows over his defeated figure. A colossal foot descends with a deafening kwang, crushing the earth beside him, splattering blood across the concrete. As his hand clenches in a desperate grasp, his crimson eyes ignite with a furious glow, a silent scream echoing in his mind. Not them. The light in his eye intensifies, a single, burning orb of power. Then, with a sudden, explosive force, a brilliant golden energy erupts from his body, swirling violently around him. Now a conduit of raw power, Kong Hyun unleashes a devastating golden energy strike. The force of his blow sends the monster reeling, a crimson spray erupting from the impact. He continues his relentless assault, each strike imbued with the same brilliant, destructive energy. With a final, decisive impact, the monster is thrown back, defeated. Elsewhere, a woman with long, dark hair, clad in practical armor, reacts with surprise, her voice echoing the title, Guild Master. Meanwhile, the armored leader stands amidst his squad, reporting that their area sweep is complete, but the monsters they were meant to eliminate are still unaccounted for. The Guild Master, her expression now somber, acknowledges the significant damage caused. Yet, she notes, the collateral damage in other areas was surprisingly minimal, thanks to someone having gathered the orcs in a single location. Still, her gaze falls upon a device in her hand, a lingering question in her mind about the remaining orcs they haven't yet found. An armored man with long, dark hair issues a command, instructing his subordinates to dispose of a corpse with all due courtesy. Among a group of figures gathered around a shadowy mass, the guild master leans in, her voice laced with disbelief, questioning if this dark form could truly be the corpse in question. Meanwhile, the armored commander closes his eyes, deep in thought, only for them to snap open in sudden, wide-eyed shock. His eyes remain closed, a moment of quiet contemplation before the day truly begins. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, he opens them, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, Kang Hyun surveys his surroundings, a familiar landscape unfolding before him. This place, he realizes, is exactly where he had slept the night before. As a glowing system window materializes before him, detailing his unique resurrection Z ability, the power to return from death within 24 hours during this world's crisis. He holds a small, glowing object in his hand, confirming his last known location. His gaze drifts towards a distant, ancient stone structure, a silent witness to his awakening, the implications of his ability slowly sinking in. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a faint glow emanating from his knuckles, a grim realization dawning that the critical 24-hour window is already closing. With a decisive motion, he grips the hilt of his sword, ready to face whatever comes next. He pushes himself through the dense forest, a desperate urgency driving his every stride, knowing he needs to get back quickly. His body, however, begins to protest. A groan escaping his lips as he feels an overwhelming heaviness settle in his limbs. Ugh, my body feels so heavy. Despite the agony, he forces himself onward, resolving to push past his uncooperative body. Until finally, collapsing to his hands and knees, he can only whisper, "Please, just let everything be over." As the sun dips below the horizon and night falls, he continues his arduous journey, trudging through the rain for a full 5 hours with his uncooperative body. Finally, he stands in a dimly lit room, his destination reached. His face, etched with profound fatigue, reflects the sheer toll of his desperate struggle. After wandering aimlessly through the night, he eventually encountered an army group. He survived that ordeal only because he managed to reach Yun, and that was the moment he truly understood the gravity of his situation. The reality was grim, and his mother lay in a coma. A quiet sound of dejection escapes him as he stares down at his phone, lost in thought. And just like that, 2 months passed. Meanwhile, the Dangun Guild had initiated a boss hunt in the D-rank dungeon known as the Plains of Hell. The guild leader and Se-yun had recently addressed the new D-rank dungeon, indicating its significance. As he prepares to leave, his mother asks, "Are you going to another dungeon?" He simply replies, "Yeah." His mother's voice rings with frustration, reminding him, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting." Her tone sharp as she continues, "But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." He stands by the door, a silent figure absorbing her words, while she adds, "What happened wasn't your fault. Why are you doing things alone?" With a soft click of the door closing behind him, he descends the stairs, leaving the apartment behind. A moment of quiet reflection passes over his face, his thoughts unreadable as he looks back one last time. Elsewhere, a system notification flashes, declaring amazing, as a monstrous creature is caught in a brilliant explosion of light and energy. The impact echoing with a resounding quahawk as it disintegrates. A young man in gleaming armor, his face alight with triumph, punches the air as a level up notification appears before him, exclaiming, "Nice." His party members cheer, "Whoa, you leveled up again. Congrats." The narrator adds, "As expected of our party's ace." The armored man, brimming with confidence, declares, "Humph, I'm an elite who made it to stage 8 of the tutorial. It's only a matter of time before I pull out you losers." He confidently declares his ambition, stating that by next month, he'll reach level 35, the minimum requirement for the prestigious Dangun Guild. A smirk plays on his lips as he adds, "He's never been a sweet guy," attributing his success to his companions and assuring them they'll catch up in no time. His gaze remains sharp, focused on the path ahead. Suddenly, he surges forward, a blur of motion and steel, leaving a trail of impact lines in his wake. His speed is astonishing, his form a mere afterimage as he slices through unseen foes, prompting a subordinate to exclaim at his incredible pace and question why he insists on working alone. He pivots sharply, a quick, almost impatient turn as he calls out, "Hey." Ignoring their concerns, he presses onward, declaring his intent to reach the core room, the situation growing damn serious with every step. Behind him, his subordinates exchange worried glances, one suggesting they simply let him go, a sentiment echoed by the other. As they consider their options, a monstrous insectoid creature, an antra, looms in the depths, its glowing red eyes fixed on the approaching threat, ready to defend its territory. Deep within the dungeon, a new threat emerges, an antra soldier, its crimson eyes glowing menacingly. It is not alone, however, as a vast swarm of these chitinous monsters closes in on the lone figure standing against them, their numbers seemingly endless. As the antra prepare to strike, a system message flashes, announcing the activation of Wayne's secret technique. With a surge of raw power, his eyes blaze crimson, and crackling blue lightning erupts around him, a look of fierce determination etched onto his face. His clenched fist glows with intense mana as the technique's details appear, a massive stat increase for 1 minute, but at the cost of his own body breaking down over time. Despite the danger, he stands firm amidst the encroaching horde, mana still surging around him as he prepares his counterattack. With a thunderous impact, he unleashes a devastating strike, tearing through the antra swarm with explosive force. The attack, named Cleave, continues its destructive path, leaving trails of blue mana in its wake. Finally, a massive mana explosion erupts, obliterating the surrounding antra in a blinding flash. He unleashes the full force of his attack, a torrent of blue energy tearing through the monstrous horde. The devastating blows connect, shattering the chitinous forms of the antra soldiers, culminating in a massive explosion that obliterates the remaining creatures in a blinding flash of light. From above, the armored leader and the new armored man watch, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The guildmaster stands beside them, all three gazing down at the devastation. Kang Hyun, now standing amidst the wreckage, reflects on his power, explaining that the secret technique he acquired yesterday is Wayne's secret technique. It pairs well with his regeneration skill. A system message flashes, detailing the advanced skill, Wayne's secret technique, which temporarily boosts all stats but causes the user's body to break down over time, requiring a regeneration skill to maintain the body until the skill ends. He lets out a small sound of discomfort, feeling the effects of the technique. "Are you okay?" the armored leader asks, his voice laced with concern. As a soft escapes the new armored man, his expression a mix of awe and confusion. And Kang Hyun simply replies, "Yes," glancing back, a silent question in his crimson eyes, while the residual energy of his powerful skill, Mortal Edge, still shimmers in the air. Turning fully away from the stunned group, he declares, "If there's no one else, I'll be leaving. If you'll excuse me." Are you really going to leave this place?" the armored leader questions, watching him walk away. As the guild master, her gaze fixed on the scattered remains, wonders aloud, "How much money is all this worth?" Without looking back, he dismisses her concern, stating, "I have no time to worry about that. I need to get stronger." The new armored man can only stare, a silent question hanging in the air. In the dim, torchlit depths of the dungeon, a question hangs heavy in the air, echoing the sheer power witnessed moments before. An armored leader dismisses the inquiry, stating, "Who cares? We have a report to submit to him, so it's all good." Another armored figure, however, expresses his doubt. "That's true, but I don't think we'll get any worth of pay for this." A bald man among them suddenly has a thought, his eyes widening slightly as he wonders, "Oh wait, could it be him?" The guildmaster questions if it's the legendary figure who clears dungeons alone, but the armored leader quickly dismisses the idea, insisting there's no way, even if the rumors are true, because this is an A-rank dungeon. The new armored man, his aura flaring with purple energy, reinforces the point. Even Mei Won-yun can't clear an A-rank dungeon alone. Suddenly, glowing purple screens materialize before the bewildered group, drawing a collective gasp of surprise. The system messages flash, announcing that the dungeon's entrance has been cleared, and an exit portal is now opening. The proof lies in the gruesome sight of a defeated monster, its lifeless form sprawled on the ground, confirming the impossible feat. A low hum fills the air as he surveys the defeated creatures around him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a system notification appears, detailing a newly acquired item, Bilgeon's longsword, with its formidable attack power and durability. He notes the drain on his mana, a consequence of employing his secret technique, instant regeneration. Considering the sword's abilities, he muses on the sheer advantage it could provide, almost like a cheat code. The system further elaborates on the Berserker ability, warning of impaired judgment and severe aftereffects despite its temporary boost to strength and vitality. He understands that even the most potent skills are useless if not deployed with precision and timing. His eyes glow with a fierce crimson light as he recalls past struggles, wishing he had maintained his composure then. With a grimace, he dismisses the regret, knowing that only one path lies before him now. His resolve hardens. He must become stronger, no matter the cost. With unwavering resolve, Kang Hyun declares his intent to master the new skill, a vibrant yellow aura already beginning to pulse around him. As he focuses, his hand glows with an intense, crackling energy, swirling with both yellow and purple light. A low murmur ripples through the gathered crowd, their attention fixed on the dark maw of a dungeon entrance. Whispers have spread of a lone man, a formidable hunter who clears dungeons by himself, and he was reportedly seen entering this very one today. One of the observers, a man in a brown suit, shakes his head, muttering that it couldn't be their group. Suddenly, a collective gasp escapes the crowd as the man in the suit exclaims, realizing someone is finally emerging. From the shadowy depths, Kang Hyun steps out, his form appearing battered but resolute, drawing exclamations of awe from the onlookers. He lets out a pained gasp, his chest armor visibly damaged, a testament to the brutal fight he just endured. Despite the injuries, his crimson eyes burn with an intense, unwavering focus, reflecting an inner strength that defies his current state. A vibrant, ethereal blue energy pulses around him, a clear manifestation of his formidable mana. He stands before the murmuring crowd, the whispers of Resurrection Man and Ayun echoing around him, a stark contrast to the raw power still radiating from his form. Among them, a man in dark armor questions the rumors, wondering if the hunter truly cleared the dungeon alone, while another observer, eyes wide, urges them to look closer, pointing out the visible damage to his body. The armored man, still skeptical, dismisses the idea, claiming he doesn't know anyone who could achieve such a feat, but the crowd's murmurs persist, they are all palpable. Kang Hyun, hearing their doubts, feels a surge of frustration, his gaze hardening as he questions their disbelief, a silent challenge in his eyes. His anger flares, causing a crimson aura to erupt around him, his eyes glowing with intense power as he clenches his fist, a clear warning to those who question him. One of the observers, startled by the sudden display of power, stammers in disbelief, realizing the true extent of the hunter's strength. Kang Hyun's expression softens slightly, a hint of regret crossing his face as he offers a quiet apology before turning to leave. He walks away from the stunned crowd, his figure receding into the distance, leaving them to ponder the encounter. The armored leader, still processing what he witnessed, admits he's never seen anything like it, while another observer remarks on the hunter's unusual behavior, finding it strangely endearing. After his recent dungeon clear, Kang Hyun finds himself in a public parking lot, waiting. A soft click echoes as he unlocks his car, and he lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing his wait was for nothing. The person he expected never arrived. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, making him turn in surprise. Another car has already arrived? He faces the newcomer, a question forming on his lips. Who are you? The armored man bows deeply, offering his assistance with a polite, "After all, I'm here to help you out." A friendly smile spreads across his face as he extends a business card. Kang Hyun takes the card, his expression unreadable. The card identifies the man as Sun Yun-ho, a member of the Talented Association. Sun Yun-ho. He continues, explaining that the Talented Association has been observing Kang Hyun for some time, and if he chooses to join them, they will provide all necessary support. With a confident smile, he assures Kang Hyun there's no pressure to decide immediately. As Kang Hyun considers the offer, Sun Yun-ho hands him a card, adding that he can call them anytime. With that, the man turns and walks away, leaving Kang Hyun alone with his thoughts. He ponders the implications of the Talented Association, a name that now echoes in his mind. The Talented Association, he recalls, was first founded to promote the growth of talented individuals, but he wasn't aware they recruited people in such a direct manner. Later, inside a convenience store, he still can't shake the surprise of their recruitment methods. Slurping his ramen, he decides it doesn't matter how they found him, he'll contact them anyway. He remembers a time when a woman's voice echoed with frustration, reminding him, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting," while a child looked on. "But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." Now, back in the present, the simple meal of instant noodles and his ever-present phone are his companions, and a sigh escapes him as he considers his current predicament. Standing in a brightly lit store, his thoughts drift to his most pressing concern, mana. He knows his mana is almost entirely spent on maintaining his body's basic functions, leaving him constantly depleted, and adding in the integument skill he just acquired only exacerbates the issue. Looking at his phone, he laments that he won't even be able to freely use his basic attack skills. His screen displays an item for purchase, prompting the question, "I should definitely get an item." He scrolls through the options, a thoughtful escaping him as he considers the cost, knowing he doesn't have much money left. Despite the financial strain, he resolves that he needs to buy it, even if it means going without food for a few days, because the item is essential for his survival. His eyes widen slightly, a questioning hum escaping his lips as he seems to notice something unexpected. A woman's voice cuts through the quiet apartment, reminding him that she only let him stay because he claimed to be job hunting, yet he spends every waking hour drinking and playing games. The next day, his phone screen displays a forum post about a skill book that drops a ring with magic power, a desperate plea for information on how to obtain such skills. He learns of an E-rank dungeon, Goblin Village, located in Hanham, where shamans are rumored to appear with a high chance of dropping rings that grant +1 or +2 magic power. These dungeons also have a chance to drop rings that provide +4 magic power, though the government largely ignores them as long as they remain contained. Kang Hyun makes his way towards the dungeon entrance, knowing it was once a popular hunting ground, but now only a few know its true potential. As he checks his phone, he reads that powerful guilds are already occupying similar areas, claiming them as their territory and preventing anyone else from entering. The information suggests that these major guilds are the ones selling the skill books and rings, and that the only way to acquire them is to join a guild or pay a hefty price. A thoughtful escapes him as he considers his options, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. He arrives at the dungeon entrance, a resolute expression on his face, declaring his intention to enter the Goblin Village dungeon. He steps into the dungeon, a quiet thought echoing in his mind that some things simply don't matter. His footsteps echo softly as he moves deeper into the unknown. Behind him, the entrance shimmers with a soft, magical hum, then snaps shut with a dull thud, sealing him inside. Suddenly, he stops, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he realizes he's not alone. Ahead, 3 figures sit casually on the dungeon floor, seemingly unfazed by their surroundings. An older man among them glances up, remarking that they're already a good way into the dungeon. A younger man, looking relaxed, expresses optimism that they might even finish by day's end. A woman with a knowing smirk adds, "She had a dream about a fat pig last night," hinting at good fortune. The younger man sighs, a hint of disappointment in his voice, lamenting the meager pickings they've found so far. As he stands in the dense Sea of Trees dungeon, a voice echoes, declaring, "This is the territory of the Sea of Trees." Kang Hyun simply responds with a questioning, "So?" The woman continues, her tone firm, "When you enter our territory, you must perform the ritual to pay the toll. If you give us everything you have, we'll spare your life." A faint crackle of energy accompanies her resolve, as she fixes him with an unwavering gaze. Before a flurry of green, vine-like tendrils erupts from the ground, crackling with energy and thwacking against him, ensnaring Kang Hyun in their sudden, violent embrace. The guild master watches, her expression unreadable, as Kang Hyun lets out a pained while the tendrils rustle and tighten around him, pinning him to the ground. But with a sudden, booming burst of green energy, he shatters the tendrils, standing free and unharmed. Enraged by his defiance, the guild master transforms, now clad in an armored suit and clutching a glowing purple cube, her voice sharp with fury, "Bastard, you want to die?" Having just been ensnared by the guild master's tendrils, Kang Hyun surges forward, effortlessly tearing through the green magical restraints. His leg smashes through the last of them, a sharp crack echoing as he breaks free. Standing firm amidst the shattered remnants, he faces the guild master, who watches with a surprised expression, remarking, "I like people like you." Ignoring her words, Kang Hyun clenches his fist, veins bulging as he prepares his own strike, muttering, "What the?" Before she can react, he delivers a devastating punch, sending the armored woman recoiling with a pained cry. Still reeling from the impact, she manages to ask, "You know why?" A crimson aura flares around him as he continues his assault, declaring, "Even if I have to fight my way out of you." The guild master is thrown further back, her expression distressed as she insists, "I don't have to feel bad." As she recovers, a sphere of glowing blue energy begins to coalesce, a powerful mana explosion gathering. The guild master reels from a sudden impact to her back, a burst of white energy erupting around her. A strained expression crosses Kang Hyun's face, his gaze fixed on her. Undeterred, the guild master begins to gather a potent magical energy in her hand, the air crackling with the promise of a mana explosion. Before she can unleash it, a swift, long-range skill from him catches her off guard, disrupting her concentration. He closes the distance, extending a hand towards her, a quiet acknowledgement passing between them. With a firm grip, he seizes her wrist. The guild master looks up in shock as he holds her captive, the armored man watching the unfolding scene from a distance. Kang Hyun's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as he declares his power is far beyond what he prefers. A surge of raw, overwhelming energy erupts from him, engulfing everything in its path. A figure is violently hurled through the air, crashing into the dense palm trees with a pained cry. Lying broken on the ground, they groan in agony, clutching a mangled hand. Standing over the defeated, Kang Hyun dismisses them, declaring them nothing more than mere novices. He then turns his attention to the remaining armored figures, demanding to know their identities. Among them, a trio of stern-faced warriors stands ready. One of them defiantly retorts, accusing him of trespassing in the guildmaster's territory. In response, Kang Hyun's body erupts with a vibrant yellow aura, the raw power radiating from him silencing their threats. He then looks around, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, as if taking in his new surroundings. As the rain begins to fall, he acknowledges his situation and the need for a guide. His crimson eyes gleam with a chilling intensity, a sinister grin spreading across his face, hinting at the raw power he holds. The tutorial had completely changed his life, thrusting him into a brutal reality where power alone dictated one's standing. His days were now filled with constant violence. Yet, this new path also promised immense rewards and money. He reflected on his past self, someone who had been nothing more than a mere cog in society's vast machine just last year. Now, he found himself living a life of unparalleled luxury in this new world, having even ascended to the rank of an executive. He stood confidently before his subordinates, a strategic operation unfolding, a perfect bait. It was like putting wings on a tiger. Facing an older man with a worried expression, He declared with unwavering confidence that when it came to those dungeons, he had nothing to be afraid of. He then dismissively told the man to give up and go home. A figure is violently thrown, their body twisting midair. An unseen hand, moving with incredible speed, seizes their arm. A voice cries out in utter confusion, "Huh?" The figure slams onto the ground with a dull thud, their face contorted in shock. Another voice, equally stunned, whispers, "What?" Standing amidst a pile of defeated bodies, a faint green aura shimmering around him, the flashback protagonist surveys the scene, while another voice questions, "Just happened?" He scoffs, a hint of disdain in his expression. "Tisich, couldn't dodge one." Another opponent, hand on hip, stares in disbelief. "We all lost to one unarmed man." A bloodstained blade gleams, dripping crimson. He clenches his glowing green fist, a fierce resolve hardening his features as he vows to grow stronger, declaring that all who stand in his way will become mere stepping stones. With eyes burning crimson and a dark aura swirling around him, he brandishes a knife, announcing that the guide selection is about to begin. Soon, amidst shimmering green particles, he wastes no time, seizing a man named Kim Sung by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, declaring that a mere guild grunt like him won't be chosen. The other armored figures watch in stunned silence, their faces grim as the brutal reality of the selection unfolds. With a dismissive clap, Kang Hyun drops Kim Sung to the ground, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Then, without hesitation, he plunges his knife into the fallen man, blood splattering with brutal finality. Kim Sung gasps, blood staining his armor, his eyes wide with terror as he wonders what will happen to them now. Still in the aftermath of his brutal selection, he calmly wipes the blood from his blade. As another participant, an older man, desperately clasps his hands together, begging for his life. But the ruthless hunter shows no mercy, delivering a swift, devastating blow. The impact tearing through the man's face with a sickening crunch. Standing over the now lifeless body, he declares his brutal philosophy. "Murdering people like you is how I got here." The sheer savagery of the act sends a wave of terror through a younger man, Sung Woo, who clutches his chest in shock. Another bloody hand lies still on the forest floor. As the hunter surveys the growing pile of fallen opponents, then turns to the terrified survivor. "Let's go, Sung Woo." Sung Woo, trembling, can only manage a choked, "Ah, yes." Not all dungeons are alike. Some types can exceed the size of entire cities. Deep within a sprawling, overgrown dungeon, Sung Woo nervously observes the immense scale of their surroundings, remarking to his companion that it is indeed big. The flashback protagonist, however, seems unfazed, his thoughts focused on finding dungeons with the fewest monsters. Growing impatient, he declares his boredom and suggests they simply head towards where the monsters are, prompting a worried Sung Woo to protest, reminding him that it's getting dark. Sung Woo hesitantly questions his companion's resolve, who then reiterates his desire to find monsters right now, only for Sung Woo to repeat his concern about the fading light. As the flashback protagonist turns and walks deeper into the darkening jungle, Sung Woo can only ask what he intends to do. Deciding against further exploration for the moment, the flashback protagonist dismisses the idea, suggesting they grab a snack instead, and asks Sung Woo if he has anything to eat. Later, a small campfire crackles brightly, casting dancing shadows. As the flashback protagonist tends to the flames, Sung Woo asks if he's really thinking about going home, a question that makes the flashback protagonist wonder why he keeps bringing it up. As the aroma of instant ramen wafts through the dungeon air, a thought crosses Sung Woo's mind, marveling at the simple pleasure of such a meal in this unlikely place. The flashback protagonist, stirring the pot over the crackling fire, comments that it's been a while since he's had any, finding them still delicious, before offering some to his companion. Sung Woo eagerly accepts, letting out a satisfied burp as he begins to eat, expressing his gratitude. He continues to eat with gusto, the sounds of his chewing filling the quiet dungeon. As Sung Woo enjoys his meal, the flashback protagonist watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sung Woo then turns to him, asking how old he was again. The flashback protagonist replies that he is 25, prompting Sung Woo to confirm that he isn't older than him, to which he simply affirms. Looking at Sung Woo with a serious gaze, the flashback protagonist questions why he didn't just stay home, wondering what could have driven him to such a dangerous place. Sung Woo looks down at his ramen cup, revealing his motivation, money, explaining that his student debts have been piling up, and he was looking for a scholarship while also working part-time jobs. Sung Woo continues to explain his dire circumstances, revealing that his father's business had failed, plunging their family into even deeper financial trouble. The flashback protagonist thinks to himself that Sung Woo's father already has too much to worry about, before directly asking why Sung Woo is sharing such a sad story with him. Sung Woo, taken aback by the blunt question, exclaims that the flashback protagonist was the one who asked. Ignoring the retort, the flashback protagonist simply tells him to stop talking, insisting they need to rest up for tomorrow. Later, as the two lie sleeping side by side in their makeshift camp, the quiet of the dungeon settles around them. However, sleep does not come easily for Sung Woo, whose mind races with troubled thoughts. A sinister idea begins to form in his mind, as he realizes this might be his only chance. He sits up, eyes fixed on the sleeping figure beside him, and a chilling question echoes in his thoughts. If I kill him now. His eyes dart nervously, a stark contrast to the peaceful, unsuspecting face of the man sleeping beside him. Sung Woo's thoughts race, a desperate internal monologue playing out as he realizes, no matter how he considers it, he simply cannot bring himself to kill him. Instead, a different, more primal instinct takes over. He'd rather just run away. With a soft, creeping sound, he begins to move stealthily away from the sleeping figure. When suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, calm and clear. "Hey, Sung Woo." The unexpected sound makes him jump, his head snapping back as the voice continues. "Where are you going?" Stammering, Sung Woo struggles to find an excuse. I need to go pee." A simple, unsettling response comes from the flashback protagonist. "Okay." Then, a final, cold warning echoes through the night. "I'll kill you if you run." Sung Woo can only respond with a resigned, "Okay." A dense, tropical jungle stretches out, its towering palm trees reaching for the sky. This is the Goblin Village, where the main core of the dungeon is located, a place where monsters are concentrated near the central power source. He observes the surroundings, noting, "I see. I can feel lots of mana gathered around there." Turning to his companion, he asks, "You can feel something like that?" Sung Woo can only respond with a confused, "Huh." A dismissive smile plays on his lips as he mutters, "What a fucking weakling." Sung Woo's eyes betray his inner turmoil, a silent plea to himself to stay calm. "Stay calm, me." As he turns his back and begins to walk away, the other man's voice echoes, cold and final, "Because he's a dead man." Despite the concentration of monsters near the main core of the Goblin Village dungeon, the regulars still send scouts all around the field. The Bait Guild had strategically deployed scouts to farm the dungeon, but the red glowing core of the Goblin Village proved more dangerous than anticipated. Looking concerned, he realizes none of the scouts have returned from it, and declares he will go ahead, warning others not to follow. Deep within the B-rank dungeon, a horde of goblins snarls, their crude weapons glinting in the dim light. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun smirks, a faint purple aura flickering around his hand, finding the situation good, as goblin massacres are his specialty. Facing the overwhelming numbers, he declares it's time to get started. With blinding speed, he charges directly into the fray. His crimson eyes glow intensely, a fierce determination etched across his face as he cries out, "Here I come." He moves like a phantom, a swift, unseen force tearing through the dungeon. Left behind on the forest floor, a lone backpack lies abandoned. He charges headlong into the B-rank dungeon, a blur of motion and intent. His crimson eyes glow with an unsettling intensity, a soft huh escaping his lips as he processes the immediate threat. Behind him, Sung Woo can only watch in disbelief as the man he left behind tears through the goblin horde, a green mist of magic and gore erupting around him. Sung Woo curses, realizing the sheer impossibility of what he's witnessing. In mere moments, the battle is over, and he stands alone atop a mountain of defeated foes. A chilling, almost manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes still glowing crimson, a faint purple aura flickering around him as a lone goblin lets out a final, desperate cry. He declares to the empty air that anyone who stands in his way will be dealt with once he finishes his current task. Deep within the dungeon's misty depths, he continues his relentless advance, his heavy breathing echoing through the humid air. Finally, kneeling in exhaustion, he holds up a glowing purple orb, reflecting that even a powerful monster wouldn't have been able to accomplish so much. A system message confirms his success, announcing that the dungeon's main core has been destroyed. The system announces the momentous event. The portal to the outside has opened. Bathed in a vibrant purple glow, Sung Woo stares, his face etched with disbelief and sweat beading on his forehead. As the newly opened gateway's strange energy washes over him, his eyes are wide, reflecting the otherworldly light. A single thought echoes in his mind. Is this a dream? Having single-handedly annihilated the E-rank dungeon known as Goblin Village and destroyed its unique core, Kang Hyun stands before the newly opened portal, ready to exit. A faint purple aura still flickers around him, as a question echoes through the air. Could he truly have cleared the entire dungeon by himself? From a distance, another hunter observes the scene, pondering what it takes to overcome such an overwhelming enemy. The ground around the portal is littered with debris, a testament to the fierce battle that just concluded. With a surge of power, Kang Hyun's eyes glow intensely, as if his very gaze could bend reality to his will. A sharp impact echoes through the dark as a voice observes, "No, sure, he was strong, but that's not how he fights." The flashback protagonist, his face streaked with blood, stands resolute amidst the chaos, prompting the question of whether his great strength and endurance are truly his most defining traits. Though those qualities are certainly important, as he battles a horde of grotesque creatures, surrounded by crackling blue energy, the true essence of his combat style emerges. What's most crucial is his uncanny ability to read the flow of battle, and his unwavering decisiveness in the face of relentless waves of enemies. It is his unique capacity to endure their attacks and take the most optimal path to victory. It's not impossible he could have won on his own, but he didn't. A monstrous, green-skinned creature with sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes looms menacingly from the darkness. As he stands before a swirling green portal, The flashback protagonist reflects that a dangerous situation can lead to failure with just one moment of hesitation. Nearby, Sung-woo stares wide-eyed, a green glow reflecting on his face, thinking he had simply been blessed with stupidly good luck until now. The monster's clawed hand clenches, its thoughts echoing a question of what kind of creature it had managed to offend. Overwhelmed, the flashback protagonist lies on the ground, surrounded by broken blades, a voice in his mind pondering whether one can truly grasp the sort of strength required to overcome this. But then, with a surge of determination, he rises, his eyes glowing crimson, a quiet realization settling within him. I knew it. The monster's eyes flare with a vibrant blue glow, as it proudly declares that muscles are the greatest wisdom. A violent impact rips through the air, sending a spray of red particles scattering across the dark space. The sound of the crushing blow echoes, leaving a stark visual of the force unleashed. Despite the brutal impact he just endured, he manages a weary smile, a glowing ring now clutched in his hand, the Grand Shaman's Ring, an artifact boosting magic power and mana regeneration. Exhausted from the ordeal, he lies on the ground, the faint hum of a green portal echoing nearby. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a new sound catching his attention. From his vantage point, he spots a large contingent of figures moving through the dense foliage below. One of them speaks, their words carrying clearly through the air. Since they concluded that he's by himself, they're sending in their men? A wry smirk plays on his lips as he considers their assumption, ready to face the entire squad. He narrows his gaze, his mind racing as he assesses the approaching figures. From the dense undergrowth, a voice calls out, "There he is." The leader of the group, a man with light brown hair, smirks. "Our dear guest is here." He clenches his fist around the Grand Shaman's Ring, a silent promise of resistance, knowing they won't let him leave easily. A faint smile plays on his lips, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. The leader continues, his tone mocking. "We're not here to fight, just to talk. It seems like there's been a misunderstanding." He then introduces himself, his voice firm. "I'm Jung Eui Hyun from the Bat Guild." As another group of men in dark suits watches from a distance, Jung Eui Hyun presses on. "Could you tell me your name?" The flashback protagonist, his expression unreadable, simply replies, "I don't want to." He stares at his interrogator, a scoff escaping him as he demands to know the true purpose of this meeting, certain he isn't being told the full truth. Seeing through the defiance, Jung Eui Hyun's smile widens, promising to be more direct as he clenches his hand. With a confident gesture, he extends an invitation to join his guild, his two subordinates standing silently behind him. The offer is generous, promising anything he might need, even an executive position within their ranks. A calculating glint in his eyes, Jung Eui Hyun reveals his true ambition, to use this powerful talent as a springboard to become one of the most dominant guilds. The flashback protagonist listens, his face etched with weariness, dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion, yet his expression remains unreadable. Jung Eui Hyun laughs, reiterating the importance of recruiting such a powerful, yet unknown, talent, and admits he doesn't expect an immediate answer. Instead, he extends a glowing business card. The flashback protagonist takes the card, acknowledging the gesture, as Jung Eui Hyun encourages him to consider the offer carefully. A hand smoothly slides a yellow card across the surface. As the flashback protagonist stands before Jung Eui Hyun and Sung-woo, the air thick with unspoken tension. He clenches his fist, his expression defiant, dismissing their attempts to recruit him with a sharp retort. Jung Eui Hyun, surrounded by his men, challenges the flashback protagonist's dismissive attitude, his words laced with a subtle threat. The flashback protagonist's jaw tightens, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. His gaze sharpens, a clear challenge in his voice as he questions Jung Eui Hyun's audacity. Jung Eui Hyun's smile widens, a predatory glint in his eyes, as he directly asks if the flashback protagonist truly desires a fight. Then, with a dismissive laugh, Jung Eui Hyun states he is fine, claiming they merely wanted a conversation and will contact him again when the time is right. Despite the apparent reprieve, the flashback protagonist is now bound, his earlier defiance replaced by bitter resentment as he curses his captors, Jung Eui Hyun and Sung-woo, who observe him from a distance. He curses the man who had just captured him, a crazy son of a bitch, yet he couldn't deny the man's power was undeniably cool. Still reeling from the encounter, he ponders the implications of such strength. As the vehicle carrying him away passes a public parking lot, he reflects on how close he came to death. The car comes to a sudden stop, and he realizes he was low on mana, a critical vulnerability that could have cost him his life. He blames his current predicament on the man who had just captured him, Jung Eui Hyun, convinced this was all his fault. He vows to get his chance for revenge someday, promising that Jung Eui Hyun would be dead the next time they met. Meanwhile, under a clear sky, a tense conversation unfolds. Kang Hyun points an accusing finger at Sung-woo, demanding to know why he volunteered to guide the man they just captured. He stares down at the kneeling man, his voice cutting through the tense silence, demanding to know if his words are true. As the kneeling man stammers a denial, he presses a blade against his throat, the cold steel a stark reminder of his precarious position. A raw cry of terror escapes the man's lips, his eyes wide with fear. He begs for his life, promising to do anything asked of him. With clasped hands, he repeats his desperate plea, hoping to sway his captor. But the blade plunges forward, a spray of crimson erupting as the man's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. His body slumps, the life draining from him as he collapses before his executioner. A sneer twists his lips, his scarred face contorted in a mask of contempt as he dismisses the dying man's existence. The body tumbles to the ground, a final, bloody testament to the brutal end of his plea. The wounded figure plummets into the dark abyss, blood splattering against the unseen walls as he descends. A pained gasp escapes him, his body tumbling helplessly through the air. Reaching the bottom, he looks up one last time, a final, desperate plea for his master echoing in the darkness. Far from the pit, a massive, ornate gate stands as a silent sentinel, marking a boundary to another domain. Beyond it, a gathering of figures stands in a forest clearing, their attention drawn upwards by a subtle rustling in the trees. Kang Hyun stands with his back to them, listening intently as a subordinate addresses him. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, a quiet affirmation escaping his lips. Turning to face the subordinate, Kang Hyun acknowledges the report, who confirms his understanding of the orders. Meanwhile, from the confines of a car, another subordinate reports that someone has already been dispatched to follow their target. In a modest apartment, a young woman confronts a man in a green hoodie, reminding him, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting." While elsewhere, Kang Hyun, his back to the viewer, seethes at a perceived slight, uttering, "He dares reject my offer in such a manner?" Back in the apartment, the woman continues her exasperated lecture to the man, who remains engrossed in his phone, saying, "Sure, you can say that because you're strong." Later, the man sits alone at his computer, a determined expression on his face, as he resolves, "If I can't take him, I'll just kill him." Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, a sinister smile playing on his lips, issues a chilling command, "Grab hold of his weakness." Unaware of the looming threat, the man and woman are once again seen casually lounging on the couch, both absorbed in their phones, as she muses, "Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." At a premium Korean barbecue restaurant, the air thick with the scent of grilling meat, Kang Hyun finds himself at a lively family dinner, where his brother-in-law playfully needles him about his newfound success. As he carefully places another slice of meat onto the hot grill, Kang Hyun simply shrugs, wondering aloud where else he would spend the money he's earned. His mother-in-law, ever attentive, reaches over to take the tongs, insisting she'll handle the cooking. Later, as the meal progresses, his roommate leans in, inquiring about his recent hospital visit and the well-being of his mother. A soft smile gracing his lips, he reassures her that the doctor confirmed his mother is fine, even predicting she has a few more years ahead. The simple joy of that news brings a genuine, heartfelt smile to his face. He stands in the doorway, listening as his roommate reminds him that she allowed him to live there because he claimed to be job hunting, but instead, he spends every waking hour drinking and playing games. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, a friend observes that he has been unusually serious and gloomy lately, unlike his usual self. He recalls the constant teasing he endures, a voice echoing, "You smell like money all the time," and another adding, "That creepy rich guy." A sudden, sharp pain grips his stomach, causing him to wince. His roommate, noticing his discomfort, asks if he's going to the bathroom, to which he confirms that he just finished eating. She then remarks that he knows going to the bathroom in a dungeon is uncomfortable, a comment that clearly irritates him. He mutters, "God, don't say that in a restaurant," before urging her to hurry up. He finds his way to the men's restroom and washes his hands. Still reeling from the earlier confrontation, Kang Hyun finds a moment of solitude in the restroom, a sigh escaping him as he reflects on the day's events. His expression remains troubled, the weight of his thoughts clearly visible on his face. Later, at a bustling restaurant, he sits across from his roommate, the earlier tension still lingering between them. Suddenly, his roommate's voice cuts through the air, asking about a stranger who has just approached their table. A well-dressed man bows deeply before them, his gesture formal and unexpected, leaving both Kang Hyun and his roommate bewildered. He straightens up, his gaze fixed on Kang Hyun, who appears visibly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. His roommate, still confused, presses him for answers, wondering if the man was hitting on him or if they knew each other. Kang Hyun holds a piece of paper, given to him by the mysterious man, his mind racing with questions. The man's words echo in his mind. "He asked me to give you this paper," followed by Kang Hyun's own bewildered thought. "If he knew me, why would he come after seeing me?" He would have said hello after, Kang Hyun thinks, still processing the strange encounter. His crimson eyes narrow, a sudden realization dawning on him. The note in his hand reads, "Mr. Kang Hyun, I trust." He continues to read the message, which begins, "Hello, Mr. Kang Hyun. This message finds you," and is signed, "From Bait Guild's Vice Guild Master, Young Eui Hyun," followed by a phone number. Later that night, looking out at the city lights, he laments not having stopped at the convenience store on his way home. His roommate offers him another can of beer, but he silently declines. With a frustrated sigh, he decides to go buy some himself. As he prepares to leave, his roommate offers to fetch the beer for him, but he insists on going himself. Stepping out into the cool night air, the streetlights cast long shadows. After a quick stop at the convenience store, He acknowledges the clerk's hard work before continuing on his way. Walking down the deserted street, he glances back, a sense of unease settling over him. His thoughts drift to the mysterious message, a silent question echoing in his mind. Is someone still plotting against him? A surge of anger tightens his fist as he recalls a painful memory, the audacity of those who dared to harm his family. He decides to extend his walk, seeking solace in the solitude, wondering who might be searching for him now. Lost in thought, he continues his journey through the quiet streets. Suddenly, his phone vibrates, an incoming call from father, interrupting his contemplation. Still walking the city streets at night, Kang Hyun answers the call, a voice on the other end asking if he's home, to which he replies that he's out. A sudden exclamation escapes him, his face contorting in shock and concern as he hears the news. His voice tight with worry, he urgently asks about someone's well-being. The response comes, a cautious reassurance that they still need to wait and see, but she should be okay. A wave of relief washes over him, his tense features softening into a faint smile. His expression then shifts to thoughtful contemplation, as the conversation seems to rewind to an earlier point. He listens, confused, to a question about a friend, then asks who, before admitting he doesn't recognize the name. The caller then relays a message, stating that he asked to say hello. As Kang Hyun continues his walk, a sense of unease settles over him, wondering if this mysterious he is from his neighborhood, as he's never seen him before. A voice calls out, questioning. As a wave of intense fury washes over him, his face contorting in a silent scream. The next day dawns, revealing the imposing structure of the talented education school. Inside, a young woman greets her colleague, noting that Miss Myung is a little late today. Miss Myung chuckles, admitting she slept in a little, before asking if her friend enjoyed her weekend. Her friend simply responds with a surprised, "Oh." Miss Senha then offers her a cup of coffee, holding out a small bag. Miss Myung gratefully accepts, thanking her as always, though Miss Senha insists it's nothing and she doesn't need to go out of her way. As she walks away, Miss Myung reflects on her efforts, thinking, "I'm doing the best I can, I want to." She then adds, "Then." The two women continue their walk through the school grounds, and Miss Myung glances at her companion, a question forming in her mind about her unusual attire. Why does she always wear armor? Miss Senha, noticing the gaze, offers a light-hearted observation. She's a little eccentric. Miss Myung quickly interjects, but she's a good person. To be fair, every group has. She continues, holding a small bottle. Miss Sung-on is normal, compared to them. Miss Senha sighs in response. Ugh, about that. Miss Myung's thoughts drift to a past memory, a harrowing experience with a particularly difficult group of students, the image of a distressed Kang Hyun, his eyes glowing crimson, flashing through her mind. She shudders, recalling the incident. It really was the worst group of students. And a strange man intimidated me at the reception. I still have nightmares about it. Her expression tightens with lingering fear, as she concludes, that person looked like a high-rank orc warrior. She remembers a tense moment, a confrontation in what looked like a common room, as a female student with short, dark hair, dressed in casual wear, angrily declared, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting." Her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension, Miss Myung could only glance back, a knot forming in her stomach. The focus then shifted to the man at the center of the argument. Kang Hyun's gaze was sharp, his expression unyielding. Miss Myung's apprehension deepened, her eyes darting back towards the escalating tension. As Kang Hyun's face contorted into a mask of pure rage, his eyes wide and burning with an unsettling fury. The sheer terror of the moment was reflected in Miss Myung's wide, trembling eye. A silent scream trapped within her gaze, as both she and the other female student recoiled, letting out desperate, drawn-out screams of pure fright. Kang Hyun lunged forward, his hand outstretched towards them, while the male student lay defeated on the ground, and the short-haired female student shrieked, "Police!" The memory ended with a chilling plea for help. Still reeling from the aggression, she and her roommate screamed that they will call the police, their voices choked with terror. Clinging to each other, they plead for help, their desperate cries echoing in the tense space. Amidst the chaos, Miss Myung, her eyes wide with fear, manages to ask, "Where is Mr. Kim Lee-hyun?" Kang Hyun looks back at her, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, as if the question itself is foreign to him. He simply states, "I need that person." His words only deepen the bewilderment of the two girls, who exchange a glance of utter confusion. A voice explains that if they are referring to Mr. Kim Lee-hyun, he was merely a temporary instructor and is no longer present. The scene shifts to a meeting room, where research is being conducted based on their findings. In a stark, modern meeting room, Sung-woo stands before a long table, his voice resonating with a grave assessment. The rate of rift emergence is projected to increase. Because of this, he explains to the man with glasses opposite him, they must accelerate the recruitment of new ability users, just as a soft knock echoes from the door. The man with glasses turns, a hint of annoyance in his expression, asking if the interruption could wait, as they are in the middle of a crucial meeting. Sung-woo, now identified as the V-Vice Guild Master, speaks with an air of authority. Later, in an elevator, Sung-woo overhears a hushed conversation about a man strong enough to cause trouble for a duchess in the guild. and that this mysterious individual claims to know him. The man with glasses, still in the office, reacts with utter disbelief, his face contorted in a silent question. A towering corporate building stands against a clear sky. Inside, a sign clearly marks the reception room. Within the formal setting of a meeting room, Sung-woo observes Kang Hyun, noting that he's heard of him from Sukmyung, but hadn't expected him to look quite like this. Addressing him directly, Sung-woo asks if there's anything he can help Mr. Kang Hyun with. Kang Hyun, with a serious expression, states his intention to hire Jopals Hyun. Sung-woo acknowledges the request, finding it acceptable, and then asks for more details. Kang Hyun reveals the reason for his need, explaining that the Bait Guild is threatening his family and tracking him. He clarifies his need for a bodyguard, someone capable of protecting his family from those who lack conscience, prompting Sung-woo to question what he's been involved in. A soft clatter echoes as Sung-woo considers the implications, repeating, "The Bait Guild, you say?" He continues, explaining that they were also responsible for the previous incident, then dismisses the idea, stating, "I don't believe you're able to provide sufficient justification." Kang Hyun attempts to persuade him, asking if it wouldn't be a win-win situation, but Sung-woo firmly replies that he's asking too much. He questions why he should be chosen, convinced that Kang Hyun cannot achieve his goal. Kang Hyun then reveals a shocking truth. "I'm part of the Bait Guild." Sung-woo, acknowledging his talent, admits, "In that case, I'm not sure I can help you." The weight of his family's danger presses down on him, his voice strained as he asks if Sung-woo expects him to abandon them to such a fate, confessing, "And I don't know what I'm doing either." Desperate, he offers a contract, pleading for just 1 week of protection for his family, promising, "I'll pay you generous money." A fierce resolve hardens in his eyes, though he insists, "I'm not trying to brag." Sung-woo, however, remains unconvinced, pointing out that he already earns a substantial amount, probably more than Kang Hyun imagines, and that he also has his position within the guild to consider. With a soft thud, he finally lays out his terms. "If you want to work for you, you'll have to offer me something other than money." He stares, his eyes widening at the unexpected demand for something beyond mere money. A chilling thought crosses his mind, wondering if the man is after his sister, but Kang Hyun simply challenges him, asking if he's truly ready to negotiate. A sigh escapes Kang Hyun, deciding that further talk would only be frustrating, and he opts to make his offer first. He clarifies that it's not a grand offer, but if the job is completed successfully, he would arrange a meeting with his guild master. Naturally, compensation would be provided, and if Sung-woo agrees, the Bait Guild would offer its assistance. More importantly, the Bait Guild possesses information regarding his mother's whereabouts and could ensure her safety at her workplace. Sung-woo internally acknowledges the generosity of the offer, recognizing the wisdom in prioritizing safety. Yet, a flicker of doubt remains, as he questions if the man can truly manage on his own, while Kang Hyun gestures towards a towering building, emblazoned with the words, Bait Guild. He considers the names, Hyun and Lee Hyun, as the car moves, acknowledging the Bait Guild's considerable size. Looking out the window, he remarks that it doesn't seem that big compared to his own guild. Kang Hyun, from the driver's seat, clarifies that the Bait Guild possesses an abnormal number of dungeons. Sung-woo ponders this, wondering if they truly need anyone else's backing, a thoughtful escaping him. He then asks Kang Hyun if he promptly called them and made an appointment the day he received the note, which reads, "Hello Mr. Kang Hyun, I trust this message finds you well. From Bait Guild's Vice Guild Master, Young Eui Hyun." Kang Hyun confirms they have definitely prepared all their available forces, adding that Sung-woo could have chosen to ambush them instead. With a resolute expression, Sung-woo declares, "I'll do anything you ask of me." Kang Hyun looks away, reflecting on a past choice, asking himself where they would meet, and recalling that he didn't have a choice back then, as his family's safety came first. He continues, acknowledging that thanks to that decision, he managed to buy some time to meet Sung-woo. He glances down at the card holder in his hand, a silent question hanging in the air. As the driver, Sung-woo, tells him to park the car at his place, then asks why he's looking at him like that. Kang Hyun, still in the passenger seat, begins to speak, but Sung-woo quickly interjects, assuring him that it's not what he thinks and there's no need to misunderstand. With a resolute expression, Kang Hyun admits he can't promise details, but vows to return alive and well tomorrow. Sung-woo simply watches him, a silent understanding passing between them. Soon after, Kang Hyun arrives at a towering building, its facade emblazoned with the unmistakable Bait logo. Inside, a man with striking white hair, Bill, greets him warmly, declaring that they've been waiting for his arrival. Kang Hyun, with a hint of exasperation, simply utters, "Bill." As they walk down a long corridor, Kang Hyun remarks on the excessive welcoming party, then asks if Bill wants to go again, implying a familiar, perhaps irritating, dynamic between them. Bill's smile widens, a hint of something unsettling in his tone, as he explains the presence of the other men, saying that since Kang Hyun is now a member of the Bait family, they've come to welcome him. His words are cut short by a dismissive sound, the air suddenly thick with tension. Kang Hyun, held firmly by two men, spits out the word family, with a sneer, a trickle of blood already staining his cheek. A chilling smile plays on Bill's lips, his shadowed eyes hinting at the true nature of their welcome, as he asks what happens if one doesn't want to be part of the family. But Kang Hyun's crimson eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, a system message flashing as a skill activates, his resolve hardening with the thought, I'm not going to let you die. An explosive burst of azure energy erupts around him, transforming his form into a battle-ready armor. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. The ground cracks beneath him as he kneels, channeling immense power, bright energy beams shooting skyward. Then, a swirling vortex of dark particles envelopes him, his eyes closing as the raw power settles. He bursts free from the restraints, a surge of power emanating from his body, leaving his attackers stunned. As a spectral blade of energy manifests in his hand, its ethereal glow illuminates the shocked faces of his opponents. With a swift, devastating strike, he sends Bill flying across the room, a cry of pain escaping the man's lips. But the floor beneath Kang Hyun suddenly glows, trapping him in place, as Bill, recovering quickly, mocks his attempt. You think you can break through reinforced steel like that? Bill challenges, confident in his trap. The golden grid of the magical floor trap pulses with unyielding power. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow, a dark resolve hardening his expression as purple energy begins to swirl around his arm. The energy engulfs him, his form shifting and growing, preparing for a full release of his hidden power. With a final surge, the system confirms the activation of his hunter skill, Release. With his release skill fully activated, Kang Hyun unleashes a devastating swift strike. A torrent of crimson energy erupting from his hand, aimed directly at the magical trap. The reinforced magical floor trap, which had held him captive, explodes into splinters under the sheer force. Debris flies outward as the blue magical energy dissipates, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Bill, caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming power, can only exclaim in disbelief, "What the hell? Stand back." But it's too late. The force of the strike sends him flying backward, a blur of motion across the room. He slams into a distant wall with a violent impact, shattering the structure around him. Bill collapses amidst the rubble, defeated and unmoving. Kang Hyun stands over his fallen opponent, a quiet few. Escaping him, the battle concluded. He considers the new power he just unleashed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he acknowledges, the effect's not bad. A system window materializes before him, revealing the details of his new skill, abilities entertainment, an S-rank power that exploits others' entertainment, though its full effects remain unknown. Kang Hyun stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze distant as he processes the implications of his newfound strength. He surveys the ruined room, the debris of the battle scattered around him, the defeated figure of Bill lying motionless in the background. Suddenly, a gray-haired man in a suit approaches, extending a hand in a gesture of conciliation. He urges Kang Hyun to ease, be reasonable, suggesting, it's not too late. We can become partners. But the dark-haired man accompanying him scoffs, his expression hardening as he retorts, rationally, partners? What a bunch of bullshit. You already crossed the line. Later, seated at a table with the two men, the gray-haired man continues to press his case, suggesting, if it's about visiting your guild to apologize, but think about it. The dark-haired man, however, cuts him off, his voice firm against the backdrop of the city lights, declaring, if you and I work together, we could bring down Dangun Guild. His eyes burn with conviction as he continues, Han Se-yun, the arrogance, thinking that guild is so important, we could topple them. He listens intently as the gray-haired man continues his proposition, explaining that he was allowed to live here because he claimed to be job hunting. But then, with a dismissive gesture, he points out the reality. Every waking hour is spent drinking and playing games. The gray-haired man's words paint a vivid picture of their organization's reach, stating that there are currently over 200 guild members in this building alone, a testament to their formidable presence. As Kang Hyun rises to his feet, the man continues, emphasizing their need for a figurehead, someone to lead their vanguard. A confident smile plays on his lips as he declares that with Kang Hyun, their guild could become the absolute strongest. His voice resonates with conviction, proclaiming their ambition to expand beyond Korea and into the rest of the world. With a determined glint in his eye, he looks directly at Kang Hyun, his expression unwavering. The two men stand in silence, the weight of the proposal hanging heavy in the air, awaiting Kang Hyun's decision. Kang Hyun, having heard the full scope of the ambitious proposal, simply suggests that Bill should consider becoming a hunter instead. A subtle, knowing smile plays on Bill's lips as he brings a cigarette to his mouth. He then declares, I knew it. His expression shifts to one of disdain as he internally dismisses Kang Hyun, believing a lowly peasant could never truly grasp his grand aspirations. A smug, self-assured look settles on his face, his eyes gleaming with unwavering ambition. Surrounded by hostile figures, Kang Hyun endures a sneering voice that dismisses him as nothing more than a peasant, incapable of understanding grand aspirations. The insult stings, his face contorting in a mix of anger and humiliation. The stern-faced man continues his verbal assault, his gaze unwavering. He points a finger, repeating the derogatory term. He said peasant, peasant. A scoff escapes him as he questions, what? Are you some kind of class press? Suddenly, an older, gray-haired man steps forward, his face contorted in a furious snarl, barely able to articulate his rage. With a commanding gesture, he barks the order, "Kill him." As the threat becomes deadly, Kang Hyun's eyes glow crimson, and a powerful purple aura erupts around him, activating his mana protection. A hunter with flowing white hair and glowing blue eyes unleashes a powerful energy wave, her voice sharp with contempt. The attack slams into Kang Hyun, who stands firm, his purple mana shield flaring to life, deflecting the assault with crackling energy. His defensive aura expands rapidly, a formidable barrier forming around him as he prepares for the next move. The surrounding hunters, including Sung Woo and Bill, watch in disbelief, their orders to kill him now complicated by his unexpected power. A wave of stunning energy emanates from Kang Hyun, leaving all his opponents paralyzed and unable to act. From a distance, an older, stern-faced man curses the turn of events, his voice booming as he demands his subordinates finish the job, regardless of the resistance. Hearing the renewed death order, Kang Hyun's face contorts with a primal scream, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. With a surge of purple energy, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, sending the stunned hunters flying through the air. The force of his attack continues to propel them, their bodies arcing through the air amidst trails of glowing mana. Even as his crimson eyes glow with an ominous light, a taunting voice echoes, questioning his remaining strength. But before the words can fully register, he moves with blinding speed, a powerful kick connecting squarely with Sung Woo's midsection, sending him recoiling in a burst of orange energy. Without pause, another hunter, Bill, is struck by an unseen force, his body twisting midair from the impact. And then, Ham-Seon is caught in the relentless assault, sent flying with a shower of scattered particles. The sheer power of his counterattack sends all three hunters, Sung Woo, Bill, and Ham-Seon, reeling through the air, their forms blurring against the dark backdrop. As they fall, Kang Hyun's eyes blaze with an even more intense blue light, his body now enveloped in a crackling, electric aura. He lunges forward, unleashing a devastating green energy punch that connects with another hunter, creating a powerful explosion of force. The remaining hunters are flung through the air, their trajectories marked by streaks of blue energy, as they are utterly overwhelmed. Finally, they lie defeated and scattered amidst the debris, the battle decisively concluded. With a swift, powerful motion, Kang Hyun unleashes a blade-like projection of blue energy, cutting through the air. A hunter, Sung Woo, recoils in sheer terror, his face contorted as the overwhelming force closes in. The impact leaves him bloodied and dazed, a sharp exhale escaping his lips as he collapses. Kang Hyun stands defiant amidst the chaos, his voice ringing out, "Come at me, all of you." His power erupts, tearing through the surrounding structure, sending massive explosions rippling across the building. Debris rains down with heavy thuds, the structure groaning under the relentless assault. Amidst the wreckage, Kang Hyun stands, bloodied and panting, his gaze unwavering. Nearby, Ham-Seon lies defeated and terrified, her face streaked with blood as she struggles for breath amidst the destruction. The gruesome aftermath of the battle lay scattered across the floor, dismembered bodies and blood painting a stark picture of the devastation. Amidst the carnage, Kang Hyun stood, radiating a potent blue energy, a triumphant figure surrounded by his defeated foes. A chilling, maniacal laugh escaped him, echoing through the ruined space. Suddenly, a new group arrived, led by a gray-haired man in a sharp suit, who meticulously surveyed the scene with a magnifying glass, his expression unreadable as he began to speak, "You feeling?" Kang Hyun turned to face them, his voice cutting through the silence. "With this, I'm a murderer. But then again, you're the same as us now." The gray-haired man's eyes narrowed, a scar visible on his cheek as he retorted, "Bullshit. If you're trying to make me feel guilty, just give up now." His gaze hardened. "If you're going to try to kill someone, you've got to be ready to get killed." He continued, a sneer forming on his lips, acting so nonchalant for someone about to die. Kang Hyun's blue aura flared as he countered. "It's obvious that you're tired as hell." He is caught mid-swing, a massive, dark tentacle coiling around him, squeezing the life from his body. His face contorts in agony, blood already staining his skin as the monstrous limb tightens its grip. Even as he struggles, a desperate cry escapes his lips, a warning to the figure watching from behind. His eye flares with an unnatural, burning yellow light, a final surge of defiance against the overwhelming force. But it's not enough. His body is thrown, blood splattering across the unseen ground. And he collapses, a heavy thud echoing in the cavernous space as Sung Woo rushes to his side, kneeling in despair. And Kang Hyun can only stare up at them, a single thought forming in his mind. "It's over. I lasted long enough." He endures the monster's relentless assault, a thick tentacle already impaled deep into his shoulder, as his vision blurs from the pain. The creature's grip tightens, crushing him further as more dark appendages coil around his body. He can only think of the monster's incredible strength, a power so vast it seems impossible to overcome, leaving him with nothing left to replace what he's lost. Just as he struggles against the creature, a sharp, brutal impact sends him reeling, a new attacker joining the fray. The man in the suit looms over him, delivering another blow and taunting him with the promise of finding a hungry stem to eat. A smirk plays on the attacker's lips, as he realizes the fight is truly over for his opponent. Another figure in a suit grabs his head, forcing him down further into the grime. But then, a sudden, intense yellow glow erupts from his hand, pulsating with raw, untamed power. The fiery aura expands rapidly, engulfing everything in a blinding, destructive inferno. As his power erupted, the very air around him shimmered with an intense, ethereal blue, distorting the monstrous form before him, its guttural cries echoing through the confined space. Flames then burst forth, engulfing the area and sending Bill reeling back, his face contorted in a scream as the raw energy washed over him. Elsewhere, a hand carefully flicked a lighter, bringing a flame to the tip of a cigarette. The man took a slow drag, exhaling a plume of smoke as he muttered, a low sound of contemplation escaping his lips. He then turned to Bill, who stood before him, asking, "How's the situation?" Bill's hand clenched, his voice grim as he reported, "Over 30 dead, and so seriously injured." The guild master took another drag from his cigarette, a frustrated sigh escaping him as he cursed, "Fuck, I looked for him for nothing. All this because of one person." Bill, still visibly shaken, tried to offer a small consolation. "Forget about the equipment. It looked hopefully it can minimize our losses." The guild master merely stared, his expression unreadable, as Bill addressed him with a hint of deference. Guild master." The mangled remains of a corpse lay amidst the rubble, a grim testament to the recent chaos. But then, in a flash of light and crumbling stone, the body vanished, leaving only scattered debris behind. Far from the destruction, the city lights twinkled under a serene night sky. As a system notification declared, "You have revived." Another message followed, confirming the cost of this miraculous return. "You have lost 1 level." The consequences were clear. Your stats have gone down by 5 for each level, the system warned, as a familiar door came into view. Inside, Kang Hyun sat hunched on a couch, wrapped in a green hoodie, his bare feet resting on the floor. His gaze was distant, a quiet voice echoing his own thoughts. "I thought you weren't playing anymore." Kang Hyun rose, a more pressing concern overriding any existential dread, and muttered, "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" A young woman's voice cuts through the quiet, accusing him of wasting his time. "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting, but then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." Kang Hyun, still in his battle-worn armor, offers a quiet, sorry." Her scolding continues, demanding, "I told you, take off your armor when you resurrect. Clean up your mess." She adds another chore to his list, "All right, my bad," and wash the blanket. 2 days later, the scene shifts to a different location. Now deep within a dungeon controlled by the Bait Guild, where Kurai's corpse lies, Kang Hyun sits with another man. The man asks, concerned, "Why has no one come by lately? There's been a lot of rumors about our guild." Kang Hyun, holding a phone to his ear, dismisses the concerns with a resolute tone. "Whatever, you bunch of cowards. I'll take care of my own equipment." He simply stares ahead, a faint tisich escaping him as his companion voices his worries. Approaching the dungeon entrance, Sungwoo nervously points out that someone is coming. His eyes widen slightly, a soft "oh" escaping him as he registers the approaching figure. Undeterred, Kang Hyun leads the way into the dimly lit dungeon, his steps firm and resolute. Inside, a heavily armored figure with a dark mask stands guard, their presence a silent challenge. The gatekeeper turns and passes through the shimmering portal, allowing them entry. As they continue deeper, their footsteps echo in the cavernous space. In a stark contrast to the dungeon's entrance, Sungwoo finds himself in a domestic setting, facing the stern gaze of the guildmaster. Her voice cuts through the air, reminding him, "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting," she states, her disappointment palpable. "But then you spend every waking hour just drinking and playing games." Sungwoo shrinks under her words, a silent admission of his failure. Kang Hyun learned something profound from breaking in so recklessly. Looking back, he knew that trying to fight against such overwhelming odds would be no different than hitting a rock with an egg. While the idea isn't the worst, he can't pull off many resurrection miracles. To overcome this challenge, he needs to defeat them one at a time. Meanwhile, the pain is immense, and he can barely move. A low groan escapes him. Overwhelmed, Bill can only offer a tearful apology. Suddenly, a masked figure appears, questioning the situation. Bill lies broken on the ground, surrounded by the fallen, as Kang Hyun looms over him, demanding to know why he's so sorry. His grip tightens on Bill's tattered clothing, and with a surge of crimson energy, he lifts the man by his throat, frustrated by his fragility. Bill's face contorts in agony from the crushing hold. When suddenly, a new, armored figure, clad in a black mask, steps into the grim scene, observing the exchange. The masked interrogator's voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know the locations of all the Bait Guild's dungeons. Pointing a finger, the masked figure presses for answers, to which Bill weakly assents. Leaning closer, the interrogator asks another question as Bill begins to scrawl something on the dusty ground. The masked figure's gaze intensifies, questioning how Bill could have been responsible for so many deaths, even as a hunter. He presses Bill further, demanding to know if he was the one who defeated the Bulks. To which Bill hesitantly confirms his involvement, as the interrogator notes that the bulk's ability to choose dungeons likely aided him. With a soft click, Bill produces a piece of paper, admitting he's written down the information he knows. The masked figure takes the note, his gaze fixed on the contents. After a moment, he reaches out, placing a hand on Bill's head, a faint whooshing sound accompanying the gesture. Suddenly, a powerful blue energy erupts from Bill's hand, overwhelming him with a resounding crash. The vibrant energy pulses outward, forcing the interrogator to slightly pull back. With a soft thud, Bill collapses to the ground, utterly spent. The masked interrogator stands over the now motionless Bill, a low hum of energy still lingering as he remarks, "That means you weren't caught either." As a figure walks away, leaving another behind on the ground, a voice declares, "Wait for me, bad guys." The air crackles with an ominous warning. A bigger, badder guy is on the way. Meanwhile, a news report flashes across screens, detailing how a captured monster has been released, sparking rising concerns about civilian damages and prompting a guild statement that they research monsters for the future of mankind. The news sends a jolt of anger through Bill, who slams his phone down in frustration. He sits at his desk, a deep sigh escaping him, his mind racing with the implications. He mutters to himself, acknowledging his helplessness. "I can't help it. It's not like I can just go and fight it myself. They'd cover up the incident and blame me for it." A sudden, sharp sound echoes in the room, emphasizing the tension of the moment. He stands before his superior, head bowed in shame, as Bill's voice cuts through the tense silence. Trying to offer a defense, he begins to speak, but the words catch in his throat, a frustrated grunt escaping him instead. His face contorts with the effort, unable to articulate the problem he was about to present. Bill, however, has heard enough, his patience worn thin as he cuts him off sharply. As Sung-woo stammers out another apology, Bill turns his back, the heavy thud of a closing door echoing his frustration. His hand lingers on the doorframe, a silent admission of the repeated failures that plague his thoughts. Turning to the window, Bill gazes out, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders, muttering about the natives sent to the dungeon and the devastating casualties suffered by his members. His expression tightens with a mix of anger and despair, the repeated failures pushing him to his breaking point. With a final, resolute turn from the window, Bill issues a harsh new directive. No more leniency. Everyone will now be sent to the dungeon. He sits, his thoughts heavy with a past conversation, remembering the words he once spoke. "I let you live here because you said that you were job hunting." A soft click echoes as a door closes, followed by the heavy thud of a chair being pulled back. Now, alone in his office, he stares out the window, lost in thought. His mind returns to the recent past, recalling, 5 days ago, Kong Hyun attacked us. 2 days later, his corpse began attacking our hunters in the dungeons. A grim certainty settles over him as he mutters, "I knew it. I've been suspicious of him with his mana for a while." Kong Hyun must have had an accomplice. His hand clenches on the desk, frustration evident as he considers. The corpse must have been tampered with somehow. There's not enough time to set up countermeasures. Looking down at his phone, a heavy sigh escapes him as he concludes, "I have no choice." A woman's voice, sharp with disappointment, echoes through the apartment, reminding the man slumped on the floor that she let him live there because he claimed to be job hunting, only for him to spend every waking hour drinking and playing games. The scene abruptly shifts to a man with gray hair, his expression tightening with irritation as a voice on the phone asks if Mr. Justice CO won't do business. Justice CO listens intently, the caller requesting his help and then mentioning the Big Bat Guild. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges the growing reputation of the guild, asking if the rumors of its expansion are true. Turning to gaze out the window, his voice cool and calculating, he asks about the compensation for his help. The caller's response is simple and direct, a fight. Justice CO remains silent, considering the offer. A faint smile touches his lips as he advises the caller not to be so rough, hinting at his own meticulous nature and the singular thing that never goes as he wants. He pauses, then muses aloud, deciding whether to grant the caller the benefit of the doubt. A sharp, fanged smile plays on the lips of a figure holding a phone, their eyes glowing crimson in the dim light. Meanwhile, the night sky stretches above, dotted with distant stars, as a grand, modern building stands silhouetted against the darkness. Outside its imposing gates, 2 men wait, one with long, dark hair and the other with a shorter, lighter cut. The long-haired man, with a hint of impatience, asks for his companion's name again, to which Kim Il-woo replies, "It's Kim Il-woo." Dismissing the name with a wave, the long-haired man decides to simply call him Big Bro Eu Hyun. A moment of silence passes before he questions when the powerful individual they are waiting for will arrive. He looks up at the building, a hint of doubt in his voice, wondering if the person they seek will truly be there. Kim Il-woo reassures him, stating that the ajusi they're waiting for will certainly come for them. Deep within a darkened facility, a figure in a hooded cloak moves with purpose, their sharp, light-colored eyes scanning the gloom. The air around them grows heavy, a subtle thrumming sensation beginning to resonate. A rapid thumping echoes in their ears, as the blonde-haired figure's expression tightens with an unfamiliar intensity. A smirk plays on their lips, their eyes glowing faintly, as they acknowledge this unprecedented reaction from their unique ability. Clutching a glowing device, the hooded figure realizes their sixth sense, usually a vague intuition, is now screaming inside their head with all its might, reacting with unprecedented violence. As a vibrant green and purple aura flares around them, they face a monstrous silhouette, issuing a stark warning to an unseen presence: if you don't want to die. Still focused on the glowing device, the hooded figure urges, run away. Leave this monster right now, prompting a simple, questioning from another. The masked figure, clad in a black balaclava, is then confronted with a direct question: why are you here? He looks on, a question forming on his lips, as if trying to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. A masked figure confronts Kang Hyun, who sits casually, asking if he is all right, then immediately demanding to know what he is doing there. With a slight smirk playing on his lips, Kang Hyun responds with a dismissive, "Oh, don't tell me." The masked interrogator presses on, accusing him of trashing guilds, to which Kang Hyun feigns ignorance before adding, "Don't tell me you're here for fun things again." His expression turning slightly more serious, Kang Hyun muses that his opponents must have some powerful backing. The masked interrogator, seemingly changing the subject, recalls that Kang Hyun was very ill, wondering if that was the reason for his current support. Addressing him by his alias, the masked figure then states, "Yun, you're back in the guild." A glint of light reflects off the blade of a weapon held by the masked interrogator, emphasizing the underlying tension. The masked interrogator warns Kang Hyun not to underestimate him, to which Kang Hyun retorts, "What do you take me for?" The masked interrogator continues his questioning, his voice firm as he asks why he seems so amused. Behind him, a blonde-haired man with a smirk adds, mentioning the guild master they had encountered earlier. The blonde man's smirk widens as he recounts how that delinquent had nothing but his pride, forced onto his knees to beg. The masked interrogator gestures dismissively, finding the whole situation quite entertaining. Kang Hyun simply shrugs, telling them to forget about it. The interrogator, however, remains serious, stating that he has no business with them and wishes not to be bothered. Kang Hyun, unfazed, suggests they go out to eat later when they have time. The masked interrogator warns him not to contact them, but Kang Hyun simply replies that he won't. As the conversation ends, a fierce crimson glow ignites within Kang Hyun's eyes, a silent testament to his true power simmering beneath the surface. He unleashes a devastating punch, a surge of pink and purple energy trailing his fist, connecting with explosive force. The masked interrogator recoils violently, blood splattering as his head snaps back from the blow. A smirk plays on Kang Hyun's lips as he taunts, "I'll be disappointed if you just leave." He stands over the fallen interrogator, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, ready to continue his assault. With another burst of energy, he descends with a powerful kick. Kang Hyun moves like a blur, engaging multiple masked figures at once, his voice echoing with a chilling promise, "I won't let you die just because we're enemies." He grips one of their heads, a blue energy flaring, and delivers a final, brutal command, "Die." His eyes glow faintly with satisfaction as he surveys the aftermath, muttering, "Exactly what I wanted, see." Hee. As the battle rages on, he channels his power, his leg crackling with vibrant purple lightning as he prepares Lupus's secret technique. Without hesitation, he delivers a devastating, energy-infused kick directly to the masked figure's torso. The impact sends the masked figure hurtling backward through the air, unable to withstand the force. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he taunts, "Just now, how strong of a hunter have you become?" Before the figure can even begin to recover, he slams them into the ground with another powerful strike. Then, unleashing a final, explosive strike that rips through the air, he declares, "This is the best." He lets out a triumphant, almost maniacal laugh, his form crackling with purple energy as he continues his brutal assault. The masked interrogator reels from the impact, driven back by the sheer force of the blows, as Kang Hyun's thoughts echo, "Fighting like this is just a waste of my plan." Through his mask, the interrogator's teeth clench in frustration, wishing he could finish this quickly. Another unseen force slams into him, sending ripples of energy across the ground. Kang Hyun closes the distance, delivering a devastating, explosive punch directly to the interrogator's chest, the impact erupting in a blinding flash of blue and purple light. Behind the shattered mask, the interrogator's eye widens in pain and disbelief, while Kang Hyun muses, "But when was the last time I got to fight properly?" He savors the interrogator's visible distress, commenting, "That expression." With a renewed surge of power, his body glowing with a vibrant blue aura, Kang Hyun launches into another flurry of attacks, his exhilaration palpable as he thinks, "I knew you were having fun too, big bro." He unleashes a final, thunderous strike, shouting in pure, unadulterated joy, "The fight's just starting. HUAE." He continues his relentless assault, each strike driving the masked interrogator further into desperation. The force of the blows leaves the man reeling, his eyes wide behind the mask as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power he faces. Meanwhile, a thought crosses Kang Hyun's mind, a calculation of how this display of strength might elevate his standing. A cruel smirk plays on his lips, reveling in the prospect of future glory. He brings his spiked weapon down with crushing force, a torrent of dark energy erupting on impact as the interrogator screams. The weapon itself seems to pulse with malevolent power, a dark star of destruction. The masked figure collapses to the ground, defeated and bleeding, as Kang Hyun stands victorious over him. He lets out a satisfied sigh, the purple aura of his weapon still faintly glowing. But his moment of triumph is cut short as he turns, annoyed by an unexpected interruption. He muses, I guess they didn't last on the same side. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he adds, still, I didn't expect him to just kill the guild like that. Looking down at his defeated opponent, he sighs, well, that killed the vibe. The victor continues, I really wanted to have a proper fight with you, and I still want to continue the fight. But then his expression softens slightly. But I don't want you to hate me. From the ground, the masked interrogator retorts, no, you're already really fucking hated. Unfazed, Kang Hyun changes the subject. Anyway, big bro, do you know the end of Man Young Gil Hyun? As he walks away, a thought echoes. The guild master is the one who can run wild with his own power. The masked figure, left behind, ponders, is this a trashy drama? Still on the ground, the masked interrogator warns against interfering with the man he had been tasked to question, emphasizing that his family holds significant power. Standing over him, Kang Hyun dismisses the concern, stating he would never have struck the man down in such a manner. As he lifts the interrogator by his collar, he adds that the man should have listened to the end of his warning. With a cold gaze, Kang Hyun declares he's prepared for whatever schemes the interrogator might have in mind. He demands to be included in any future plans, eager to witness the bastard get enraged. Meanwhile, the city hums with its usual rhythm, unaware of the brewing tensions within its towering structures. In a different office, a man with light brown hair reacts in shock, uttering a frustrated cry. Another man, dressed in a suit, looks on with concern, as the first man exclaims in disbelief that 3 items have already been stolen. Before he can finish, a swift, brutal punch connects with his face, the attacker adding that a contract with Yusung has also been cut. He seethes, his back to the room, railing against the uselessness of his subordinates. Turning to face the empty space before him, he questions why he even bothers to employ such incompetent individuals. His face contorts in a silent scream of pure frustration, the weight of his anger palpable. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man with white hair, his expression etched with concern, urgently commands his own subordinates to gather all guild members. Back in his office, the enraged leader points a demanding finger, setting a strict deadline for their assembly. Assemble them all by 8 o'clock tomorrow. His gaze drifts away, his voice laced with a deeper anguish as he laments. How can he rely on anyone when his own family has just died, leaving him to struggle alone? His frustration boils over into a guttural scream, demanding to know if they truly fail to comprehend his words. Standing by the window, he reflects on the betrayal, noting that some have completely cut off contact. With a final, furious slam of his hand on the desk, he declares that his father's heritage is not for them, and vows to make those who don't listen comply. He receives troubling news, his expression tightening as he acknowledges the guild's recent member exodus, a situation he cannot allow to continue. A guttural growl escapes him, his face contorting with frustration and anger. His hand clenches into a tight fist, knuckles white. Just as his fury peaks, his phone rings again, displaying an unknown number. He answers with a curse, annoyed at the interruption to his already troubled night. A voice on the other end speaks, acknowledging his predicament and addressing him by name. Mr. Jung Eui Hyun. His eyes widen in shock, recognizing the voice. A gasp catches in his throat, the realization of who is on the line hitting him hard. Meanwhile, a social media post circulates, mentioning recent events concerning the Bat Guild and speculating about their next moves. Online, the chatter is rife with rumors about the Bat Guild, with some users claiming they've been mismanaging their operations and others defending their executive members, while one user, Ayun, questions the validity of the claims. Meanwhile, walking past a desolate landscape, a masked figure casually remarks that they've only been destroying dungeons for a week. As they pass a crumbling stone monument, the blonde-haired man glances back, suggesting it's time to wrap things up. Stopping to face him, the masked figure inquires about his plans for the guild, leaving him in thoughtful silence. After a moment, the masked figure concedes, finding the situation acceptable since it involves him. Then, leaning in conspiratorially, he asks the blonde-haired man to lend him his ear for a moment. The masked figure whispers something unheard, and the blonde-haired man's expression shifts to one of surprise and contemplation, a soft escaping him. A crumpled note, clutched in a hand, reveals a direct challenge from the mysterious Phantom Thief dungeon, set to appear tomorrow evening in Onwang City, daring any guild to confront it. Reading the audacious message, the armored leader clenches his jaw, a sneer twisting his lips as he curses the arrogant bastard behind it. He mutters, his voice laced with a mix of frustration and resolve, that the Phantom Thief finally intends to face them head-on. Soon, a vast assembly of hunters gathers, their faces grim as they stare towards the looming, shadowy form of the dungeon. Amidst the crowd, the armored leader sighs, admitting his reluctance to be there. Beside him, a spiky-haired subordinate echoes the sentiment, clearly annoyed by the situation. The armored leader responds, questioning what choice they have, given the uncertainty of the Phantom Thief's traps and the absence of others, while his subordinate suggests a more cautious approach, preferring to lay low. He curses under his breath, unable to believe he's forced to deal with such a troublesome situation. A vein throbbing in his temple, he finds it utterly annoying that he can't even catch a break. Meanwhile, a detached voice observes that Mr. Jang Eui-hyun seems to be in a difficult situation. Back in his office, Jang Eui-hyun recognizes the voice on the other end of his phone, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he answers. The caller, identifying himself, inquires if Jang Eui-hyun is facing any trouble in his current predicament. A faint, knowing smile plays on Jang Eui-hyun's lips as he responds, acknowledging the opportune timing. He admits his reluctance to seek assistance, but confesses that he has no one else to turn to, implying the caller is his only hope. With a confident tone, Jang Eui-hyun asserts his trust in the caller, promising a reward for their assistance and emphasizing his reliability. However, his expression shifts to surprise as the caller adds that his father will also provide support, leaving Jang Eui-hyun momentarily stunned. He holds the phone to his ear, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as the voice on the other end speaks, reminding him, "It seems like you still don't know your place." His expression hardens, and he declares, "I've changed my mind. I won't interfere in this matter." A sudden, sharp intake of breath escapes him, his eyes widening in disbelief at the mention of his so mighty father's backing, wondering why the caller would bring it up so abruptly. A choked sound escapes him. His face contorts into a mask of pure rage, muttering about that bastard acting like a fucking child. Clutching his glowing phone, he realizes the crazy fucker is even worse than he'd imagined, and he begins to understand the situation. As the device glows brighter in his hand, he vows to see how long they can last, his voice laced with cold fury. Outside, the modern facade of a corporate building stands tall. Later, Jang Eui-hyun sits in an office, gazing out at the city, reflecting that the Bait Guild has gathered all its members, and it seems he is at the end of his rope. A blonde man stands in a modern room, expressing his relief that they are still alive, at least on the surface, yet questioning if being saved from the monster's trash is truly acceptable. Across from him, Choi Min-jun, a man with neat light brown hair, calmly inquires about reinforcements, his presence commanding attention. He sits with an air of quiet authority, his posture relaxed yet watchful. The blonde man continues, speculating on the severe consequences if President Eui-hyun were to die, while a dark-haired woman on the couch adds that he would not sit idly by. Suddenly, Choi Min-jun's eyes narrow with an intense focus, and a vibrant red energy begins to pulse and swirl around him, crackling with raw power. The surging red aura slams into the blonde man, who cries out as the force overwhelms him, his body contorting in agony. He stumbles back, clutching his chest, the oppressive energy continuing to bear down on him. Surrounded by the swirling crimson power, Choi Min-jun's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know if they are implying President Eui-hyun would become an enemy. Overwhelmed and still reeling from the impact, the blonde man can only manage a pained apology. He maintains his intense gaze, a faint red aura still shimmering around him. As the blonde man before him collapses to his knees, clutching his head in agony, the crimson energy swirling violently around him. Even after the immediate pressure subsides, the blonde man remains hunched over, coughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Choi Min-jun stands by a window, contemplating that a different approach might be faster, noting a new party member recruitment notice. Far away, a group of armored figures makes their way through the dense foliage of the Rank 6 dungeon, Hell's Forest, a faint green aura surrounding them as they move. The armored leader, at the head of the formation, asks for the time, learning it is 6:03. A scowl crosses his face as he mutters about someone not showing up, wondering if their efforts have been a complete waste of time. He then warns his team to keep their guard up, reminding them that they don't know what kind of enemies lie in ambush. Deep within the treacherous Hell's Forest, the armored leader and his squad advanced cautiously, a growing unease settling over them as they navigated the dense, shadowy woods. He pointed ahead, his voice low with concern, confirming the unsettling feeling that something was indeed amiss. Before he could finish his thought, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, sending a shockwave through the forest and momentarily stunning the group. The smoke billowed upwards. And through the dissipating haze, the leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the source, muttering Kang Hyun's name in stunned recognition. Amidst a swirling red aura, Kang Hyun stood, his form radiating raw power, a chilling, maniacal laugh echoing through the trees. His crimson eyes glowed with an intense, almost predatory light, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The armored leader and his men stared in shock, the name Kang Hyun escaping their lips once more, filled with a mixture of dread and disbelief. As Kang Hyun moved, his legs visible in the foreground, he engaged with another figure, leaving the leader to wonder if this new opponent was a twin or something else entirely. A wave of dread washes over the armored leader, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun lets out a chilling, maniacal laugh, a small, white creature clutched in his hand as he declares, "It's been a while." His laughter echoes through the forest, a disturbing sound that promises chaos. He holds up the creature, a dishpin pup, with glowing red eyes and a faint pink aura, its small form radiating an unexpected power. Two of the armored figures stare in confusion and mild amusement, one remarking on its cuteness, unaware of the danger it represents. With a wide, unsettling grin, Kang Hyun prepares to hurl the creature, his intentions becoming terrifyingly clear. He launches it with incredible force, announcing, "I brought you a present." The small pup impacts its unseen target with a devastating explosion, a powerful blast ripping through the air. One of the armored men stares in utter shock, barely able to comprehend the sheer power of the attack. In a verdant field, a sturdy shovel stands upright, its blade firmly embedded in the earth. Suddenly, the armored leader looks up, his gaze fixed on a distant, glowing anomaly in the sky, a determined glint in his eyes as he mutters, "I'll." His resolve hardening, he declares, "I'll catch you." The object of his pursuit is revealed to be a small, white, fluffy creature, its large eyes glowing softly, emitting gentle, curious sounds. With a swift motion, the armored leader secures the creature, a soft pink aura flaring around him as he makes the catch. Holding it gently, he beams with pride, a triumphant declaration escaping his lips, "I did it." Surrounded by his subordinates, the armored leader cradles the creature, reassuring it, "Everything's okay now, Daddy will protect you." He continues to dote on the adorable creature, completely unaware of the disgusted whispers from his men, who question his sanity and threaten violence against the bastard who speaks to it like that. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Kang Hyun stands amidst his own subordinates, his face contorted in shock and fury, snapping, "Shut up," to one of them, his crimson eyes burning with intense emotion. His gaze falls upon the small, fluffy creatures, now mind-wrapped and under some unknown influence. He then shifts his attention to the larger, more menacing forms of the hellhounds, agitated and dangerously out of control. These monstrous beasts encircle the armored leader and his men, their snarls echoing through the desolate space. With a decisive motion, Kang Hyun hurls a glowing blue orb downward, as he himself descends rapidly from above. Moments later, a shower of the small, fluffy pups begins to rain down upon the surprised group below, who look up in confusion at the glowing creatures. A wry thought crosses his mind. Cuties are dropping from the sky. Then, another, larger object follows, plummeting with incredible speed. Bound by crackling blue electricity, Kang Hyun offers a confident, almost mischievous smile. Meanwhile, below, the armored leader and his team desperately fend off the relentless hellhounds, their glowing blade cutting through the monstrous horde. The creatures swarm, their numbers overwhelming the embattled group. As Kang Hyun plunges downward, a torrent of small, mind-wrapped creatures falling with him. One of the impacts sending Choi Min-jun reeling back with a pained cry, "Kook." Another striking the armored leader, who flinches from the unexpected blow. Kang Hyun finally lands amidst the chaos, his presence drawing the attention of the struggling group, who acknowledge him with a mix of surprise and resignation, muttering, "Kang, well, good luck." The masked interrogator also cries out in pain as another explosion erupts near him, "Kook." The armored leader, already battered, curses loudly as a hellhound's claw rakes across his shoulder, "God fucking damn it." As the hellhounds swarm, Kang Hyun moves with brutal efficiency, his blade a blur of blue energy as he cuts through the monstrous forms, leaving a trail of destruction. Meanwhile, the armored leader clenches his fists, a frustrated growl escaping him, realizing the creatures are already dissolving before they can be properly identified, their ability to turn invisible making the fight even more maddening. With a desperate shout, he orders his entire team to retreat. His voice echoes through the cavern, insisting that all members get out of the dungeon immediately. The team scrambles, urging each other to hurry, their faces etched with panic as they flee deeper into the labyrinthine passages. One of the subordinates curses under his breath, swearing he'll build a guild hall far away from this madness. As the armored leader turns to follow, he's met by Kang Hyun, who simply asks, "Hey," his presence radiating a cool, blue energy that makes the leader recoil. Kang Hyun watches the retreating figures, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips as the chaos unfolds around him. His crimson eyes glow with an inner light, observing the frantic retreat of the armored leader's group. A sudden, violent impact erupts, sending a spray of blood across the stark white space. The crimson liquid continues to spread, a stark, unsettling stain against the void.